caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double, never forfeit. Better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. What? You better. You better come correct. What? You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double, never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct. Come on, man. How you walking like the big guy? When we all the big guys, like who is this guy? Hey Joey, how we get this live? Started cold, now we hotter than a fish fry. Yeah, pulling Jason the office. They say get it how you live, I guess this what they talking. I pull up they party, pull up in they pocket. We making a mark, we creating a market. They show manners now, got their cameras out. They can't hand me down, I got my hands in now. Yeah, so it don't matter who you get. I'm the only one they with, you know it. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double, never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct.
Your time's up. I've been waiting.
It is a beautiful day here in Sydney, and pretty soon we're gonna start the first ever CS2 LAN event. Before we do that, we're gonna have a pre-show with Freya, Blair, and Kassar, and before that, we're gonna show you a small documentary that is related to the fact that we've been waiting for the big reunion for 4 years. So let's check it out.
Support each other no matter how much we're down, okay? Play for each other, and we play because we have fucking fun. The results will come. We are a young team, and there will be more results, no matter what happens here.
We show what we can do, okay? 1, 2, 3,
Passing high.
Go! One more side! Alright,
Well, obviously, people really wanted to win it because of certain people's past tournaments in Cologne. It feels really good just to know that you go into an event and you have no regrets, and you obviously came out on top. So. COVID was definitely a really rough time for me. I wasn't having the best time in the team that I was in, and the atmosphere wasn't very good. The last thing, which was probably the biggest one, was I hadn't been home in like 2 years or something like that. I definitely thought about a few times when I wasn't having that great of a run during that period. Is this really what I want to do? To kind of, should I just quit and go back home, and at least then I get to spend time with my family and friends, and at least I can be happy in that way rather than being away from home, unhappy with CS and also unhappy with my living environment and stuff like that. When I got benched from Complexity, I wanted to play it, but I couldn't get a team. But I was kind of happy that I was benched and I was off that team, if that makes sense. Like my mental state was a lot better, but I was a little bit worried that I wouldn't get a job offer. Definitely a really rough period, but I mean, came out on top, and I think I got pretty lucky that I got the offer from FaZe to stand in for Kato, and if I didn't get that, then I probably wouldn't be here right now. So I guess it's a little bit of good karma.
Where am I gonna put the be good part?
At the time, I think it was Twists who approached me. I didn't want to show up, play like shit, and then they get eliminated from the event. I think there was a little bit of pressure for me at the start. It kind of started off a little bit rough because I hadn't played it so long, and I was playing it with a bunch of different people. I was just really happy to be playing again, especially because it was a LAN event as well, and I hadn't played a LAN event in a long time. Match by match, it got better and better. So yeah, it was a really good experience, honestly, and I think that was probably one of the most fun events I've ever played, just because everything was so carefree, everyone was getting along with each other super well.
We're gonna do it for Howie, we're gonna do it for Justin, for all our fucking team, for everyone, okay boys? Stay fucking positive all the fucking way. This is final, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, they're out wide, taking savagery on the site. Justin freaking Savage, man!
Kind of a fairy tale in a way. Yeah, and I guess that kind of put my name back on the map for other people to look at me.
In 2021, I think, I came back to play competitively, joined FPL. I won in the first month, and after 2 months, 3 months, I was in with Team Endpoint for, I think, 1 year. And after it, I joined Team Ence. We want to make a history. I feel like from the start, we were clicking as a team, in-game, outside the game. When they gave me this chance, I took it with 400 hands, and I'm trying to be my best version that I can be. And I feel like right now I'm getting comfortable as a player, as a lurker. So yeah, like I'm feeling really good right now. I was playing with a lot of in-game leaders in my career. Snappy is a special person. Always wants to fix some problems. Like, for example, if we have problems outside the game, he will never just let it go on. Guys, we need to fix it, we need to talk about it. We're not gonna skip it. He's one of the best captain, I think, in CS. In his age, can do this like amount kills that he's doing right now, and I feel like even younger in-game leaders cannot do what he's doing. So I'm happy that I have like some teammates like him in the team. I will be honest, in Cologne, we didn't play the best CS. From the start, we didn't play like how we know to play. I watch after the game and I see like Monesi is flicking around and Nico doing what he knows how to do. Like when they are feeling it, you cannot do anything, honestly.
Util deployed. Nico, poised, needs a tap, and in signature Nico fashion, he's made it a one-on-one. Nerds, what have you got for us? He's off the board, Nico strikes!
I played against you, I played with you, I've coached you, I've watched you play throughout all this time, and there was no doubt at any point in time that you're an incredible player. I'm really proud to see you grow into being an incredible human being as well, being a great leader and being a role model for a lot of young players out there, how to handle yourself, how to treat this game and your teammates. So yeah, proud of you, brother.
Since I joined the team, he's grown a lot that I can see, and he's more into like a leader role right now into the team. He just puts himself in like the best position possible to make sure the team does well. And he's always focused on the team, always focused on like how we can do better as a team. And I think it's just really impressive in that he can play so well in game, but he can also think about other people, just like also adapting mid-round as well. It's just really impressive how like his mind works for CS.
JKS, amazing player. I played with him for many years, traveled the world with him, lived in America with him. I knew that he would reach success. He was working by far the hardest in 100 Thieves and Renegades. He was the guy that was always spending extra time. With us, he was always delivering, he was always performing. I would say now in G2, he's definitely in a different role. All he has to do is just being rock solid. But I'm happy that he has success. He deserves it. I joined a couple of teams in between phase, like Copenhagen Wolves and then G2. The biggest thing I have learned, from that period is that don't take it, for granted, because this might be over within a second, honestly. For the first time, I was getting good money. I was just blasting it away, traveling the world, not really giving a shit if the results were not good, because I had this performance in Cluj where everyone was like, oh, it was next big thing, breakthrough MVP, blah, blah, blah. It goes downhill so fast if you don't really... Like if you stop working, if you stop, I would say, giving a shit. It was a hard life lesson, I would say. In the beginning, when I started playing professional, I had no idea what my role would be. My first 2-3 years of CS was like you tried being the first, you tried being the second, you tried being the lurk, you tried everything, and then you just figure out what really works, because before that I was playing pugs, you were just doing whatever. We have some similarities, me and Rain. We are both aggressive, both entry fraggers. The difference I would say would be more on the city side. He's more like an anchor player. I don't have that patience, it's not me. I am more like a player that is moving around. It's been pretty good, I would say, with Kakanito. He fit in pretty easy. He's very easy to be around. I think me and him at least have a good connection pretty early, and I think he has a good connection with everyone, honestly. When you have to do a change like we did, I wouldn't say in the middle of the season, but like on short notice, you need to pick up a player that is able to adjust pretty fast to the team, and I would say he's been able to do that. You see that he's a super good player. Looking back, I knew his contract was running out. I know Apex wanted to sign him. I knew that he would get some offers, but I wasn't expecting Na'Vi. Something he might struggle with is very direct and hard criticism, I would say. Their body language or the way they communicate can sometimes be rough. For us, for example, especially for Scandinavians, we like to put it under the carpet, and then eventually we just have to take it out and talk about it.
Being on an underdog roster, you kind of have no expectations. You just go in, have fun, play. And being on a fan favorite, you got a lot of support. But also when you lose, you kind of disappoint a lot of people. People do think that when they're supporting us, they're part of the team. And whenever they text me, they'd be like, we lost and not sure I will get them next time. I don't think there's a lot of added pressure being on a top dog team. There's a lot of eyes on you. There's a lot of LXTB haters. His circumstances were not the best in either team. I think he has a lot of obstacles to overcome, and it's quite tough. I don't think he minds it, but of course he knows it, that there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I think out of the whole team, he's the most emotional one. I don't think he minds what other people say. He cares a lot about what his people say. So his people, I mean, Na'Vi, his friends, family. He is the type of player who needs a good environment. and a good environment takes time. So he should just relax, focus on just playing, having fun, and the results will come by itself. I think Navi has done a really good job to implement international players in their team. They come from a CIS-based region and they do things a little different over there. But now we're trying to do more maybe team activities, involve everyone around us and make them comfortable. I probably contribute the most on the mode department because I always try to take things lightly, find the positives in the negative. I do notice when people are having a bad game or a bad emotional day. I try to do it even with Sasha or a bit. They're kind of less emotional people, but you do kind of notice and you just say something funny to them or something that resonates with them. And it's not like one recipe for everyone, but just try to have fun.
Coming from Australia, you know, your resources are limited. Practice is scarce. The amount of teams you can play, there's probably only like 2 or 3 teams you can get quality practice out of. We spend 3 days in the air flying because it's just impossible to get to Europe sometimes. We get to the event, 2 days, 3 days of jet lag, and then we just have to play. And it's just, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's not easy, but we make do. And we've made do in the past, and we're just used to it these days. I mean, if you want something that bad, then, you know, we don't care about that sort of shit. I think the reasons the old Renegades roster was so successful, I honestly think it was luck of the draw. We were the right mix of personalities within the team. You know, we had passive people, we had people that wanted their way. You know, we had great leadership in Azza and Kassad, and they sort of put the team in the direction that the team needed to go. People adjusted and adapted, and things just worked out. It was a bit of a fairy tale story.
When I was with Mouz, at least my sports psychologist and my team manager at the time, Leon, like talking to them and then like them always trying to be approaching and helping me and like taking me outside and all this kind of stuff. When COVID hits, it's like, yeah, impossible to do those things. Everyone in Europe at least has like their family or whatever like there and then in that moment, but I didn't. So having to just rely on other people that I didn't quite know yet and kind of go from there to kind of build myself up again. At points, my mental health, yeah, dealing with that. A lot of deaths in my family and never getting to go back and see them and all that. So, yeah, those things were probably the toughest. Even though we have like a lot of the older guys, no one's really kind of acting like it. So, yeah, that's outside of the server, but like in-game and stuff, everyone's kind of trying to remind people to be calm or be better in certain situations and whatnot. Different types of people teaching in different moments. I kind of take a step back sometimes and sometimes I know when to go in with my role. For me, I'd say like that was just like a taste of what he can do. Right now, I think he still has a lot of that IGL type mentality in him because he's obviously IGL'd for 2 years. He needs some like arrogance to the way he's playing. Like we've played some online games, weren't great at all, but off that we kind of learned like, okay, this is the direction we need to approach because there'll be moments obviously where you have to play for the team, but like for now, like just run in and kill and don't think about anything but your stats. That will make it easy for me. Same kind of process for Afro because he's our other star player. Sometimes you just go in the wrong direction and then it's smarter to cut back instantly and then go the other direction. Kind of our journey right now. Young me would look back, yeah, and then he'd be very proud of the decisions I've made because I would have regretted not coming over here. Personally, I really like consistency. Being able to come over here and still make it into deep runs into tournaments, I can definitely be proud of it. Sydney 2019 was pretty disappointing, you know, considering the trajectory our team was on back then. I think we were shattered after we lost at that event. So coming into it this year, I think we have a lot to prove, or I do anyway. It will be pretty much the dream. Like, I've never really played in front of the crowd there, and obviously everyone. I'll see my own parents as well, and yeah, it's been a long time and really fun to just see all these people in the community that I've known for a long time and whatnot.
Great, obviously going back to Sydney, everyone is supporting you and everyone wants to see you do well, and you kind of have thousands of people behind you, whereas like if you play in front of like a European crowd, for me, I'm from Australia, but it's more like everyone's behind G2, and I feel like when I go back to home and I play on the stage, everyone's behind me in a way.
The opening series of the day is going to be between Na'Vi and Apex, and when it comes to JL, he's going to play against his ex while not having the powerhouse Simple on his side. We're going to see the beauty of CS2, but before we do that, let's go to the pre-show with Freya.
It's been 35 days since I left Malta. I've squeezed every drop of juice to get here through the dangerous seas. But, you know, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. Home. Finally. Bloody oath. The welcome home party was more than I imagined.
You made it. Welcome to Sydney.
Alright, time to get to work.
Intel Extreme Masters Sydney is brought to you in part DHL, the United States Air Force, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
His budgie smugglers that have stormed the shores of Sydney, but 16 of Counter-Strike's finest teams ready to descend upon the Intel Extreme Masters. As a matter of fact, the first time that many of these spaces had ever been down under. Speaking of firsts, did you know that Australia's first ever surfboard was built just down the road all the way back in 1914 at Freshwater Beach? Did you also know the first ever movie was screened here 20 years prior to that in 1894? And today we continue on another historic tradition as another first will be gracing IEM Sydney, the first Tier 1 LAN event for Counter-Strike 2, what we've been waiting ever so patiently for since the game was first teased, and now what historic place to be doing it back in Sydney. I'm talking over 1,600 days since we were last here in the city. That's over 4 years ago, and so many incredible moments going down. And now we're back. We certainly mean business. We've got some big names ready to grace the stage. I'm talking the likes of Vitality, G2, Na'Vi, FaZe, and of course, the last team to be listing a CSGO trophy in the form of Mouz. Question is, can they transition into this new title? So many more questions that we will be asking today. Hopefully time to be getting some answers. We're beginning off with those best of 1 series, best of 3s ready to be taking place later on today. But first of all, I've got to introduce my beautiful desk. I've got Blair, I've got Kassad. We're back in Sydney, baby, and it feels so good to be here, right?
Actually, I'm so happy to be here. It's been 4 years since I was last time in Sydney and in a different role, but right now I'm so happy that we have the first CS2 Tier 1 LAN event right here. And like I said, there's a lot of questions to be answered, a lot of things, that we need to see coming into this game, coming into with these teams right behind us as well. So it's going to be a super interesting week for every single one here.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, first time in Sydney, so I'm super excited about that. But more importantly, as Kassad alluded to as well, first CS2 international major LAN ever. Like, we are in uncharted territory right now, so I'm stoked. I'm so stoked right now.
How much Counter-Strike 2 have you guys been playing? Because I've been grinding out at home. It's been a lot of hours.
I've been playing a lot. I was playing last night as well.
Yeah,
got a few wins.
He did. I'm gonna be honest. I got into the first wave of those invites, and I played then. Haven't played since. I was just watching, reading, educating myself. Haven't been playing.
You're ready to see the experts do the job, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for you, obviously coming back to Sydney, we were just talking about it. The fact that you were in the playoffs behind Renegades, coaching them all the way back when. That must
2018, I believe.
That's crazy. So
Such
much
a long
has changed
time ago.
since then,
Exactly. It was a wonderful time. So many memories in those competitive days. But right now we're in a new age, new game. Everything is like completely different right now, and we're looking forward to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, just the amount of storylines we have coming in here, right? Obviously, the transition from CSGO to CS2. For a lot of these teams as well, you go back to the winners of the IEM Series in the past. You're talking about, SK Gaming. You're talking about Liquid. They're not even here right now, right? You only still have FaZe, a couple of members from that particular lineup who are here. So it's a brand new introduction to IEM Sydney, so to speak. And we all know how the crowd's going to be this weekend as well for a lot of these players, a lot of these teams.
Yeah, very excited to see how they'll go down. But I think the question on all of our lips is going to be exactly how the teams are going to be adapting to CS2.
It is not the strongest who survive, nor the most intelligent. It is those who are able to adapt. Adaptation in allegiance. 87-0 isn't born from standing still. Adaptation in approach. Adaptation in role. Fail to meet the criteria and your legacy may be confined to one era. A new chapter in the Counter-Strike Odyssey begins now. But the question is, who will emerge ahead of the curve?
Man, it gives me goosebumps just reliving so many incredible moments that we've had in CSGO, but it brings up such an apt point that this isn't the first time we've had a transition into the new title. Sure, we have to go back almost over a decade ago, Blair, but 1.6 and Source into Go, I would argue that was a bit more of a contentious switch, if we're throwing it back to what the community thought at that point.
I can be less polite about that.
Yeah.
It was crap. It was shit. It was rough. Like for the first year for CSGO coming in, I think everyone really struggled to really adapt to it. At one point, I even thought like Counter-Strike as an esport, it was probably going to die at the end of 1.6. Source wasn't really doing much anyway. Well, never was doing much anyway. And then, of course, CSGO kind of struggling initially. But then we look at how the game has evolved. And right now, we can clearly say that, CS has never been in a better place. And this transition coming to CS2, sure, there have been quite a lot of hurdles and a few stumbles along the way. But it still feels much more smoother than any of the other transitions we had in the past.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that one, but I do see your point. And at the beginning, it's going to be rough. It's going to be, bugs. It's going to be different things that are going to be problematic for everyone, including the people who are watching and the people who are playing. But overall, it's going to be great as the time goes on, as the things get fixed. So I'm not really worried. Counter-Strike is in a good place right now, and that video was amazing. But it's just a video. It's done. Let's move on to the next thing.
One more point on that video, though, Kassad. Some of the faces that we saw in that, Snacks being the biggest one. He's back, isn't he? Right? We're going to be playing for Game Legion at this very tournament. Literally played almost every iteration of CS under the sun.
Hey, which is kind of crazy. Snacks coming in there last minute. I don't think they've even had any officials yet. So I'm curious to see, especially coming in as an IGL as well. It's not a role we've really known him in the past. He's been playing in a lot of the Tier 2, Tier 3 teams in Poland for a while as well. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do. In fact, I'm curious to see what all these teams are going to do here in CS2.
You know what I'm curious about, Blair? Exactly what the players are thinking of CS2. We caught up with them in the lobby yesterday. So let's see exactly what they're thinking of this new title.
Very optimized to PCs that is not great. So for a lot of casual gamers, it's hard to play the game.
It's a bit unfortunate to play because in CSGO I used to spray, but you have like new guns right now that actually people can play, like the SG and the AUG. But I mean, the game is broken only because of the picker advantage.
Yes, I think it's really hard to hold angles.
Because sometimes when you hold an angle and you know someone is coming to your direction, in CSGO you will just hold and you know you are good. But now it feels like even though you know he's coming, you still need to pick him.
How hard is it to hold an angle as a CT in CS2?
It's impossible. But the aim is a bit easier. So for the new guys, who just starting to play CS, it's the best time to begin it.
On the CT side, I prefer in this version of CS, P90.
We don't have a sniper.
Yeah, we have a P90 guy.
So I think we have a great game, a great foundation of the game, and hopefully over time it's going to be better and better, like CSGO, CSGO wasn't perfect from day one, that I can tell you. But I like the many new tactical depth, and hopefully we'll see that the next following months, but people have to adjust first.
I love to hear that BetBoom are on the P90 hype train. That's exactly what I wanted from CS2, the P90 to be back in the meta. You love it, Kassad.
It's full circle.
Babies. Bunch of babies crying about it. Like the only normal response we got from Kerrigan, the guy who sees 1.6 CSGO, and he has a normal approach to it. Like, yeah, it's going to get better over time. Of course it's going to get better. CS, just focus on the positives, you babies. Just, you are playing this amazing game. You're getting paid thousands of dollars, every single month. You're just crying about okay, it's not perfect. Of course it's not perfect. You just came out 2 weeks ago. Sit down and play and stop crying.
I agree. I actually agree with them. It is kind of little. Look, I get when the plebs are arguing about it on Twitter or Reddit or whatever, or HLTV forums or et cetera. But when it comes to some of the pros, I'm like, listen, it's going to change. It's going to get better. You've seen this happen in the past. Just play the damn game. It's going to improve. And sure, it is going to be rough for the first couple of events, but I love the mentality being shown by Kerrigan right there. That is what I want to see from more players.
It's not going to be ready till the major, probably. Like the bugs are going to get, they're going to be there and they're going to get fixed. It's going to be better. So.
I've never seen Kassad being this optimistic about something.
Well, because I've seen
from
it before.
Pessimism to optimism, or savagery to optimism.
It's experience to wisdom.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. I think with the updates that have been being made, this is probably the most active that we've ever seen Valve. Right? We're having multiple updates in the space of 24 hours.
It
That's
was
a good sign.
It was like, I think, 12 updates in 15 or 16 days, which is ridiculous by Valve standards.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're putting in the work, and like you said, it's going to be a lot of bugs, there's going to be a lot of issues here and there, but by the end of the event, I think we're just going to have a better game altogether.
Yeah, how much do you think it's going to be shifting up just how we're seeing, the teams playing? Do you think that there's going to be a completely distinct shift now coming from, obviously we just saw EPR going down, Showdown 2. Do you think the style is going to be changing quite a lot coming into this event?
It's difficult to say because we don't know what's going to be the current meta, right? The smokes, the maps are different. Smokes are working different. You can do different things mechanically, but it's going to take at least a month or two or three of these big events to actually form a proper meta and innovate some new things into the game. So I wouldn't put it too much on this one, right? It's going to be a very kind of experimental phase in this event, but overall it's going to be good.
I think I could give a good example when it comes to like the saving, which has been a problem in CSGO, right? Like right now there are two schools of thought. One is you have fewer rounds, so you want to play a little bit more reserve, maybe go for more saves. The other school of thought is more like we have fewer rounds, we should be going for this retakes, we should be going for this win. So yeah, I think we're going to find out which way some of these teams lie by the end, at least by the end of like few days of this event.
Well, yeah, we're going to be seeing exactly how it's going down, but not before we head to a short break. Of course, we've got an A stream and a B stream going down.
Welcome back for the 1xBet tier list here for IEM Sydney. Okay, we need to pick out the tiers first.
The teams that go out first will be the Blame It on the Jet Lag.
I think one tier above, I won't Blame It on CS2.
But the one above it, that's the Vegemite. Either you love it or hate it. I mean, we can take it a more serious route from that one. Playoff bound,
I thought that would be one above though.
No, the one above was like straight up favorites, right?
Okay.
So we have the Blame It on the Jet Lag. Is gonna be BetBoom. For me, it's not gonna go well for them. Right, we have Vitality that lost to Zonic. For me, they should be qualifying for the playoffs, but beyond that, I don't know.
But I think that they've got to be at least playoff bound.
FaZe coming into the new game in a completely weird scenario right now.
That's why I kind of want to put them in that middle, that Vegemite tier, because I don't know. Am I going to love them? Am I going to hate them? I have no idea with this team.
Okay, that's a middle tier, Vegemite. We have Gamer Legion, maybe showing some sort of a spark, but not making it, so they're not the worst tier.
Yeah.
They should be the one that's going to be blaming it on the CS2.
Na'Vi, I think Alexi deserves a lot of credit. This was not an easy project to put together so quickly. I think this team is probably playoff bound, and I think they're ahead of schedule.
If they don't make the playoffs, I'm judging.
Ooh. Okay, in agreement there. And then Apex, another team where I don't know if just player-wise they quite have the quality for me.
They are going to be blaming it on the CS.
I think so too.
That's right. Mouz, I don't know how much time they had after Pro League to practice and how much this will gonna affect them. They are in a third category, Vegemite. They're gonna, be again a hit or a complete miss.
Yeah. All right, you've convinced me. With you on that.
Thank you. Okay, we have Vertex. We don't know what to expect. Well, I can't say blame it on the jet lag because they didn't travel.
That's where they have to go.
They didn't travel, but
they might come from Melbourne, I think. Some of them.
Well, so should we put them all the way down? I mean, they're gonna blame it on the jet lag.
Yeah, they will. I think Ence could be favorites here.
Ence definitely the favorites to the tournament. Nothing changed their system. Nothing changed their lineup. They should be fine. They should be one of the main candidates to win this.
All right, and Lynn Vision, team that's kind of hard to place for me. I don't know if I can quite put them in the Vegemite, the middle tier. But
what? No.
Listen, man, they've got some skilled players. I think they could do something here.
Yeah, blame it on the jet lag.
Oh, fair.
Done.
Fnatic up next. I think they're a solid team. They're maybe on the verge of being playoff bound, but I don't know if you can quite put them there.
No, they're Vegemite, 100%. Yeah. It's going to be, for them you never know. On the other side, you have Cloud9. They're going to be, for me, I'm going to go with the hot take here. I'm going to put them as a favorites simply because they had enough time to practice CS2. They have a really good lineup.
I'm there with you, screw it. All right, Monty, a team that's actually played a bit of CS2, just not quite on the level of some of the squads here.
Vegemite, 100%, because you never know with them. They can play really well, they can play really bad. Complexity, blame it on the CS2 simply because I don't think they practiced it and they're not going to make it.
Absolutely.
G2, again, the same boat as Complexity, so it's going to be very difficult for them. Vegemite, for me, is going to be problematic for them to go into the playoffs. And Greyhound, they can surprise. I don't know, what you think?
Maybe slightly better than Vertex. I could maybe put them in blame it on CS2.
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
Well, I see that.
Thanks for tuning in. 1xBet tier list. Excited to get into Sydney. Yeah, let's get into it. See you there.
Hey gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, here we are down under once again for the return of IEM Sydney. It's the big reunion for IEM Sydney 2023. We've got some new faces, we've got some old faces. Pilsky, you and I, perhaps leaning toward the latter now after being here 4 years ago. But it's time for Vertex and Mouz to kick off the day here on the B stream. Vertex, of course, the hometown heroes, and Mouz may be the undisputed champions of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, walking away with that dub in ESL Pro League Season 18. A big test for Vertex in their first outing here in Sydney.
Yeah, it's been 4 years, but I still have the same feelings that I had, 4 years ago, to be honest. Still got the same excitement. I'm hoping for the Aussie teams, they're not going to have the same feelings that they usually have at international tournaments, because those usually aren't the good feels, but I'm keen to get into it nonetheless.
Yeah, look, obviously that's a discussion point that we're going to have to get into when we do start talking about Vertex, but just generally speaking, obviously having IEM Sydney back on our shores, fantastic, not only for the fact that we have Counter-Strike, Tier 1 Counter-Strike back here in Australia, but just esports generally, I think, benefits quite a lot from having IEM Sydney. It is, after all, the biggest esports event down under, and you do tend to get a lot of people coming along, having a look and seeing how it goes, and hopefully that's going to be good for us in the region.
Yeah, start of CS2 as well, so I'm really hoping that this is going to kind of be the match that reignites the Aussie CS community. Obviously, it's still been going strong over the last 10 years throughout the majority of Go, but we have that history going all the way back to 1.6 Source, and with the CS2 coming out, I've definitely seen a lot of older names, a lot of people that I haven't seen for a long time, again, playing Counter-Strike, showing interest in Counter-Strike.
The DMs and stuff like that. But look, I tell you what, the conversation obviously has to shift toward our first matchup of the day. And as we said, Vertex and Mouz. Now, for Vertex, the hometown heroes, as we've called them, it's going to be a tough ask. It has to be said. They're obviously coming into this one as severe underdogs, pegged in that position by almost any analyst you ask. If you were going to the bookies, anywhere, they are really maybe the team actually that has the lowest expectations across the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a tough time beating a team like Mouz when even domestically they haven't been winning that, guaranteed series that you'd want them to win. Lost the series versus a domestic rival in LFO, lost the series versus Rooster. They might even be the third best team in Australia at the moment. They haven't been able to beat Greyhound in a long time, although they did look close in one of the last series that they played. So that's a promising prospect, but yeah, I think at international events, it's a step up from any domestic competition.
Yeah, and that's something that we wanted to highlight as well going into this game. So let's take a look at the last few results that Vertex have had on the international stage. And if we do have a look at that graphic, Pilsky, you're going to see that there is, maybe not a particularly fantastic trend coming through there for the Vertex lads. Like, obviously, we've seen them playing at Asia RMRs. We've seen them going overseas a couple of times for things like Pro League, ESL Challenger Melbourne's. We've had a couple of representations from them here, and in every single one of those events, they have placed last, whether that's 7th to 8th, or 5th to 8th, or 13th to 16th in the case of, I think that was even a Pro League conference. We're going back that far.
Not even Pro League.
So basically, the TLDR is anytime these guys play internationally, and I'm saying against competition that is not their domestic ANZ competition, they have unfortunately not been able to get off of the bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately.
I will say asterisks on some of those events, playing with stand-ins, people being sick. At the end of the day, though, you play 5 international events, you place last place at all of them. There's nothing more to say about that. What we will say about this matchup and the big storyline for Vertex, though, is if they even win this best of 1 on a brand new game, MR12, they will make it deeper than they've ever made it at an international tournament here on home soil.
Yeah, and you have to make the argument that this is probably the best case scenario for Vertex that they can possibly hope for.
And looking at those placements, at the end of the day, as much as we love to get behind the hometown heroes and we love to, rep the boys, we know these players very well, we cast them all the time. No more excuses. Full 5-man lineup, you've had time to practice and stuff like that. These are the perfect conditions for an underdog upset. You're never going to get a better opportunity than this.
And it's not only on the side of Vertex that's going to be kind of helping them. If we talk about Mouz here now as well, you've probably tuned in and heard the news that they are going to be playing with a substitution, at least for the early stages of IEM Sydney. So it's not even just that Vertex is playing in a home ground territory. It's not even just that it's a best of 1 MR12. It's not even just that it's CS2. You're also talking about Yimpart missing out on at least the early stages of IEM Sydney. They've brought up Nexius from the Mouz Academy roster. And how big of a difference is that going to make? It's a question that we're going to be having to ask going into this best of 1. Now, Pilsky, I don't know about you, man, but I still look at this roster and I still think that's going to be a really tough prospect to topple for Vertex. But if there ever was a day, it is today.
it's not going to make a difference, in my opinion, particularly at this level of competition. You've still got the core of a team that won the last CSGO event. Still got very, very good individual players. They know how to play as a team, and at the end of the day, they're plug and playing one of their rivalers. They brought Nexius up for the Academy team, who, by the way, you know, he's still playing Tier 3, 4 competition in Europe. He's still kicking around some of these, you know, European events and things like that, playing some of the European teams. And I'll tell you, a team like Vertex going over to your European event and playing in Tier 3, 4 Europe, they wouldn't have an easy time themselves. So it's not like Nexius is going to be like, oh God, I'm playing a team like Vertex. His teams that he plays on probably would do totally fine against them. And I think, you know, Mouz are going to have a relatively easy time in this best of one, I think.
Yeah, look, we should talk about Mouz and their transition, obviously, coming through from those roster changes, from the player break, which has now been a little while ago. Since that point, they've gone from number 10 in the world to number 4 on the global rankings. And obviously, they've won a massive Tier 1 CSGO event, the last Tier 1 CSGO event in ESL Pro League Season 18. So they are coming off of a highly confident result.
Yeah.
Obviously, moving down under, it's got its own challenges, right? And a lot of these players haven't probably dealt with that before. The long flights, the jet lag, that kind of thing doesn't necessarily affect you quite as much when you're going from Europe to Europe or Europe to North America, but it certainly does, and it's been a big conversation every single time around IEM Sydney's as we do head back here for 2023. The big benefactors of that, of course, are going to be the two Aussie teams, Vertex and Greyhound, and there's Brace on your screen, and he's obviously someone that has been putting a lot of time into the game, Pilsky. We've been talking to him, we've been talking to all the Aussie players, and in particular, Brace seems like the kind of guy that really does like to put his preparation in early.
Yes.
So I think, if anything, they're going to come up with some interesting stuff for us to look at.
Teams that are unfamiliar with Vertex here down under, they are a team that they love a veto prep, they love an anti-strat, they love to come up with you know, these in-depth executes, these multi-layered strats. They love to be creative with utilities. So this is the kind of team where if they're going to put a lot of work in early on into CS2, which I know that they have been, and even you casted them playing in a show match on LAN over there in Melbourne, so they've had a little bit of time to actually wet their feet in the game in these kind of conditions.
Yep.
Those are good signs for Vertex. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough, but fingers crossed.
Question is going to be as well, what map can they get onto, and is that going to potentially assist in what would be an upset today if it was Vertex to get that dub? So we'll jump into the veto process here, and you know, look, Pilsky, I don't know that there's a whole lot really for us to talk about until we get to see what that map is.
Yes.
You can almost throw out the window anything that you thought, anything that you saw from Counter-Strike Global Offensive, because a lot of these maps have changed up a little bit.
The utils change. I'm not particularly interested in the veto. What I did want to talk about more so is just the fact that we did cast Mouz in another tournament, getting knocked out of a qualifier for a very prestigious event that they would have wanted to play in. Those were in best of ones against, you know, maybe a team that has recently been sanctioned, but then another team that they did lose to in the Alliance roster, you know, a totally decent team. I mean, who's surprised? A best of one on Inferno. New Inferno as well. So we'll get to see how that is going to play out for these two teams. You know, Mouz obviously not big strangers to playing your Infernos. They've got a pretty good win rate on it at the moment. Vertex, they a little bit up and down on Inferno. I think the majority of those losses going to come at the hands of your Greyhounds, maybe an LFO or a Rooster. Inferno is a map regularly played in the domestic scene amongst the top teams. You'll see it in almost every veto. So this will be a team that, a map that, you know, Vertex is going to be relatively comfortable on. They've had to play it against every major domestic opponent in almost every series.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that Inferno, like, you could make the argument that Inferno is the map that has changed the most going into Counter-Strike 2. So is that something that maybe benefits Vertex a little bit if they've, for example, been able to have a little bit more time in the game than what Mouz would have, given, again, Mouz would have been playing Global Offensive all the way up to the end of Pro League. They were in that grand final. They won that grand final. And since that point, that's really the only point where they start to really properly shift their focus over to Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Vertex, who admittedly probably don't have a great amount of scrim opponents, but at least can do map theory on Counter-Strike 2, have been focusing on that game for months now.
Yes, yeah, I mean, they've had more lead-in time, and that's their big advantage. They're going to have to use that advantage. They're going to have to have discovered something that is going to get them to win this game, or several somethings, because at the end of the day, you know, Vertex is a team that, you know, even against domestic opponents, we see them struggling firepower-wise sometimes, although Addict and Hazard in particular have been in fantastic form, and we know that they're riflers with great mechanical skill. You know, PZ's form hasn't been great. Braces, you're not expected to frag. Malta's been serviceable, and he always frags well for his role. Sometimes he'll have big maps here and there, especially in big events like this, because he is the most experienced member of Vertex, a player who's been to majors and minors and all kinds of things like that. So he's relatively comfortable in this environment. But at the end of the day, when you look at the star power on this Mouz roster and the level of form that they're bringing into this tournament, they're going to be confident and they're not going to be worried about Vertex at all.
Well, here we go. It is time to kick off IEM Sydney 2023 match number 1. It is going to be Mouz and Vertex taking one another on Inferno. And Pilsky, it's kind of hard to make an argument that this is more than anything a David and Goliath matchup.
Yeah, Mouz going to start out on that T side. PZ getting some information towards second mid. Quite a slow pistol to start from Mouz. They're waiting to see if Vertex is going to aggress anywhere. You got a little bit of util across the team on Vertex. 2 armorless players, Flash, Molly, hit smoke. That's a nice entry from Frozen, and you're going to be seeing this all game long. Frozen and Shui running up Banana and aggressing and just taking duels with Vertex. And after that initial pick, Mouz are just cutting sound. They're waiting for aggression out of Vertex and to further extend their advantage.
Vertex do have the pieces of the puzzle in the right spots. They've got 3 stacked over toward B. Malta just playing for a bit of info in Banana here. Hasn't obviously gotten any, but soon will. So there are numbers over on this side of the map if Mouz does decide to commit to it. It certainly seems like they will be. Smoke's gone into CT and into Coffins. Malta gets himself a 1-for-1. Addict is going to be the key player here. They know Brace is stuck behind Nubox, but they don't know there's an extra player on the site. Addict needs to activate now, and he can only get 1. So it's on to PZ, 1-on-3. It seems like it's going to be the same old Pilsky. CS2 doesn't change much.
Mouz just tapping the bomb, wanting to 100% this round. Molotov extended into Coffins just to be able to push PZ off of the line. Not that they know that he's in ruins here, but it is a likely position. Start to creep up on the line here. See if he can isolate a duel with one of the Ts. He needs to start speeding up if he's not just playing for exits here, because he's got to get that 10-second defuse off, and Frozen's going to put him down. A 4K for Frozen in the pistol, and this is exactly what I was worried about. You can talk about strats, you can talk about lead-in time to CS2, but the star power on Mouz, the individual skill, is going to be something that Mouz can just use to crack open these parts of the map. And like I said, if you see a team like Vertex domestically not able to deal with Rooster players who, you know, even over at Pro League internationally, they've had flashes where even some people, you know, pundits and things have been like, wow, that was a nice round. This guy's got some skill. Yeah, Mouz are bringing that and some more. Force buy here for Vertex, aggressing down middle.
Yeah, Addict going to try and get a bit cheeky. Can't quite find that trade, but does a good job on Trazorzi. Still not quite enough there for Vertex as the numbers do start to dwindle. You could see it maybe coming together there if Addict is able to find a double, but Zershin lives on 15 HP, and so the round is going to potentially fall by the wayside again for Vertex.
Yeah, I think Mouz. Ooh, good shot from PZ. Hold on.
Low HP.
Oh, Zershin. Yeah, if he connected that shot, definitely could have traded out Zershin, but Zershin, great first ball accuracy popping up from the chicken pit there. You can see Vertex. Ooh, hold on. Malta. Spot out that Mac-10ing player, but the crab spray from Nexius cleans it up. Force buy dealt with from Mouz. They're off to an excellent start, and we'll keep an eye on how teams are going to keep approaching the economy here. Obviously, second round force buys on Inferno, CT side, even in Go, very, very common. But when they don't work, it punishes your economy. In Go, you've got the MR15, you've got the loss bonus to recover, you've got more time to get back into the game. This is MR12. Their economy's in a bad state here, Jordan.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to bring it up. I was going to say, look, there's not as much time now for Vertex to recover that economy, and certainly going down 0-2 plus, including that force buy, they're not in a great spot. So let's see how they can negotiate that. This round should be a bit of a throwaway from them. If they can chip away a gun or two, then that'll be nice. Torzi farming up with the Mac-10. Still a couple more players over toward B. Heavy lean on that side of the map so far from Vertex.
Yeah, it's
not that it's helped them.
It's good protocols from Mouz, even with the pop flash play catching one player. They've got players anti-flash. They've got players sitting deep in logs, tucking themselves into Banana. They're going to be able to deal with this anti-eco pretty easily. I mean, you're seeing in Go, I think Malta would already be dead. In CS2, it feels so hard to clean up pistols sometimes, and you're seeing this here for Torsi, but regardless, 4 alive for Mouz. They are waltzing their way through this T half here, and Vertex, need to have a good long think about this next gun round because they're going to have full utility. They're going to be able to get that AWP up if they want it. Obviously harder to maneuver that in CS2 it seems at the moment.
Yep.
But look, we're going to see what we're going to get from Vertex. They've got to put in a good couple of gun rounds here because, like we said, MR12, less time to recover, and Mouz, they've had a great start here to T-side of Inferno. They're exactly where they'd want to be.
Yeah, look, a lot of the conversations that have been going around about the AWP have been that it's been a little bit harder to make work in Counter-Strike 2, but I was having a chat with some of the players yesterday, and they were saying that what they had felt when playing on LAN was that it was actually serviceable, it was viable. So that's something that we'll sort of have to wait and see how that kind of develops, whether or not that's more of a group think or if it's just one or two players that I spoke to. Here's a good opportunity to kind of find out, right? Torzy's got the AWP, PZ's got the AWP. Our first taste of that in Counter-Strike 2.
Yep, volley to top Nana. Vertex actually smoking on log side, so not the deep smoke towards T-stairs here. They're looking to just control the half wall side of Banana and disrupt that Banana take from Mouz for the time being. Mouz going to respect that log smoke, start working their way up towards bracket side where there's already 4 players in a porch stack.
Zertian, if he just creeps out here, could be in a bit of trouble. Surely you'd be expecting a pot flash or two to come through from Mouz, but given the way that things have been going so far, just going to slow it down again. He's going to go over to Diggity side. Not sure that's going to spread enough to dislodge Addict, so he's in a great spot to make that one work, and Hazza gets himself one as well. Still, good trades from Mouz. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. And they're still not in a bad spot in this round. Vertex just can't quite seem to get ahead in any of these rounds.
Back towards the B side of the map. Important shot for PZ to hit there. He's going to drop the Molotov for safety. This coffin smoke in from Torzy. Looking to try to get into this B side. Is going to smoke PZ off here. So hard to navigate his way into the right angle. Going to spam through the smoke, but ultimately wants to play that 3-on-2 and give time for the rotation to come in from the rest of Vertex.
Not a huge amount of util here, though, for Vertex to retake the site with, and they've only got the 1 defuse kit as well. So be careful with where Brace drops, if he drops. Someone said he wins the race for Vertex at the moment. Just trying to clear out ruins, but inevitably, they're going to have to get in onto that site. They've now found a second smoke, which is going to help out quite a lot. Torzy completely smoked off, and with an AWP, it's not going to make it easy to clutch. He'll have to go through. PZ sacrifices his life for the info. Brace, though, he can't win the duel against Nexius. Gets that initial headshot, but an A1S is just not quite going to do it. Malta does some economic damage on the way out, but let's be real. That is not what Vertex were looking for, and another one is going to go the way of Mouz.
Yeah, and if you're worried about Mouz, you know, getting their 5th player in, I think this is honestly the perfect situation for Nexius to get involved in a tournament like this. Playing a team like Vertex, he's already up 7-1. He's getting his confidence kills in. You know, he's getting himself worked into this level of competition. So I think this bodes very well for Mouz's future games, whether Impa does come and join the team later on or not. This is going to be a good thing for them. Vertex, that's a crushing gun round to lose. They've got to go down to a half buy here, most likely, and continue to try to contest this half, but look, despite the fact they've done some economic damage to the T side and they need some more in this round, the game is not going how they would have wanted.
Not how I wanted it to go either, Pilsy. Look, if I can let a little bit of my Aussie bias shine through for the moment. 4-0 for Mouz. It's not how I saw this game starting, in my dreams at least.
Well, they've got a nice shot there on Hazard. Main smoke being contested there. HE nades being exchanged between both teams. And you can see Vertex previously would have thrown a lot of these HEs. They're actually holding them to try to blow the smokes open. Zertian applying pressure up dig side here, but not looking to force things too much. You can see Mouz, they've got plenty of time to work with. They want to explore jungle side first.
Chewy, straight through that smoke, already disrupting Brace. The nade's going to do a bit of damage, and Brace was swinging. He was low HP though, so easily cleaned up, and now it's PZ's turn to have a bit of a crack. That looks like it's going to be cleared out easily. So nothing going right for Vertex at the moment. On to Addict on the site.
I mean, what you're seeing from Mouz right now is very clinical gameplay against an underdog team. This is what you'll see from a lot of these top-tier teams when they play the lower-tier teams. You can have different schools of approach. Some teams, they'll just use the individual skill. They'll disrespect. What you're seeing from Mouz is very by-the-numbers Counter-Strike. Slow, methodical, working the map. In the mid-rounds, they are being very patient. They are taking their time. They're in the XVXs. They're not forcing things up dig side. They go back. They re-explore bracket. They hold at Banana. They wait for the mid-round aggression. They're expecting Vertex to be a team with less experience who are going to make mistakes, and they're giving themselves, they're giving Vertex enough rope to hang themselves with, so to speak. There you see a nice little spray through the smoke from Shuey. There's that little interaction.
Going to get a timeout from Vertex here, Pilski, and hopefully that's going to give the opportunity for Kingfisher, their coach there in the back, you can see, to have a bit of a chat. Now, he's someone that would have been putting in a lot of that prep work for this team as well. He really likes to hit the books, so to speak. He'll be coming up with some, you know, good smoke lineups, flash lineups, sort of seeing what changes to the map can mean.
The thing is,
what has he got to say now, though?
You're not seeing the multi-frags out of Vertex, which is no pressure on the Mouz economy. They are not fragging hard enough across the board. They're not trading the kills that they need to trade, and this is what I'm talking about for Vertex. Firepower-wise, when they step up to a higher level, even when they play some of their domestic opponents, they can fall silent a little bit. You need to see these players that have had good individual form over the last couple of months start to wake up. Hazard charging down Banana here, wanting to control it, but look at this from Mouz. After the timeout, expecting an adaptation to come out from Vertex, and they just chill. They're sitting all the way back to stairs. They're working some Carp's control into PZ, who misses a pretty important shot. That could have been a free man advantage here for Vertex early on, and that's going to be a bit of a missed opportunity. At least they've taken some Banana control here. Torzy blowing open the smoke, trying to potentially get himself a pick on the car player or anyone jump spotting on half wall there. But he won't be obliged by Mouz this time.
Not yet. Race is the only one holding brackets at the moment. PZ watching Boiler with the AWP. Race has now been smoked off as well. So, as you say, they had some control of Banana. They've completely lost control of brackets. And now Banana is starting to be negotiated by Mouz as well. So, map control moving back into the direction of the T side. It looks like they'll end on B.
Yeah, CT Coffin smoke being lined up for anyone who wants to see some lineups. Here's a little bit of a new box molly as well. The standard pieces of util that you're used to seeing. No jump throw this time. Mouz, will they force their way through the smoke? They need it open.
Would have heard Hazard being ticked by that Molotov, but they didn't know about Malta, who finally is able to find something for Vertex. Even gets that reload off. It is the first piece of success for the Australians down under. Torzy is going to look to try and keep that AWP alive, keep the economy healthy for Mouz.
And this is what I was saying. You know, we're talking about these younger players who have less experience. Stats online domestically, insane. Addington and Hazard, 1.29, 1.3. But I really wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, if at an international event like this, it's actually Malta who's coming up with those impressive multi-frag rounds, that B-hold being the perfect example of it, because this is, I feel like his comfort zone, and I feel like although he still does have sometimes quiet maps at these international events, he also has maps where he is putting up really good numbers and he's finding those impact rounds.
Yeah, to me, I think Malta is certainly a key in a lot of those big games, in those big moments. He seems to be someone that likes to or enjoys that kind of pressure. Now, I don't know necessarily whether you would consider this as a big game for Vertex. I know that's strange to say because actually when you look at it on face value, it is probably one of the more bigger stage games in a sense, but just in terms of consequences, it is a best of one upper bracket match. It's not an elimination game. It's not a qualifier for something just yet. Those are the kinds of games where I really look to Malta.
This is where even me, myself, as a coach going to some, you know, smaller Asian events, I would look at this as Vertex as the biggest game.
I know.
Because I think this is like, if we're going to do anything at this tournament, this is the game we actually need to win.
Yeah, I understand that. And that's kind of the argument that I'm trying to make. It's like, you look at it from two different sort of positions, and you can make an argument one way or the other.
I think for Mouz, they're probably thinking, yeah, whatever.
Oh, for sure,
But Vertex, for me, I'm like, this is the game I need to win.
But contextually, my argument here is that it's not like a qualification for a major or something like that.
Well, be an important one to win. PZ pushed out of carpets there, wanted to try to aggress Boiler, but is pushed away by some utility. HE8's chipping away at his, you know, pool. And now Mouz, they've taken some carpets control. They've had a look at Banana. They were shut out early on. They're not interested really in re-aggressing. You can see Vertex with the flash set up there, looking to send Malta in if Mouz do come and take some half-wall control. But Mouz, at the moment, not looking like they're interested. They've taken that carpets control. They're slowly starting to explore jungle side. We'll see if they're going to swing over here or whether it be a progression smoke. Shuey up on the line. PZ needs to hit this one, but that is just too sharp from Shuey.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do, really? Like, just too sharp from Shuey, who's going to get another one onto Addict, and now Brace is quaking in his boots in pit. He can't do anything, just completely whiffs, and that's Mouz taking the A site.
And that's the thing, in CS2, I feel like, well, hold on, Frozen could definitely get these exits here. Yeah, tucked away in logs, he's been on the lurk the whole time. Hazard traded out by Nexius. That's a horrific round for Vertex. They may even force the next round. We'll see what their approach is going to be to the buy. Those shots from Shui, though, I feel like from the CT perspective in Go, those would have felt like impressive shots. But then when you look at the replay, that's a nice shot onto mini pit. But those don't look like crazy shots.
Right.
When you're looking at his POV, but from the CT POV, PZ's like, whoa, that guy just absolutely destroyed me. And that's what it feels like in CS2. That's what people are talking about when they say peaker's advantage, when they say when you're on the receiving end of a peak, it feels so crazy. It feels like, oh my God, this guy just absolutely dominated me. But then from the T side perspective, we look at Shui's perspective there, and it's like, yeah, those were all right shots. That was decent. You know, he had plenty of time to get that moto kill. The mini pick guy was wide in the open. You know, it feels like he has the time to be able to get those entries. Vertex, I think they're recognizing, look, it's MR12. This might have been a half buy in MR15. Old economy, CSGO, you might have considered a half buy here. CS2, you have got to go for these rounds. We need to start getting something rolling here in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. One is not going to be enough. And it seems like Mouz are really not having any difficulties getting through this game so far. It's just been Mouz from day dot.
And Vertex, I think, looking too scared at the moment. They need to play with confidence.
Well, how can you be confident if you're Brace holding this angle with an MP9? There's just nothing he can do. He gets the molly down, but the double nade doesn't quite finish him off. He's desperate for some help, but he doesn't get any.
Be bloody mortar striked. Absolutely nothing left there. CT's falling back into the double pit setup. Rotation coming around from Hazard here. Mouz. Actually, I don't know if that's necessarily the jungle smoke they were looking for, unless they intentionally wanted that one way. You can see again in the mid-round, Mouz with a man advantage. They just cut sound. Just hold on to the map control that they had. Go back, work the map. There's the flash to half wall.
Maybe not.
CS2. There we go. Couple of key pieces of util, not quite getting the lineups. If you're going to mess up a flash lineup, though, as Mouz,
100%.
This is a great game to do it.
Yeah,
this is a great game for the VOD review. Oh, I got to work on that one.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
That's winning this one anyway.
Coach is mentally noting that one down and saying, all right, well, we're going to talk about that one after. Luckily, it didn't happen in the quarterfinal or the semi-final.
That's it.
You're not going to get punished by it against a team like Vertex.
Yes.
But PZ
Beautiful
is
shot.
able to hit a collateral and brings the numbers back to at least even for Vertex as the trade does come through from Xertion. He needs to do a little bit more. Cops are Bink. Addict's getting low as well, but hiding in the smoke, and Hazard swings on the timing. It's much better from Vertex this time around, but still, it falls to a one-on-one. 9 seconds left. Frozen, he knows Addict is somewhere in the pit. The smokes are so big, and he still catches him. Jumping through the smoke, nothing can go right for Vertex today, it seems. Mouz get another.
I'm sorry, I mean, if you can't win a round, they're already down 4-5 to be fair, but if you can't win a round where you get a collat like that, like it's just not happening today, boys. Unfortunate. 7-1 for Mouz. That was a bit of a force from Vertex as well, down to MP9 and Famous there, so I don't know what their money's going to be looking like, but it ain't going to be great. It is very difficult as well to run through smokes like that and find success.
Yep.
You should not be winning that aim duel. I think Addict on 40 HP with the Famous. Good to convert that one. Sam in through Carps here. Nova out for PZ.
Here we go. Surely he's good for it. Waiting patiently. But maybe not patiently enough. He's moved away.
They know they're losing did control here.
Losing A-side control. PZ's going to have to come up huge, but just not quite enough damage. Next is Lives on 11 HP, Xertion on 24, Shui on 16. How close Vertex were to getting a kill or two, and they'll end with none.
Yep. Yeah, close really doesn't matter because all of those HP points going to be coming straight back next round for Mouz. That 80 yard ain't worth nothing. And I think this game is likely already over, unfortunately, at this point. Vertex They're going to be feeling like they had a bit of a rough draw in this first one. And I think, unfortunately, we're seeing the same tropes that we see for Vertex internationally every time here.
Yeah.
The hesitancy, taking duels that you wouldn't see in some of their regular games. The fluidity of their play that you see domestically is really just not there at the moment, unfortunately.
What's going to be difficult for Vertex as well is if they do go down in this match, which, as you say, it certainly is looking likely, they will have to actually play their lower bracket match today. Malta gets a bit of luck through the smoke with the spam.
Need to convert these 5-on-4s.
But there is definitely a world where Vertex plays one day of IEM Sydney and that's it. They're done.
Be out first day. And if you have a bad day at the office, then, you know, bad luck. PZ regressing on this dig side line. Man advantage here for Vertex. Mouz, happy to concede A. They've thrown that utility pressure. Ooh, interesting. Pop flash and aggression with the molly to follow up. Great util usage for Hazard to set up Malta for success and also keep him safe.
Really does seem like Malta's the only one at the moment that is having a huge amount of success. Multiple rounds now where we've seen him be a bit of a difference maker. Is this going to be one that actually gets converted? You would certainly hope so if you're a Vertex fan.
Brace going to ferry some more util over. Hands Malta an HE nade and a molly. There's still a smoke here on Hazard with 40 seconds. Vertex have got the util they need to lock this site down.
Nade's going to land as well. Does not as much damage as I thought it would, but still, Vertex in a very good spot here with 35 on the clock. Mouz are going to have to start to go. They blow the smoke open for a second. Molotov's gone into the smoke, but Hazard has chimed in with one more, and Brace is watching for a push into CT. In fact, he finds Xertion hiding in the smoke. So again, it's just Torzy, very similar to the last round that Vertex won, that will be saving his weapon. And because he is it salvageable if they get 4? Do you start to believe if they get to 4?
I don't know. I don't think so. But look, they need 4, regardless of the outcome here. Got to win the next 2 as well. That's a great one to steady their economy for these last couple of rounds. Definitely will help them out. And honestly, even if the initial round does not go well here next, they'll have enough money to buy in the last regardless. Might even be able to save onto the AWP and things like that. Min-max the money. Make sure that they can close out this half with buys. Mouz should be fine for cash as well. They've got a couple of poorer players, but with some AK drops and things like that, should be able to buy up. And look, even if they do get a bit poorer, back 10 buys, things like that, definitely quite viable in this version of CS, it feels.
11 multi-kills in this map so far from Mouz, and only 3 from Vertex.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, the multi-fragging. And that just really hasn't put any pressure on the T-side economy. Is this util in from Shui? Molotov to dig side, smoke to jungle. Still the same pieces that you'd see in CSGO, and it seems like Mouz want to pick up the pace into A this time.
Don't know if that's going to work in the favor of Vertex. Addict almost caught with a molly in hand, but he does well to recover it, and now he's going to have to do it himself. He's scared. He knows he has to swing. That's Counter-Strike 2, but on the reload, he gets chased down by Mouz, who are into the site once again. Just didn't quite do enough on the hold there, the A defenders.
Yeah, you're probably considering the save here for PC on the AWP, and Malta even as well. Wanting to try to min-max their buy into this next one. I think, this is crazy. Like, looking at their cash, I mean, when you're this far behind, you're an underdog. Like, you might even consider that, attempting that 2-on-3, honestly.
Yeah.
Retaking that A side is an absolute nightmare, but you've got a kit, like, you've got to go for something here, Vertex. You can't just keep playing this one by the numbers. And that's the thing for Vertex as well. They are, as we've mentioned, can you save Pit there for Torzy? Hold on.
Yeah, I think he's all right, full HP.
Yeah, even backside. I thought that the radius would get him. You're not seeing the desperation that's needed for Vertex. You know, you're not seeing the aggression that's needed, the confidence. They've got to cut corners. They've got to take risks. And this is the thing that we were talking about in the pre-show a little bit. Vertex, domestically, are this tactical team. They love their preparation. They love doing the high percentage plays all the time and playing Counter-Strike by the numbers. But when you're playing a team that's better than you, what you need really is the Rooster approach. You need a, bit of balls to the wall. You need some confidence. You need some aggression. And unfortunately, that is kind of feeling what's missing for Vertex here. Here's his banana take again. Smoke to log side. Torzy can peer over the top of it. Having a look. PZ needs to be careful not to pop his head up here.
It is starting to bloom. This is one of the things about the volumetric smoke as well, is you sort of have a bit more of an angle for, like, a couple of seconds early as the smoke is starting to bloom, and then it starts to like build up and build up.
And certain patches of it, you know, dissipating and kind of moving around. Aggression on jungle side. HE trying to zone Xerxen back. You've got a port set up once again for Vertex as PZ gets pushed off the line. You are seeing the rotations come out. Oh, caught with Util in hand. You got to be careful.
Somehow Vertex gets away without losing a player on the B side, but they did lose Brace over toward A, and Mouz are well and truly into B, so it'll have to be a good old-fashioned B retake, which we know how difficult those notoriously are.
Xerxen's going to be on the late flank around as well. He's 20 HP, so he's going to stick around, getting spammed through the smoke. Torsi dishing out the pain to Vertex, who are looking like they're going to get 10-2'd in this half.
Certainly seems that way. Molotov for New Box will push Torsi out of position. PC, though, can't hit the shot and then just gets picked back on the other direction. Skeet shooting really from Torsi as he plucks PZ out of the air, and Hazard drops as well. That was a half without much success for Vertex, but Mouz certainly will be happy with their first 12 rounds of Counter-Strike 2. Vertex facing their first defeat in CS2 in their first game in CS2. They went down 10-2 in that first half, and on the behalf of Mouz, well, their run continues. Looking confident coming through from that dub at ESL Pro League Season 18. not really skipping a beat in a new game, quote-unquote new game. Seems like same old Mouz.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Nexius having a great map for himself so far, actually topping the boards for Mouz. Even a player playing tier 3, 4 competition in Europe is going to be, you know, more than good enough of a level to play individually against a team like Vertex, who have got to kick things off on this T side well. Pressuring middle. It was a 4 sack on bracket, so it's a good thing that they cancelled there. Here's this util in. Quick CT smoke all the way from T-stairs, and Xerxan under pressure now.
Smoke's going to go down. Does Mouz decide to push through it? They feel like they've got a timing, so they will opt to, and that is a wise choice. It's just one player on the site right now. They've got to clear Xerxan out. They know that he's at new box, but the flashes are really causing problems, and the rotation has been allowed. Vertex were too slow. Xerxan still alive, and that is a very unfortunate look for Vertex. They had the right call, Pilski, but the execution wasn't there.
It's the same thing as on the CT side. Too much hesitancy. They're playing too scared. It's just one player on new box side. I know the flashes are coming in, but Glock is so OP on T side. Pistol, just run at him. Just run him down on new box side. You've got to get control of the site. Oh my lord. Mouz 2 rounds away from securing this first Vista 1 victory. So, of course, Vertex forcing up. Got to try to make the Tech 9 armor and the Mac 10 work. Making their way up second mid early on here. Progression smoke from Vertex up Banana. Deep smoke by Mouz. Both on bracket side and on Banana. Nice little HE on the smoke there to try to create a timing for Shui to peek through with the A4. A4 out for Torzi also. Vertex kind of meandering around middle here, waiting out the initial pieces of util and then trying to get themselves a good timing. Here's the Moto smoke for Hazard.
Mouz is going to creep his way up carpets. Generally a position where he does get a lot of work done, but maybe comes a little too late as Shui's found the double, and that's again another clean wipe for Mouz.
It's been over for a while, unfortunately. Vertex, similar problems that we see. You know, we highlighted in the graphic last place at a lot of these events. You know, what I will say about Vertex at international events is sometimes they even show good rounds or good streaks of rounds, or they show a good half. We haven't even seen that in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can put the 2 good rounds that Vertex have had down to Malta finding a double and a triple.
Yeah.
And that's it. No one else has really stepped up alongside him. Torzi, Shui, they're confident. They just want to get this one over and done with. And they're showing absolutely no respect to Vertex at all. Just look at them. They're running through 2 Molotovs to finish the game off. And that is that. Mouz will pick up a very easy dub over Vertex. What more really needs to be said?
Yeah, not a lot, unfortunately. Look, Vertex just not really showing up to the game here today. Mouz, despite the fact that they have a stand-in, they're in excellent form. And like I said before, I think that's going to be a great game for Nexius. We'll see how much longer he's going to be playing in this roster or whether Yimpart does come in. But I think that's a great game for him to kind of get himself used to the tournament environment. He gets himself, you know, a really, really nice initial map here in CS2 for playing on that Mouz lineup. So I think he's going to be feeling a little bit better looking at the rest of these tournament games and, you know, continuing to work his way through it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just don't have too much to say, really, unfortunately. I had high hopes. Look, I don't know if I had high hopes necessarily, right? I had realistic hopes, let's be real, but I did think that maybe Vertex could make something happen today, and it was quite clear that that wasn't even close to being the case. He had Mouz just looking way too good, as you said. Xerxan doing well. Nexius didn't seem like he skipped a beat coming into this roster. Really across the board performance from Mouz, and the fact that Frozen is the one that ends at the bottom of the scoreboard, the bottom of the frags for this roster.
After the 4K in the pistol.
Just means that they've got a lot more left in the tank as well. So I think this wasn't even Mouz kicking it into second gear, quite frankly.
Yeah, they were autopiloting their way through this game. They were even messing up, you know, pieces of util here and there. I saw them missing smokes jungle side. I saw them miss a half wall flash, and you know, that's the thing that Australian teams complain about in practice. Here domestically, teams don't punish me for my mistakes. If you're not punishing Mouz for your mistakes, you're getting 13-2'd.
Yeah. I think the one thing to be said is that maybe Mouz can start to win some Australian fans over. They do have Shui on their team after all, so I'm sure if they do make it into the arena, the Aware Super Theatre, it's called this time around, Pilski, we might see a few Shui chants. I don't know if it'll be for him or just for Shuis in general, but hey, either way.
Bueno las dos.
Yeah, look, exactly. We've got to see what Mouz can do, obviously, for the rest of this tournament, but a big dub to start things off. Confidence-building game, easing their way into Counter-Strike 2. Job gets more difficult from here, though.
For sure. Vertex going to be under a little bit more pressure now, heading down into that lower bracket game. They got a BO3 to play through, and I think Mouz, they didn't even look nervous, so I don't think that's a nerve settler necessarily, to be honest. I think that's just a good confidence one for the books.
Yeah, so it'll be, I believe, Apex or Na'Vi that they play next right now. If I'm taking a quick look at the A stream, it is looking like that might be Na'Vi. So the two teams that are dealing with a substitution situation, that's the other news coming through that we didn't get to talk about. Pilsy Simple's not here at IEM Sydney for Na'Vi. Blade playing instead. I mean, two teams that have got a substitution, a stand-in, going straight through in the upper bracket. I don't know that that's necessarily a surprise, and I don't think Na'Vi's locked in just yet. I haven't quite checked exactly whether that match has ended yet, but they were doing well at the halftime point against Apex. Yeah, but both those teams, I mean, obviously there were some question marks surrounding Na'Vi and Mouz with that substitution factor, and it looks like they're doing okay for themselves.
Yeah. A little bit easier to navigate that CT side when you've got someone 20 bombing. That definitely helps out. JL definitely put his carry pants on. So we'll take a look at whether they're going to be able to grind that one out on the T side and get it done. Is that the same side of the bracket for Vertex? Will they play Apex if they lose?
I would assume, yeah, that would.
Yeah,
so
that would
make sense,
I don't think it's easy either way, Na'Vi or an Apex, but. Apex might be a little bit more palatable than a Mouz. We'll see.
We'll see indeed. We've got to talk quickly as well about our Air Force Aim High. And the player chosen this time around is Xertion. He topped the stats for Mouz. He went 16 and 6. He got 9 assists in there as well. ADR of 125 Pilski, 2.67 KD. Those are some pretty nasty numbers.
And this game went how I expected it to, which is opening duels were very, very important. Mouz across the board, particularly Shui and Xertion. Those were the aggressive riflers that you want to be seeing taking opening duels. Frozen as well is someone that, he can either be in that aggressive, duel-taking role when he's going up banana and things like that, but sometimes he'll be on the lurk. Sometimes he'll go for aggressive lurks where he finds entries that way. So I think that's something that Vertex struggled to deal with. And when you look at the opening kill head-to-head, a lot of the time it was Mouz. Even when it wasn't Mouz and Vertex found openings and they were in a 5 versus 4, you could see in the XVXs in the mid-rounds, Mouz knew exactly what they wanted to do, and it felt quite easy for the Mouz players to multi-frag. I think opening duels and multi-frags made the difference in this game, really.
What do you suppose the conversations are looking like in the Vertex camp at the moment? What's Kingfisher got to say to the team?
I don't know. I'm not sure he's that kind of motivational kind of person, to be honest. And I think for the majority of Vertex, it's probably more so going to have to be Brace who picks them up after a rough loss like that. It's something very difficult to deal with. Aussie teams playing these international teams, you get absolutely slammed, and it's something that you have to kind of, pick yourselves up. You've got it. It's a painful demo review a lot of the time, and sometimes you end the demo review and you go, "There's nothing really we could have done." It's really just down to confidence. We really didn't play like ourselves, and those are the worst ones because you can't make adaptations tactically. You can't make adjustments in terms of the raw tax of the game. It's really down to I've got to be a better version of myself in the server, and they just weren't themselves. Vertex outside of Malta, a couple of rounds here and there, Vertex just did not play well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to step it up going into their lower bracket match, and unfortunately for Vertex, that's going to happen tonight or later this afternoon, depending on where you're from. I think that's a tough turnaround as well for a team like Vertex, right? Because you're here in your home country, at least for these guys. Most of them don't actually live in Sydney, but you'd want to be sort of enjoying the moment. You'd want to be enjoying IEM Sydney, but very quickly you sort of rock up. It's day one, and then it's like, see you later. You're out. So not a great feeling if they do go down into that lower bracket and drop that game and get to play one day of IEM Sydney, which is an event that, quite frankly, for all of Australia, we've been looking forward to for 4 years.
Yep, 100%. These are the events that we all look forward to. I think qualifying for it even just would have been an honour, but, they want to do a little bit better. They're going to have to really just look at that best of one for what it was, pick themselves up, build back up the confidence, and hope that in a best of 3, they can kind of make something a little bit more palatable, even with the MR12 format, they're going to have more than, what was that? That was like a 20-minute game or something, you know, 20, 25 minutes to work their way into a series because, yeah, Jesus, that was fast. I'm not complaining about it from the broadcast side. I get to go chill for a little bit, you know, after a quick game like that.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll take a quick break, or maybe a bit of a longer one, given the fact that that game ended so quickly. But up next here on the B stream, it is Vitality and BetBoom. We'll see you in a minute.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
But looks like it's working for him. Back-to-back rounds where he lands a nice shot. And Na'Vi again, very happy to spread into this default. JL thinks he's got the timing.
Life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 This is the moment chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. We
It is day one of IEM Sydney 2023, and we are so happy to have you here with us on the B stream. Speaking of Bs, Pilski, it is Vitality and BB, BetBoom, are going to be playing the next match here on stream. And look, a lot of questions, obviously, that we had going into today about Counter-Strike 2. Will teams be able to transition across? If they were good in Go, will they be good in 2? I think Mouz kind of answered that in the first game that we got to watch against Vertex. Now we have to ask the same question of Vitality, who many might argue are still the #1 team in the world, but that is a position that feels a little tenuous now coming into Sydney.
It does. I would say, hello. Mouz, not really tested very much. I think BetBoom might be a little bit more of a test for Vitality. Definitely some players that at least have some Tier 1 experience on that team. Keen to see if that little formation of that core in combination with Innershine as well coming in as a coach is going to be a winning combination. In a best-of-1 against Vitality, it might be.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I actually see this matchup very similarly to our first matchup. Just storylining-wise, you've got a top team, a team that's in really good form in the form of Vitality / Mouz, and then you've got a team which is maybe a little bit more of an unknown in Vertex or BetBoom, a team that hasn't played in the most recent top tournaments, a team that has, in theory, been given a little bit more time to prepare on Counter-Strike 2. So a lot of those storylines are kind of paralleled.
Sure.
Obviously, we saw how that worked out for Vertex. At the end of the day, if you get into the server, you can't hit your shots and you're not playing the way that you would ideally like to be. Doesn't really matter too much because you just get run over.
Yeah, 100%. The individuals can be good enough to win these games, and especially MR12, you need less of a little run, as we just saw from JL, by the way, on the A stream. Insane individual performance to drag Na'Vi kicking and screaming to a dub there on Mirage.
Yeah, well, let's talk about what is on at hand now. It is Vitality and BetBoom heading into game number 2. And of course, for Vitality, again, we really reiterate that they are currently ranked as the #1 team in the world. But whether or not that will maintain going into tournaments after IEM Sydney, I think largely depends on their performance at this event.
100%. And look, Vitality, that's a lineup that you know and love. Obviously, did very, very well for themselves at their home major. And look, some of the tournaments after that, maybe not the placing that they would have won after you hit that podium of excellence. You know, you're clearly wanting to shoot for, you know, after you win something like the major, somewhat of an error. Unfortunately, showing a little shakiness, did drop to a series to Monty, who I think, you know, initially you might say, damn, they lost to Monty, maybe that's not expected. Monty is continuing to show again and again that they're a team that's worthy of these Tier 1 events.
I think the one big storyline, obviously, for this roster, though, that everyone is talking about is the Zonic effect. Whether or not that's going to make a difference, I guess we will also wait and see. On the face of it, though, I wonder whether or not it's such a massive deal coming into your very next event, right? They've still got all of that structure. They've still got all of that they've worked on. But will the lack of Zonic actually impact the team here at IEM Sydney? That's the question that I think we're looking to answer. Maybe not necessarily today, but going into the playoff stage in particular, that potentially could be a big deal. His presence on the stage, how much of an impact does that make? And obviously, he achieved what he set out to do with Vitality, but they're still a team that's going to persist post his departure. So where does that leave Vitality now, minus Zonic?
I actually am going to disagree with you here. I think it makes a massive difference, especially coming into a game like CS2, having that extra person to help out, having that extra person to be able to create the structure, to be able to make the adjustments. It makes a massive difference having someone to watch on while you're playing your practice games and kind of fine-tune things and all of that kind of stuff. It's very, very important. So I think they're going to miss that. What I think, though, is that it's not going to matter that much if the individuals are in fine form and are able to just kind of work things out on the fly. And they're still going to be a very, very good team.
Look, at the end of the day, Vitality does still have some structure around them. I believe they signed XTQZ again back into the roster. So he's obviously come in as the coach now, and so that's a familiar face within that ecosystem. But for BetBoom, question is, what are they going to be able to bring to the table here? They're still relative unknowns, and it's kind of funny to say that, Pilsy, because there's a lot of notable names in this roster, but we actually haven't seen the team BetBoom playing at a top event like this at all. This is their first go at it, essentially.
Yeah, obviously we got Kyron coming through from VP Outsiders, where he was coming in as the sixth man playing for Norbert and things like that. Nafany off of the back of the Cloud9 boys who are at this tournament right now. That'll be an interesting one to follow if we do end up making it deeper into the bracket. Zorte, someone who people have had their eye on him. Very, very talented AWPer. Very, very aggressive. Can find some nice flicky and impressive plays that you like to see. And then Siren coming off the back of Spirit. Sorry, I was going to say Secret. Wrong game. Wrong. What was I going to say? Wrong org. You know, he definitely has some decent tier 1 experience as well. So it's not like these guys, you know, if you're going to compare them to a Vertex, are lacking experience or anything like that. It's a question of, especially with Innershine as well, he was helping out at FaZe. These guys know how to play a tournament like this for the most part, outside of Danis, who we haven't seen very much of. So many unknown CIS talents out there that you know, you're picking up. But like you said in the pre-show, BetBoom, more time to play CS2, more time to get comfortable with the game than a team that was over at Pro League. So I think Vitality, you know, they did get knocked out a little earlier on. Maybe they'll have a tiny bit more time than, you know, maybe like a Mouz, who literally had to play till the last day, but I think regardless, they're going to have less time to get comfortable and palatable with CS2 than BetBoom will have.
I want to pick your brains on something in a second, but we've got to talk about the veto first, so let's get that one on the screen. But while this is coming through, Pilski, I just want to ask you whether or not you think this is, at least on our stream, the most upsettable game. Does that make sense? Is there more of a world where BetBoom can get the upset over Vitality than Vertex could, for example, against Mouz?
For sure.
Greyhound versus G2, Lynn Vision versus Ence.
I think BetBoom have an outside chance at picking this one up. I think Vitality, you know, they've shown that they've been susceptible, but they've only really lost to more solid teams for the most part. So, you know, losing to a team like Monty is no shame. A BO1 on Mirage, though. Look, yeah, against CIS players that are, if they're feeling fired up, if they're feeling ready, if they're well prepared, you know, it is definitely something that you can't take for granted. But on the flip side, if ZywOo, you know, decides you're not winning today, then you're not winning today.
Does it work like that in Counter-Strike 2, though?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, full faith?
Because, you know, you can make the, you can say, oh, AWPer and all that stuff. You can make that argument. Bro, ZywOo, give him any gun.
He gets it done with the rifle.
Give him any gun.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And he'll get it done. So...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a big task ahead, obviously, for BetBoom, right? This is, you're kind of going into Exodia, essentially, in your first game on a big tier 1 stage. But with that said, they are a pretty solid-looking squad. They've got a good core. They've got a good leadership structure. Yeah. They've got a lot of good individuals. There's every possibility that if today is not Vitality's day, they go down into that lower bracket off the back of a BO1
I always feel like these CIS teams have a chance. Like, there's just so much talent in CIS. And historically, you know, at majors and things like that, and a lot of tier 1 events, there's been teams where these CIS teams just get these upsets done sometimes. And in Go, that was definitely a thing. I really just wouldn't be surprised to see this BO1 be a bit of an upset. You know, definitely a lot of variance. So we'll see what we're going to get. This is a good chance for Nafany to redeem himself, though. This is a team where, you know, he's got some decent coaching staff to help him out in Innershine. He's got some good individuals around him. These, you know, this team has decent names on paper. So Nafany, this is a great tournament and a great chance with this team to kind of redeem himself after, you know, the whole Cloud9 debacle.
Indeed, indeed. The name of the game is Nafany's redemption, and also Vitality trying to hold on to that #1 spot post IEM Sydney. This is where their campaign starts. On Mirage in Counter-Strike 2, Vitality and BetBoom taking each other on. It'll be BetBoom that starts on the CT side, and Vitality working their way toward B.
5 sets of armor. They're just going to run straight out B apps.
Yeah, quick play from Vitality. I think they've been playing a little bit of CS2 in the background. They know how this one works. All swing and big ding. It is Flames to find a couple of kills off the gate. And unfortunately for BetBoom, not much you can really do about that. Pilski, you yourself are a B anchor on Mirage. You know how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't even in the best anchor positions, really, playing the pivot position on short there. Backside MBK. Danis trying to work his way through market. Oh, that's a real sharp shot from him coming out market side, trying to turn around this 3-on-5 here. Zorte, another one from him.
Yeah, hang on just a minute. Majors was able to pull one back, and so it is still numbers advantage for Vitality for a moment. Time is ticking away from BetBoom now, though, and that surely starts to secure it for Vitality. Pistol round in the books. A good first step in Counter-Strike 2.
It's 5 sets of armor. Run them down. Glock armor. Very oppressive, it feels like, right now in CS2. People talking about the Pika's advantage. People talking about how much you can swing around the place and, you know, deal a lot of damage on that T side. And, you know, running around with MAC-10s, running around with Glocks, something very difficult to deal with from the defender's side of things.
Apex is happy with it, which is good to see.
Full save here for BetBoom, so no second round force spike. Wanting to go for A1 armor, which I think is, you know, not too different from what we saw in CSGO on Mirage as well. Bit of an A stack here from the majority of the CTs. Wu, bit of a money man. Wants to start building up his cash for the AWP fund if he even ends up buying one at some point.
Yeah, I mean, T side, you can just run around with the rifles, hey?
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Oh!
Wu's too good, bro. Getting these anti-eco kills. And in the meanwhile, like I said, he's a bit of a money man here. The rest of Vitality the whole time were working out B. I mean, you know, it looks easy for the MAC-10. Then when you've got an AK...
Don't spray.
Yeah, things get a little more troublesome.
Apex has learned that one, I think, and so have we all. Kyron, he gets himself a nice headshot onto Wu, so, you know, I guess you make the argument a little bit of economic damage, but really, what is it? A MAC-10 lost. I don't think that Vitality's too disappointed by that one at all. Headshot on the Flames as well before he went down. But that's 2-0 for Vitality.
2 in a row. Working their way nicely through, but here we go for the gun round. We'll see what we're going to be getting from BetBoom. No MAC-10 kept over here on the side of Vitality. They're going to go straight into the fire rifle. Couple nice shots already from Dennis in the pistol. And Org. Yeah, Org has been a big point of discussion for a lot of teams here. Two-man setup towards middle initially, just a player floating into con. The majority of Vitality here, it's a 1-4. They're just going to creep out B-abs on the timing here.
That's going to work out perfectly as well. No one is defending the B site currently. That Org will be able to turn around and hold on to short, but even then they've been more or less completely locked out of the site at the moment. Kyron 1-for-1 trade. Siren does a good job of bringing that one back, but end of the day, you give up that much space against Vitality, they are going to take it, and they are going to punish you for it.
Yeah, Nafany quick on the flank here, though, is going to be critical. He needs to find his timing to take a peek, take a duel, and give some space to Dennis to try to creep out market.
Well, neither. Looks like they want to be the one to pull the trigger. Dennis does he have a little bit of an angle maybe over that smoke, waiting to see if any of the Vitality players are going to push their way in. Off the back of the flash, that is what will happen. Nade's not quite going to catch him, but there is no escape for BetBoom.
Nafany just going to save now.
He's been
waiting. Yeah, I wanted to see him take first contact for Dennis there, but he just really didn't have any impact in that round at all. And Vitality very quickly putting BetBoom's economy straight back in the bin here and off to a flying start here off the back of just some solid rifling, some solid aim, and just some simple no-nonsense Counter-Strike. A 1-4 on Mirage, utility pressure from Apex in middle. The rest of them creep out B apartments. BetBoom, you can see they were anticipating in that first gun round some kind of mid-controller, mid-default. They tried to go for that early mid-round crunch. Double short, connector, and window, all trying to pinch mid together and isolate any Ts that were looking to take space. But there was no Ts to take space. It was just Apex playing relatively defensively, making it look like a default, while the rest of Vitality found that timing onto B and just get themselves into an accelerated post-plant, which they win.
Just a quick pause here, guys. Looks like maybe it's Nafany that's restarting his PC.
Yeah,
I mean, it shouldn't be too long.
No one should be surprised by this. Just, you know, get ready. We might be seeing some more of this than usual.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, game one went pretty smoothly here and on the A stream, it seemed like. So, I don't know, I'm crossing my fingers. I feel like we've got the best team in the biz. Obviously, the referees, the admins, tournament operations, they've all been around the block. They know what they're doing. So, I have a positive outlook, where others might have a negative outlook, but I have a positive outlook. Maybe I'm just puffing on some hopium. I don't know.
And so far from BetBoom, we just really haven't seen them a chance to get into the game for the most part. Felt like the majority of the rounds, the Ts were just taking the pacing of the game quite quickly, working their way straight into the sites, just trading out frags and putting things into an XVX, both on pistol and the gun round, the anti-eco. Pretty easy peasy. So BetBoom Another half buy on the cards for them. I think they did save a rifle. Yeah, Nafany saved the A1S armor. So it'll probably be pistols around the A1S, although he has dropped one over to Kyron. So a little bit more aggressive is the approach here. Nafany actually going to give the rifles to Zorti and Kyron and take a deagle for himself. So not opting to hold it onto it for himself. There's a quick window smoke. Yeah, instant window smoke coming in from the lineup there from Vitality. Smoke onto Con as well as a ramp here from BetBoom, trying to keep the T's back initially. They are in a bit more of a default setup, but as they've seen the push into B apartments from Kyron, you're going to start to see the lean over towards the A side of the map here. Windows, smoke thrown into Palace from outside of Market there from Siren, and he's going to now pick up that mid responsibility as BetBoom move into a 1-1-3.
Patience a virtue for BetBoom right now. If they don't move, they're not in bad positions to make something happen.
Seen Mouz miss util, we've seen Vitality miss a window smoke.
Yeah, but no better time to do it than now. Although, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that maybe it's not. It's BO1, so you really don't want to be dropping this one. Either way, doesn't seem like that'll be a problem for Vitality. Double molly as well, by the way. Don't know if you saw that one. Does extra damage in CS2. Some damage, by the way, being done by BetBoom, but realistically speaking, this doesn't hurt Vitality's economy enough for it to be super relevant yet for BetBoom.
Yeah, Nafany's going to have to go down to MP9 next round, or Kyron's going to have to save that A1S. With no kit, though, I mean, he feels like he's got a decent timing out Palace. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. Not going to be easy.
No kit. We'll get the freebie onto Flames. And an AK upgrade as well. Only 11 bullets here. He's going to have to be pretty precise with that. But then again, no one wants to be spraying in CS2 anyway. So tap on the bomb. But he's got no idea where these two Ts are. And the fact that they've gone into CT spawn is what will be his undoing.
Yeah, open plant on triple there. You're reading that as a con, jungle, post plant, maybe a ramp, as that's not something you've cleared. You're not expecting double CT. Balls up for Vitality. Sig is the choice for Magisk, by the way. So Krieg may see some more popularity. The Org, definitely something that's been considered, but the Krieg coming out for Magisk. Many CS fans of Go will not be appreciating that meta. That was definitely a dark time. Vitality, this time a bit more of a mid-control approach from them. Quick smoke into windows, some utility pressure there on B apartments. Nafany's found a nice timing with this MP9 to creep through Palace. Will he catch Magisk, who seems well aware of this being a possibility, but the double ding from the MP9, it at least is traded by Spinks.
Yeah, I think you'll take that if you're Nafany.
Vitality, though, they know they've lost control of that A side of the map. How will they respond? They've smoked top con, re-smoke into window. Does seem like they want to kick off a mid to B.
Quick up short. Sorte watching. And Danis gets himself another one as well. It's starting to come together for BetBoom. Hasn't been anything explosive from them really yet. This is more of a standard round than anything else as well. But it is nice to get on the board. Especially when you were down 4-0. It started to feel like Vitality were really having a bit too easy of a time here in this best of one.
So we're in connector, waiting for someone on that A side to make a mistake in terms of rotations, either moving from a close position to a retake position or a retake position to take some control of the site. Finds Kyron on a nice timing. Now it's just one player on ticket. The rest of the CT's on the B side of the map here, so there's definitely space for Vitality to get into an after plant.
Oh, this is where Zaiwu looks to activate, but Zorte is ready and waiting. So it's just on to Spinks. The flash is going to hinder him for a second, but can still get the plant down. No. Good round for the AWPA on the CT side. Zorte picks up 3. And that's the first one on the board for BetBoom.
A little too thick there on triple. Whole booty sticking out on the plant. Good round from Zorte. Does quite well for himself. Going to be a steadying round here for BetBoom as another Org picked up by Kyron. No Krieg this time from Magisk. And Vitality running out of cash. They have emptied the coffers into this round, so this could be a potential chance for reset with 1900 loss bonus on the side of the T's. BetBoom very important round for them to pick up, and it would be even better if they can do so with a couple of guns alive there. Money's not great either. Somewhat of a swing round for both teams. Vitality in a 1-4 setup. Magus lurking outside apps. They are slowly looking to take more and more space in middle here, Vitality. Smoke goes into window. T's now starting to creep around towards Con. Progression smoke top Con side. Information denied to the CTs now. What will Vitality's next move be? Gonna go and take ladder now. Got a lot of presence in middle. But middle is not the bomb site. This is where you need to start to see the shift in the rotations, and that's exactly what we see. Vitality going to be kicking off a bit of a mid to A split. Nafany needs to try to find success disrupting this from window.
It's looking pretty scared of moving at the moment.
Another missed util. Another missed piece of util. That's 4 today from top teams.
From maybe the best 2 teams in the world at the moment. Or certainly an argument to be made for that. Either way, that, not too bad from Magisk. And Spinks is going to be able to crack open Zorte's head as well. So 3 on 5 from the outset. BetBoom really relying now on Nafany creeping up from Connector here to do a bit of that work. And there's an open plan for Vitality. No one was watching Connector. The trade will come through, but it is a disruption if nothing else. Won't matter in the end. No extra timing going the way of BetBoom. Not quite the 100% clean game from Vitality so far.
Missed opportunity for BetBoom, though. That was a great chance to reset Vitality's economy and actually start to creep into this game on the CT side. They've missed their window, Jordan. Vitality, particularly with 4 alive here. And even if they could take this last gun away, they are off to a flying start here on Mirage. That may be too much for BetBoom to handle. Apex will certainly be traded by Spinks. So 3 alive for Vitality. They continue this nice run on the T side, and undoubtedly we'll see a half bite from BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, I think what this is continuing to reinforce for me is the fact that the top teams that were the top teams in CSGO are going to remain the top teams in CS2. At least it doesn't seem like anything has necessarily rocked the boat in that department so far. We had Mouz with a really clean dub over Vertex. We had Na'Vi with that solid dub over Apex. And now, so far, Vitality not really having too much difficulty with BetBoom.
Attack timeout going to be taken. So, I mean, heading into a round like this, that's a nice spam straight through to Magisk. You know, not that many adjustments that you can make into this next round unless you're coming up with some set play on the half buy, really, for the CT side of things. But more so looking to adjust things in terms of, you know, your mentality. Oh, they are actually investing a fair bit in this round as well. A1S and armor on 2 players. So again, it's 2 rifles and pistol armor from the majority of BetBoom looking to try to make something happen. Quick out Palace. It's a Palace bomb. Aggression from Vitality after a long, lengthy tech pause where you discuss all your options, you think about things, and all of that gets thrown out the window 10 seconds into the round.
I mean, at the very least, the 2 rifles are still alive, so if you want to save as BetBoom, that option is there, but certainly any thought of winning this round is gone. And that's a masterstroke from Apex. Nice call to go straight into the A-bomb site, disrupt, and BetBoom have no answer for it, so 6-1's going to be the scoreline. I feel like we're getting some pretty one-sided games so far today on the B stream. And I wonder if that's going to change. When you think about the matches coming up next as well, Ence, Lynn Vision. Do I want to be baited into having faith in an Asian team again? Maybe I do.
I'm willing to go full bias at this point.
And then obviously Greyhound G2. That's another one of a mismatch. So we could have a very quick day today on day 1 of our IEM Sydney.
Yeah. Up to BetBoom, really, to change that narrative. Like you said, saving on 2 rifles here for themselves, so going to have a pretty serviceable buy, or Zorte going to pick the AWP up yet again. Showed us a nice little round on that. Kyron, very committed to this AUG, round in, round out. Vitality, already quite happy with how this half's going. Great cash has been brought up there. Missed window smoke, number 5.
Who's throwing it?
Missed piece of util here. From top teams at IEM Sydney, CS2 is problematic, to say the least.
Yeah, that's, I mean, look, is that acceptable? I don't think so. Even if it is the first event You want to be the best team in the world. You can't be affording to miss a mid-window smoke on Mirage. Like, okay, there might be some more convoluted smokes going around, but a mid-window smoke on Mirage, like that is the bread and butter. That's the first smoke you learn pretty much when you start playing CS.
Flames now 1-on-3. Vitality heavily punished for that missed piece of util. Timing into B is definitely an option here. Siren playing that pivot position over from Brick side. If he gets picked, then the B side's open for the taking, but he's actually committed more to mid. BetBoom, I like that they're staying active in the mid round. They've cleaned out the middle of the map. They know Flames isn't over there.
Yeah, May just had a couple of nice kills over on that A-bomb site, which has made it interesting enough for Flames. Especially if he gets that kill now, there's a chance to get that bomb plant down. He's got a bit of util here as well. Smokes himself off on the site, has a molly, has a nade. Can he find a way to isolate a 1v1? Surely BetBoom are good enough to not give him that opportunity, but yeah. Just getting a little bit too busy was Flames. Didn't really have too many places to go though. BetBoom were pretty quick on that rotate. So fairly routine 2-on-1 clutch for the CT side.
So BetBoom starting to turn their fortunes around. 4 rounds left of play. 2 guns surviving. Not going to be super amazing for their economy. Vitality with a wealth of cash in the back pocket though. Yeah, there was already 2 ready for that. You can see the frustration there. Missing a very standard piece of util.
Well, let's just have a bit of a look here. Oh, window smoke's gone through again. This time it looks like it's connected. Can't tell who threw it. Weren't quickly back into the game enough, but jumping run boost for Flames gets himself across to top mid boxes. And Nafany, blowing open the smoke, gets himself a little bit of info. And this is a CT smoke that you're going to see, I think, a lot. It's a smoke that I've heard a lot about. We're seeing a lot of CTs throwing it. It just allows you to get out into mid. Sort of play around the edges of it as well.
Slow tempo round for Vitality. Set up Zywoo to walk out A ramp with the AWP here in the mid to late round, which kind of indicates that this will likely be an A ending here for Vitality. They're holding a lot of util into the mid to late round, and BetBoom have actually moved through a lot of their utility themselves, trying to contest middle. 55 seconds on the clock now. Spinks making moves towards underpass. Smoke goes into window. Definitely going to be looking at some connector control at a bit of an A-split. Nafany can see all of Catwalk, though, before that smoke starts to bloom. So he knows no one's going mid to B here. BetBoom have got a pretty good read on what should be happening this round, and the rotation's coming over from Kyron.
Yeah, Zorte has been given that information. He's sort of keeping an eye on main, but he's also thinking about connector. He's going to be flashed off the line. Nafany steps up. Drops himself down into that sandwich. It won't work out for him, and Kyron, the tick came through. I don't know, has Zywoo heard it? It seemed like it didn't quite get heard. An Apex shot in the back by Nafany has nowhere to go. This time, BetBoom get the read, and they're able to hold on to the site quite comfortably in the end. So Vitality going to have to go back to plan B. I didn't know there was another player sitting behind default, and that's where the round really fell apart. He did take a tick from a Molotov, though.
Extra rotation over. They had great information gathered there from BetBoom. Great rotation timing. Vitality just took way too long to get going. Now on the half by, charging up middle into 5 players. Nafany, it's a messy spray, but he's getting away with it. This is absolute robbery. HE nade to zone those T's back away, and he's falling back into the safety of the 3-man crossfire in middle. And again, BetBoom, this seems to be what they're going for, Jordan. They are playing really heavy middle, aggressing, taking duels, looking to pinch in the early to mid round and not let Vitality have this mid control.
Apex does have an AK in this round. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. He can still definitely do a bit of damage with that. Trouble is there's no real pieces of util to enable him. No flashes. So it's really just going to be off the back of Vitality. Swinging into mid to try to do some damage, and that's pretty good. 3 kills already. Apex still alive. Double swing from BetBoom, though, gets it done. So they survive with 2 guns alive, but Vitality keeping that economic pressure up, even without investing too much into that round.
Boom definitely making a bit of a resurgence back into this game. Getting themselves more and more comfortable as things start to move on.
Attack pause from Vitality. Maybe need to chat about that window smoke.
No, we've got to move on from that. This is a pretty important round, though. Timeout coming in from Vitality. 3 timeouts a game in the current format, worth mentioning. And BetBoom, they've got a little bit of cash in the back pocket, so 1900 loss bonus. I think they're pretty good to put a buy together in the last, especially if they save 1 or 2 rifles. Vitality, on the other hand, I don't know that they have they don't really have much cash left over. After a round like this, it's a great chance for BetBoom to go 6-6 here. This would be a great round for them to win.
Yeah.
Affinity having a pretty decent game for himself as well, has to be said. Vitality early on, looking like a bit of a 1-3-1 from them. Some presence over at A. Sphinx, a little bit of util pressure towards B. Zorte's been great in the openers on the AWP, even grabbing himself a man advantage for BetBoom on the A4, just peeking into underpass. Vitality, after the long tack, this is where you have to make things happen a little bit more on the fly. You've lost that man advantage. Now you've got to go and lean more on those mid-round plays, and it looks like they're looking to put heavy pressure over onto Catwalk and turn this into a B split.
ZywOo almost gets himself a timing there. In the end, it'll actually be Flames to find Kyron, and they know that Siren is somewhere lurking around on the site. At least he's got himself a smoke to hide behind. That's not going to keep him alive for long, and Zorte on that rotation also goes down early. Nafany has been able to cross the door. Flames in Africa doesn't quite manage to hold on to it. Bomb at least was planted for Vitality, but now it's down to a 2v1 for Nafany, whose head will be ripped off. And it is 7-4 Vitality. At the 11th hour, it was looking like they were losing control of the half, but they bite back, and 1 round to go in the half can still post a pretty competitive scoreline if they get to that 8-4.
Yeah, that's another pretty critical round that BetBoom have missed the boat on. You know, there was one earlier as well. They could have reset the T-side economy and had a good window to start to make things happen on this CT side a little earlier. That's another pretty important round that they've let go by the wayside, unfortunately. Vitality now looking to pick up the pace a little quicker here into the A side. Nice nade to chip down Magisk a little bit more. Siren to hold from under Bauk here. MP9 on Ticket is going to be difficult to navigate.
Well, Siren, even through the fire and flames, is able to get himself 1. No more than that, though, as we're back into the 3-on-3. Zorte can't strike, misses his shot. ZywOo won't make that mistake. Down again to Nafany. Kyron there alongside him. Headshot will go through. No, never mind. It wasn't a headshot onto Magisk. Sphinx is dealt with by the MP9, which seems to be a pretty big threat in CS2. But still, Kyron has to negotiate now a 1-on-2. Magisk is a bit low. He's a bit scared. But Kyron's gone to the wrong bomb site. And so he'll be able to walk out onto A more than comfortably. And it's a very open plant, so how do you even possibly win this one as Kyron? These two teams could literally be anywhere. ZywOo could be running all the way into mid, playing from connector and win the round in the late stages, but unnecessary. Gets a bit of info off that flash that there is a player in main. We'll be able to pick up the M4A1S, but again, it's just too big of a crossfire to break. So at the end of the half, Vitality win a pretty routine round. 8-4 the scoreline. Vitality looking good. BetBoom were not without their opportunities in that first half, but it's safe to say that they didn't quite grasp them as much as they needed to. 8-4, still a fairly solid scoreline for Vitality. If it was CSGO, this would be a 10-5 half. We'd be saying that was really good from Vitality. So I think at this point, they are looking quite solid to win their first map of CS2, even with a couple of missed pieces of utility. That has been the talk of the town so far.
Retake setup from Magus, looking to chip down the numbers before BetBoom can get into a post plant here. And oh, what is that? Hello, Dennis on these pistols has been insane.
That's going to be the bomb plant for BetBoom. And a lot of map control to boot. We have to be aware of ZywOo working his way through T-spawn. That is going to be the X factor for Vitality. And the rest of the CTs are just taking it slowly. Apex chimes in with one, which is good. ZywOo knows he has a freebie onto Zorte. Here's where it'll start to pick up the pace a little bit. BetBoom need to get something done. Kyron hiding behind triple. That Glock not doing him any favors at all, and he is just going to be booked out of the server by ZywOo. It's just Siren left alive. Defusers on. Shots are hit. Vitality win the pistol, and with that, they can now start to think about winning the map.
Yeah, BetBoom. Too many missed opportunities. You know, they get a man advantage in pistol. They definitely could have taken that if they had just made some better moves in the mid to late round there. Reminds me of the CT side. Really, they had these two really important swing rounds that they could have grasped with both hands. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be the tale of their Mirage best of one here against Vitality. Really what could have been if some of these rounds had gone a little bit better. But you cannot just discount the brilliance that Vitality brings in with the individuals in the server. No weak points anywhere across the board. Everyone turning up to this game so far. BetBoom with the force buy though here.
All right. Well, Magus is down to 1 HP and then finished off. A much better entry this time from BetBoom. Three players drop in the blink of an eye.
This could turn things around. I mean, Vitality already thinking about a bit of a save here. Flames trying to fashion himself an M4 inside that smoke, and he's been able to pitch that one and try to get out of dodge in time, but not allowed to exit back towards market side. And that crab spray from Spinks, that might have worked in CSGO. Can't, unfortunately, finish off the kill. BetBoom, what an excellent force buy to start to turn this game around. That was much needed from them. They just exploded out onto that A site.
Yeah.
And half of Vitality was dead in the blink of an eye. That's going to crush the CT side economy, forces them on a double eco, which means they're going to go for Deagles and armor here. Not even ZywOo is saving. So BetBoom, a great opportunity here. If they can complete this anti-force, they can actually start to make this a competitive match here.
So that's really been the storyline, though, for BetBoom, that they've been fighting from behind for the entirety of this matchup. Haven't really been writing their own story so far. They've just been trying to play catch-up with Vitality. Still a ways to go before that is secured. 9-5 the scoreline at the moment. And Affity's been able to work his way all the way into the top of connector. So once again, it will just be an A split. Now, there are Vitality members here, and this is where things can go wrong for BetBoom. Flames already got himself one, but no more than that.
They're back in it. Apex probably looking to just save the Deagle armor and even try to find some exits if he can, but BetBoom, it's going to be a 6 for them into an anti-eco. All of a sudden, Jordan, a 9-7 half. Looks like a much more winnable game.
I suppose we'll get to see what BetBoom has been cooking up in the lab. We spoke about it a lot in the pre-match, that they've had a lot of time, more lead-in time definitely than most of the top teams at this event, all of whom were at ESL Pro League Season 18. BetBoom, of course, was not. They've got Nafany and a pretty good leadership structure around him, support structure. Coaching staff quite experienced as well for this BetBoom roster. So this is where the fruits of your labor can really have a big impact. I think at a best of one, MR12, of course, you're not going to get a better time, a better opportunity or chance to take down a team like Vitality and really throw a fox among the hen house for IEM Sydney, right? If Vitality goes down into the lower bracket, that is going to start to cause a bit of a ruckus.
HE nade to the top con smoke. That's going to be something that I think could be quite strong here for the T's looking to turn these mid controls into A splits. blow open that top con smoke, and all of a sudden what could be a bit of a 50-50 fight for you as a T can create a nice timing to turn that connector control into a very, very convincing looking A-split. BetBoom, even in this anti-eco, look to continue to hammer home the point of this A site being a perceived weakness.
Kyra needs a bink, and then a second one, but no more than that again for Vitality. They start these eco rounds nicely with an initial kill, but they can't seem to follow it up with too much. So generally speaking, they've been pretty solid from BetBoom so far.
Yeah, and now they've built themselves up a absolutely juicy looking economy. 5 dig on all of these players, close to 10k for, 4 dig on all of these players, close to 10k on some of them rather. 9-7, it's a much more attainable scoreline for a team like BetBoom, and Vitality, look, Zaibu's going to have to go for a glass cannon here, I'm almost certain of it. The rest of the boys, very limited util. What is that? 8 to 10 grenades across the entire team for Vitality. They're going to have to get a lot done with a little. Opening duels go 1 for 1, and BetBoom continuing to apply the pace and the pressure over on this A side of the map. Flames playing from Ninja, backed up by Mages. Apex rotating in on connector side.
Siren getting a lot of space already, and that's a nice spray transfer. See a little bit more of that. We'll start to get excited about Counter-Strike 2. Speaking of which, 3 on 2. Mages is creeping around the side of the smoke. He has the knowledge that there's nothing happening on A.
Kyron just listening to the rotations in underpass here. He wants to try to pick the timing, and I'm sure he can hear Zaibu making his way into market here. Kyron now understanding that with that player rotating over on market side, he may have a timing to slip into window. And with 50 seconds, BetBoom have got plenty of time to allow him to have the impact in this round. He's creeping through murder hole. They just need to wait. They don't need to go here. They're hiding in kitchen. They're giving Kyron time to get this pick over on the B side. Surely he should trade this frag.
Well, Zaiwu seems to at least have...
What?
Oh,
Where's that gone?
Almost
Jordan!
got unlucky. I thought he had the wherewithal to understand maybe that there was someone coming through from Marcus. I thought he was playing safe from it, but he was stepped back a little bit too far.
Mages is going to save. He doesn't have a kit. Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. What? Am I crazy? Do we have a replay? That was dead on.
I'm sure we've got a replay.
That was dead on. I'm going to watch the replay for myself on the stream.
You're just a hater, Pilski.
That's gone to bloody Narnia, mate. Mr. Tumnus has caught that one in the side of the bloody horn.
I don't know if they told the players that when you spray in Australia, you actually have to go the other direction.
Yeah,
like, you have to pull your mouse
it's like
up,
a toilet.
not down. So
yeah, that's why some Aussie pros used to play inverted mouse, as far as I understand it. Nice exits from Mages. Usually I get a bit more excited about those exits, but look at BetBoom's economy, bro. 5 dig economy. They literally don't care. They say take our AKs. Yeah, Chad agrees with me. I'm not crazy.
Well, we'll get a replay here. Look at that from Siren though. Not bad.
Yeah,
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Get Gabe on the phone. Where is he?
I'm seeing what you're seeing.
Same time zone. He's awake. I know it. All right, half buy coming out for Vitality. Magus holding the hero rifle here. BetBoom fired man straight through mid. It's a bloody wolf pack. 1 for 1 on Magus here.
Not really seeing too much from BetBoom beyond taking control of mid so far. They're going to have to go back and retrieve that bomb. That slows things down a little. But progression of smoke from Nafani as he does smoke off jungle. And Saiwu can't get anything done. Apex is locked behind the smoke. What are we calling it, Pilski? Blowing, booming, donking?
I'm just saying blowing open the smoke.
I feel like blowing feels the most natural to me when I'm casting. I don't know what people have been calling it in their MM games and such. I like blowing. Makes sense, right? Because the smoke does get blown.
Yeah.
But it's also like blowing up, so I kind of like it, personally.
Kind of liking BetBoom right now, bro. 9 apiece. Look, exits are nice again, but BetBoom's got very good money. They don't really care too much about losing these rifles. And Vitality just trying to keep the T's interested. They're trying to take all of their guns away, rob them of any future buys, but look, this round's done and dusted. Dennis going to close it down. And BetBoom now applying the press to Vitality. You'd love to have someone like Zonic to take a timeout here and have a chat with the boys.
That's for sure.
He ain't here anymore.
Well, if this goes through, it would be the first big upset of IEM Sydney, and I'm sure not the only.
And I'm not even surprised. Like, I looked at this BetBoom roster on paper. I'm like, man, these Russian players are cracked. Can't underestimate them. Straight back to A, Jordan. We ain't messing around. I'm not interested in mid control. It's a 1-3-1 for Vitality. Magus, again, is tasked with holding down this A site all on his lonesome. ZywOo.
Oh, okay, let's look at this.
Ooh, little Eggsy.
What are they setting up? What are they cooking?
Getting planned here. Let BetBoom cook. Let's see. That's another smoke from Kyron, by the way. This is like a 4-smoke Eggsy.
Oh, front side smokes, actually.
Oh, this is sick.
Okay, Apex jumps up on top of the firebox. Can't get more than one for that.
Oh, Kyron
will miss a shot, and it is Kyron really just running and gunning that gets BetBoom into the site. Plant's gone down, but the numbers are still decent enough. Vitality, smokes are starting to fade. Nafany's caught out in no man's land. Zorte's made some noise. They know where he is. The 1v1's been given over. Flames.
No kit.
Has given it to Spinks and unfortunately can't get that 1v1 over the line. BetBoom come up with a big round.
They're getting fired up, and Kyron, he's feeling it after those entries. He cracked that A side open with ease. Straight out the A ramp smoke after it gets blown open, and with that execute, this is the sick thing. Okay, that one was full. Anyway, this this is the sick thing about these pre-planned executes with the full wall of smoke, is that he knows he can jump up on default like that. That's his entry pathing. That is very much pre-planned, and Vitality were not ready for that. Mid-aggression here. T's trade out favorably. Dane is just too good on these entries.
It's happening.
It's happening. It is. And this is the thing about CT side economy. When the T's have been able to win that second round force buy, it's even more pronounced in CS2. That's the top con smoke.
Another window smoke refresh attempt. I think
It's
it
missed.
Yeah.
It's missed. Another one. This is crazy. Someone count this. Chat. Okay, everyone in chat, I'm going to need to see your missed util counters, okay? Let's try and agree. Everyone write the same number together.
Same number at
this
the
never
same
goes
time.
wrong.
I think we're at about like 8 or 9.
Yeah. It's getting close to double digits in these two BO1s. Kind of crazy.
And yeah, exactly. That's just the B stream. I mean, what do we know about the A stream? Maybe something's happening over there as well. Player in jail, hasn't quite yet been cleared out. Apex can't hit the shots he needs. He thought maybe he killed Nafany. I'm not sure. Either way, he's done and dusted, and so is the B site. Vitality are at a very great risk now of dropping this best of one against BetBoom. And boy, oh boy, what a disaster that would be. What a mess that would mean for IEM Sydney.
This is just classic. Playing a CIS team in the opening BO1 of an important tournament. You know, usually it's the Aussie teams that have to deal with this kind of thing. These guys, they love a BO1. They love to get in your face and force you to pass the firepower test.
Yep.
Cute little A execute, little pocket strats thrown in there as well from BetBoom. Half bite once again for Vitality, and BetBoom just continue applying the pressure. They say, this is CS2, we run at you as 5, and you have to shoot us or you're going to lose.
4 on 3 for Vitality. Not a great look in this round. Apex is solo holding the B site with a Deagle only. If BetBoom were to go in that direction, then they would almost definitely win the round, you'd think. But all I have to say right now is that Nafany's redemption is well underway. This is a great start to the campaign for BetBoom at IEM Sydney, for CS2, and really for this team in general. I know they've played a little bit here and there, but this is the first big showing, the first big outing for BetBoom. And if they can start well, if they can perform well at IEM Sydney, then that's going to start to turn the heads.
BetBoom, they cut sound in the mid-round. Expecting some aggression out of Vitality, who opt to just stack the B site. Only got Deagles and Armor and 1 A, 1 S. You know, they're just going to gamble in this 3-on-4. You can't blame them for doing so. BetBoom, though, they turn this mid-control into an A-site play. Got a lot of different angles to clear out. That's going to take quite a while, which means there may be opportunities here for ZywOo. He's been allowed to creep into jungle side. If unchecked by Zorte, this could be problematic, but not going to be an issue.
Well, BetBoom's going to be 1 round away. This will be their 12th. Zorte's not letting anyone past him at this point. of damage being done. But there you have it. Sorte 4-2 and 12 for BetBoom. On the precipice now.
They've got more than enough economy to continue buying out the rest of this half. Vitality, very little room for error. And we're not just talking about, you know, obviously the fact that they have to win every round from here. The fashion that they win the round is very important too. To be able to complete these 3 buys back-to-back, you have to have somewhat clean CT side gun rounds. So you're going to be going down to these lesser tier weaponry, which, given in CS2, might not be as much of an issue as in previous. But Vitality, clearly starting to crack apart a little bit. And without the veteran coaching presence that they might be needing here, I'm unfortunately not sure if they're going to be able to deal with it.
The Cameron's really done him like that, haven't they? But I'll tell you what.
Wait, did Zonic shave or?
Yeah, he's looking good.
Looking different from the last time I saw him. Tack timeout for BetBoom. Also going to have a chat. They've got multiple tacks. They know how important it is to make sure they're keeping the boys on the same page to close out this game. All comes out from Zywoo. Util, once again, very limited. I feel like we have not seen a single buy from Vitality where they have enough grenades this entire game. And that is a side effect of the CT side economy. The current state of the economy in MR12, you know, we said it was problematic in MR15, Jordan. You lose round 2 on the CT side against the force buy post-bomb plant, which is exactly what BetBoom did this game. Your economy never recovers. In MR12, bro, Jesus. Yeah. They haven't had a good buy this entire game.
Nope. And they might not.
They've never had enough grenades.
It might be done in 2 minutes' time. We could be saying Vitality down to the lower bracket. BetBoom get the dub. 13-9. It is certainly what BetBoom would be looking for, but there's a miss.
Another window smoke from BetBoom.
Get the counter going again, please.
Jesus Christ.
I really didn't think it would be this bad. I actually really didn't think it would be this bad.
1-3-1 from Vitality. BetBoom looking to creep out Palace in the mid-round here. Siren's been lost. Spinks shooting through his own feet, and out comes the Palace pop.
He's going to lose his head, so that's the A side. Actually cracked open. It's kind of worked out in the end for BetBoom. A lot of presence in mid from Vitality, but it does leave the A site relatively undefended. Control of the site has been a bit difficult to take for BetBoom, but they are starting to work their way into jungle now. Nothing in CT, and they have to be a bit concerned about that. Full retake still yet to come from Vitality, but they are waiting for Spinks to make his way through from Team Spawn. Slow and steady wins the race for BetBoom right now. Static in their positions, and that'll be a free beat for Nafany. Execute Apex, but I think he waited a bit too long. Zorte went down. It's Nafany to try to clutch out here for BetBoom. Defuse is on, and there's nothing he can do. Did you notice that? Nafany, he thought about holding the trigger discipline as Apex swings out from jungle, realizes his mistake after Apex gets a kill on Zorte. Had he not done so, execute Apex straight away. Maybe there's a different sort of a situation there for BetBoom, but ultimately, Vitality survive.
3 alive as well. Very important to win with enough players surviving to get yourself exactly this. They finally got a good buy together. Full util here on Vitality. Playing a bit fairer of a fight here against BetBoom, who once again are looking for a Palace timing in the mid-round here. They've been keeping things relatively simple on this T side so far. Zywoo trying to blow open the smoke and find himself a timing. Missed Molotov into window there from Spinks. Out comes the Palace creep. Nafany punished by Magus.
Trades attempt at least coming through here from BetBoom, but that is not going to work against a team of the caliber of Vitality. Well, just as we started to think about maybe seeing our first upset at IEM Sydney, now we have to start thinking about our first potential overtime of IEM Sydney, because Kyron not going to pick up the 1v3, and there is 1 round in it for both teams. Vitality to get to 12-12 to secure OT, of course, in this new MR12 setup, and for BetBoom to get themselves a 13-11 dub.
Be going to OT here, but like I said, BetBoom, plenty of cash to continue to reinvest in any of these gun rounds. They've continued to try to play this up-tempo brand of Counter-Strike. Wolfpack, fast Palace pops, aggression out A main early in the round, running straight through mid. Window smoke missed again! Oh my god! They've had to refresh that pop flash into middle here. Aggression on the timing from Apex, applying pressure from Catwalk. Flames, and Apex going to get that opener.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Nafany. Just straight into the pre-fire from Apex, but Kyron does a good job of retaking that space straight afterward. Back to the 4-on-4. It's really hanging in the balance now for Vitality. ZywOo, he knows Danist is low. He's got that pistol out, and there is no escape. So it's going to have to come down to Kyron. I think this push into jungle is going to be a big one. Timing doesn't quite work out for him. Overtime certainly on offer now for Vitality. BetBoom just haven't quite been able to seal the deal. 2v4 though. Maybe Zyron and Zorte can still make something happen.
The Sphinx from bench, backed up by Flames in market. No AWP on this side of the map. It's going to try to play off of each other's contact. Flames definitely bait a little for Sphinx here. Playing that window cross, but that's a great timing. They start to spring out carpets. Flames going to clean one up, and that's going to be Sphinx to push us through to overtime.
So 12-12, as you would know, if you've been keeping up to date, is the new scoreline that we're looking for.
Now we get to play MR16. Yay!
Exactly.
We're back.
Hey, it's just a normal game of CSGO.
All good.
And
All
that,
good,
to be fair,
guys.
might help the players, because, again, CSGO, you wouldn't be seeing this many pieces of util missed, but CS2 certainly brings with it some challenges.
This game deserves OT, though. BetBoom, they would have wished that it wouldn't have gone to this position, because now Vitality get these full buys up. I love how the observers just keeping tabs. Did it hit this time?
Yeah, I mean,
thank you so much for keeping track of that.
To be fair, you've got to do it every round. It feels like every second round it misses, so.
Going to be a quick A split here. BetBoom, 2 players in middle. Going to refresh that window smoke. Molly goes in towards underpass. Nafany trying to creep into connector rather, on the timing from Zorte. Sphinx with the entry onto Zorte top mid though.
Not a great start to the OT so far for BetBoom, down on numbers and trying to work their way into A. Though, a couple of nice entries from Kyron and Danist. And all of a sudden, there's a different storyline. Have to go back and collect the bomb. But Vitality now in a precarious position. And Nafany trying to cut off these rotations. Timing won't work out for him. He was worried about the murder hole, but it was Sphinx coming through from window. But even still, BetBoom have been able to achieve what they set out to do. That's planting the bomb on B, retaking control of jungle. Flames! It's the headshot, but with an A1S, that's not enough. And it's now on to ZywOo and Sphinx. Molotov into Tetris will be quite beneficial. Danist is still good enough to get one before he goes down. So sharp. And he's been great on the entry so far today for BetBoom. I think ZywOo's run out of time now. We've still got that nade held in the back pocket for Siren. They're surely just going to nade the smoke. And that is exactly what we've been talking about in the lead up to this event, Pilly. We've been talking to players. We've been saying, will you guys be holding nades later on? And they do.
Yeah, T-side after plant, in particular in a position like that. The smoke defuses is what puts pressure on the T's to come out and pick the bomb. I guess that it's still going to be the save, but you can't rely on that smoke defuse with the nade to blow open the smoke like that. That makes a massive difference in a situation like that.
Smoke defusers are not necessarily a thing of the past, but they're not going to be as easy to pull off as they were in Gove.
As we can see from the replay there, the air tastes a little sweeter here down under.
It does. I've actually heard that from a few people I've spoken to. They're like, man, your air is so nice.
Yep.
I was like, thank you.
Thanks, man. I made it myself.
I made it myself. I breathed it out.
I breathed it in.
Yep.
And then I breathed out into the trees. They made the air. We're all, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not really a scientist, Jordan, you know, but
I can tell.
as far as I understand, that's what happens. So, look, any of you guys, I know some of you guys on the stream are in high school. Feel free to use me as your reference on your science homework. Easy peasy. You're welcome. There we go. Smoke to window from BetBoom. They're running a 2-3 again, this time with a bit more underpass pressure from Nafany. He's going to try to beat the Molotov, and that's going to work beautifully. Nice entry onto Apex, puts pressure back on Vitality. He's just cracking things open from connector here, leading from the front.
Doesn't seem to get any easier for Vitality, even though they've made it into the OT. They are able to bring a couple back. Still Zorte spinning around in connector. Keeps the numbers advantageous for BetBoom. Man, Vitality are really having to do this the hard way. Feels like every single round they're down on numbers, or they're out-positioned, or they're coming back from behind. It never feels like, at least for the last maybe 5-6 rounds in a row, they've been in a favorable spot. Mage's timing, fantastic, and great raw adjustment onto Danist, leaves it onto Siren Solo. He's flashed out, but they don't know he's here. Or do they? Double swing. 13-13, just as I'm starting to try to build up some kind of storyline. Magic says, no thank you very much.
He's just been tested on that A site the entire game, even in the regulation. BetBoom was running at him for like the first 10 rounds straight. And Nafany's going to feel hard done by. You know, he should have felt like, I've done enough. I've just run up connector and double entry, and we still haven't converted the round. And that is just the multi-fragging potential of Vitality. Oh, Major's just rolling around on ice skates that round. Still finds that adjustment onto the Palace player. Aggression towards top middle. Zaibu trying to find that timing to pick the player top mid here. BetBoom. I feel like they want to go for a B-Apps timing. It's a 1-4, similar to what Vitality did in regulation. They find the entry onto Flames.
Yeah, nice entry, but can they deal with Spinks? He's good for 2, which
So
is
much
enough
damage
to keep the numbers even, but not enough to deny the plan. Apex has charged his way outdoor. They know that, and they do dispatch of him. He tried to find that timing, but in fact, he's actually made the job more difficult now for Majors and Zaibu, who will have to do it as a duo. And Zaibu's completely, I wasn't going to say smoked off, but it's faded. Still, time's ticking away. BetBoom looking pretty good to take 2 into the second half of OT. Zaibu has cracked 1 open, but now he is alone, and he'll have to do something special, which is not possible. 14-13, BetBoom again in the lead.
Nafany warming things up in OT. Nice little multi-frag to close things out. And once again, similar to regulation, BetBoom going to apply the press to Vitality. Force them to respond on their own T side, which went quite well for them. An 8-4 T side. So they're back in their comfort zone, I would say, in this half of OT. P90 with, okay, 12.5k. What's your gun, Jordan? P90.
P90. I got rolled by a guy yesterday using the P90 and MM, so there you go.
He's got the entry. He's just booked it straight through Palace. Apex, he thinks he's playing bloody matchmaking. Someone's running at him 5 seconds into the round. It's Palace! Oh, God.
Don't watch Pilsy.
The jump throw bird's gone awry. I feel like I'm watching bloody Asian CS. This util usage is, yeah, not ideal.
Well, we'll get a little bit of that in the next game. Lynn Vision and Ence.
I dare say Lynn Vision will probably throw some better grenades than this. BetBoom, though, man advantage for them to put themselves yet again on that point here.
Oh, Zaibu. Not quite going to get his opportunity there onto Zorte, and to be fair, wide swinging P90 might not be the easiest of things to hit with that AWP to see what Zaibu can do. Lots of control here for BetBoom. They've given up mid, but they have a lot of presence over toward A, which appears to be where Vitality will want to end, given that Spinks is still holding on to a main.
Creeping up connector now. Bit of turnaround this 4-on-5, but they're going straight into the jaws of the P90. Missed jungle smoke.
Don't even bother counting anymore, guys. Let's see what Zorte can do, though. Come on. I want to see it. I'm ready. Push the smoke. Let's go. Oh.
Booked him.
Shit.
Yeah, pushing the smoke feels pretty hard, actually. Kyron.
I was so ready, you know.
Yeah. He's going to go down too. Vitality evening this one up 14-14. I'm sorry, guys. We're Aussie. We love an underdog. We love an upset. Vitality, they don't want to be upset, though.
One thing we love down under as well is overtime's on Mirage.
Oh, God. Don't get me started. Nice.
How about that one?
Yeah, that's a sick lineup. Anyone gonna be using that one in their Mirage Premier games? Okay. Chance for one of these teams to put themselves on map point. Smoke into window. BetBoom again trying to play this mid-crunch. All comes out here for Kyron yet again. But it looks like Vitality once again in this 1-4. Apex applying pressure to middle and allowing the B timing to come through apps.
Siren's got that smoke down, which will give a little bit more room to play, but not if Flames just charges his way forward. He's confident taking that duel. Nafany's position completely unexpected, and he can double down. Bomb dropped. Here we go. BetBoom up to 15. And it is indeed going to be match series point again. Best of one, remember.
That's very clever from Kyron, from Nafany rather. Understanding that the anchor player gets dealt with on the site. He's crept around the side of the smoke there. You know, he baits him a little bit, but it's one of those things where you're playing with Vitality's understanding of how the rotation should function. You have a nice little timing, and even though he only gets one there, it allows the next player on the rotation to come through to have a little bit more space and have some impact. Chance for BetBoom to close this one down. Smoke blown open, and Nafany continuing to find space and frags.
Good start for BetBoom, that's for sure. Nade in, does catch a couple of those Vitality members, and Kyron executes Flames from behind. It is now Siren on the B side that has to make the difference, and he certainly will. It is done, ladies and gentlemen, 16-14. BetBoom secure the first upset of IEM Sydney 2023, and they are letting us know how they feel about that. Nafony, get on the phone and have a chat, mate, because the redemption has begun.
Great series, just single map from Kyron. He had an excellent performance. All of the individuals really had some nice moments, and you could see they're ecstatic about that BO1 win over Vitality, who clearly just have not had enough time to chew CS2 here. A lot of missed pieces of util, a couple of sketchy situations. It has to be said, BetBoom, an opponent you can't underestimate. You cannot underestimate these CIS mixes, particularly in best of ones. So much talent in the CIS region. So many individual players that can do damage on the server. And it has to be said as well, someone like Nafany gathered himself enough experience in his Cloud9 run. You got Innershine that was working over there with FaZe. They have the components of a solid team. They've got good leadership structure who have experience. They've got individual players who have shown some promise but also have some decent experience. And all of that recipe cooked up to serve yourselves a nice little best of one win to be quite happy about if you're a BetBoom fan or you're a CIS Counter-Strike fan. As for Vitality though, these are the BO1 wins that mess up the seeding. You know, we'd still expect them to go through the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to get knocked out here, boys, but these BO1 wins completely screw the seeding of a tournament like this.
I'm having a look at the result on the mainstream at the moment. FaZe and Game Elysian 11-10. Very, very tight affair. There's a real chance that you see Vitality versus FaZe in the lower bracket day one of IEM Sydney. Unbelievable if that were to be the case. And actually one of those two teams could get knocked out. I mean, obviously it could be Game Elysian as well as FaZe, but
I mean, you know, you were talking about the sprays being the other way around. What we do here at IEM is we actually flip the bracket upside down.
Apparently.
And, you know.
Well, what are we learning about CS2 so far? Teams are not prepared. Not as prepared as you would expect them to be at an event like this. Certainly not for the caliber of teams that are playing. I was shocked, honestly, that so many pieces of util were missed in this game. That is unbelievable to me.
I'm surprised at how much players are spraying. Running around and spraying. I thought that there would be a little bit more burst and tapping kind of gameplay. I saw a lot of A4 usage in this game, a lot more A4 usage than A1 than I was expecting. I saw a lot of players running around a lot, relying on long kind of sprays, committing to sprays instantly, not trying to burst on the head. That's not something that I was really expecting. Almost every kill I felt like was mostly sprays.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's that as well, obviously, but this is certainly a situation now where we're looking at both teams, I think, going back and having a chat with the coach and saying, okay, what do we need to fix on Mirage? Because there's certainly a lot there to be done, even for BetBoom, right? They get the dub, but it was by no means a clean dub. It was definitely not perfect execution on all of their util. The A side take looked pretty nice, but cool. The mid takes were still a little bit lacking.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a variation on a strat that we haven't really seen have much popularity for years. You know, it was years ago that we used to see that wall across. You know, the standard smokes obviously is jungle, stairs, and then over at CT, but the wall of smokes across with the CT smoke, something that we haven't seen for a while, and something that you'll definitely see different variations of executes given the fact that the smokes plume differently here in CS2. But that wasn't what impressed me, the introduction of an old execute that we've seen before. What impressed me was the way that they used it. The entry pathing to jump up on top default and then entry the site. The CT is completely not ready for that.
Was that
That's
possible?
The kind of stuff.
Like in CSGO?
Yeah, I'm sure you could have done it, but still, like...
I'm just thinking about the size of the smokes. They're a little bit bigger now, aren't they?
Yeah,
so, like, maybe it's a little bit harder to see them, like, jumping up or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's sort of these little angles, avenues that you might be able to play with with the new smokes.
I'm sure that strat would have worked in CSGO, but I love the novelty.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, I mean, I guess that's that. Vitality down into the lower bracket, and BetBoom continue on in the upper bracket. What a shocking result that could be. I have to clarify whether or not it is Vitality that will now have to play their second game today. I think that's the case. I think this is the group that plays, because I know Vertex will have to play their game today. Vertex Apex is getting played today, which would make sense that then also this Vitality versus either FaZe or Game Legion game would get played later today as well, which means, again, like I said, they could potentially get knocked out today.
Yeah.
Day one of IEM Sydney as the #1 team in the world. Which, look, I know I'm probably going a little bit in a bit too deep maybe on that storyline. We don't know who they're playing against yet. Whatever, they'll probably recuperate in that lower bracket. But the fact that it's possible as the #1 team in the world is crazy to me. But we do have to talk a little bit about BetBoom here. We have to talk about the positives. It is the Air Force Aim High, and today that is going to be Kyron. He was sick on the entry for his team.
He was showing us why you buy the AUG as well. Different weaponry choice from him. But yeah, I think particularly I was impressed on the T-side entries. What I'll say about Kyron is the storyline for him really is just given the fact that he was in a pretty cooked position playing for VP outsiders, you know, being thrown into the lineup at certain points and maybe not having the best chance to show himself in the best conditions. For him, similar to the storyline of some of these other players who, you know, may have not necessarily had the career trajectory that they might have wanted, getting to step up into some of the better teams. The storyline for him is now that he's on this BetBoom roster, he's got a great RGL to play under, he's got good coaching staff, he's got other players in the lineup that he can rely on, and he's had more time to gel with this roster and practice with it. This is where we want to see the best version of Kyron, as well as some of the other players, and he showed us in this game almost 30 kills against one of the best teams in the world, and they get themselves the upset. That's legit, and those are the kind of performances that are going to turn heads.
One thing I want to say about BetBoom is now that the path is definitely forward for them to actually make it into the playoffs, right? The fact that they've beaten Vitality, that's huge already. But they're going into FaZe and Game Legion, both of whom have... Look, what's the conversation around FaZe right now? A bit of a run of form that's not quite been so fantastic. They're definitely not looking peak FaZe coming into this event. And then Gamer Legion as well, we're not too sure what to make of them. There's still, you know, a little bit going on there. So it's not like you don't go into that next game for BetBoom and say, okay, we're versing a Mouz or a Vitality or like an Ence or something like that, which looks like a really, really big task. For BetBoom, you got to be thinking, man, like rubbing your hands together, this is definitely possible for them now.
Got to go into the BO3s though, you know. They had a hot map. I think that was definitely not the best version of Vitality that anyone's ever seen. Some individuals a little on the quiet side, perhaps. Magus was definitely trying to put his carry pants on to turn a lot of those XVX situations around. And I have to say as well, particularly T-side, BetBoom really did try to play that streaky style of Mirage. They were running at Vitality, running them down.
CS2 though, man. Like
it is, but at the same time, these are the kind of plays that, particularly you're an underdog, you get an upset with a certain style, you go play the next series. The other teams, he's seen that. You know, you're going to have that reactive utility. You're going to have setups, you know, the sandwich setups and things like that to deal with the palace pops. They're going to play around that a little bit more. So Vitality, rough draw, playing a team that's a little bit unknown, that's playing aggressive, that's running at you, that you know, classic CIS confidence style wasn't something they could deal with.
We do have to go to a break, and it is time for maybe a little bit more of that kind of gameplay because we're talking Asia CS next. It is going to be Lynn Vision Gaming taking on Ence. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in a sec.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Lots of fun to be had down under here at IEM Sydney, and right now we are having a lot of fun. Our last matchup, Pilski, the first upset of the event. It might be followed by the second upset of the event over on the mainstream, but we'll talk about that in a second. Right now it is Ence and Lynn Vision Gaming going head-to-head, and you are here with two of the biggest Asian CS fanboys in the world. Dare I say maybe the two.
Yeah.
Alongside Blair.
At least English-speaking ones.
Top three.
You know.
We'll just go top three. But look, at this point, obviously, Lynn Vision Gaming, they did impress a little bit at ESL Pro League Season 18. They've got a big task ahead, though, here in Ence. So, tough ask to start off IEM Sydney, but as we've seen, it is MR12, best of one. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. At the same time, though, Ence is a team that has showed outstanding consistency. They're going to be very, very difficult to upset. You know, even Vitality has been, you know, a bit sporadic, bit up and down. They have their reasons without, obviously, their old coach. Some changes in the works. And you can't say the same about them. They're the solid outfit that always delivers.
Yeah, indeed. So, again, as we said, very tough ask, obviously, for Lynn Vision going into this one. But I don't know if I want to, like, super lean into the bias. You know, as I said, we're probably two of the top fans of Asian CS in the world. Check out our podcast. It's called Geographically Challenged. You can find it on YouTube. All we do is talk about Asian CS, mate. So I'm going to lean into it. You know what I mean? Like, I think for me personally, I'd love to see Lynn Vision get themselves the upset here. I'm a big fan of Lynn Vision, of Cyclone, of the Mongols, of all the Asian teams in general. And again, as far as I'm concerned, this is the best opportunity. It's the same storyline that we've been telling throughout pretty much all of these matches we've been casting, right? It is MR12, it is best of one, it is CS2. No one's played a CS2 event so far. They will definitely be less jet-lagged than most other teams as well. Now, there is a bit more of a time difference, I suppose, between China and Australia than the argument to be made for Vertex, who moved from Melbourne to Sydney, for example. But, you know, it's not that bad. It's only a few hours, and they've certainly had a much shorter travel time than most teams as well. So a situation where they should be feeling pretty confident about things, pretty happy about things. The question is going to be whether or not, though, that storyline actually translates into the server, or if it's more of what we've seen, where the top teams look like the top teams and they seem to get it done. Yeah,
I think for Lynn Vision as well, you know, looking at how aggressive of a game that CS2 seems to be at times, looking at how BetBoom just played their T side, just kind of running down things as a pack, as we saw in Pro League. When the pressure gets to Lynn Vision, a team that we sometimes praise for the fact that they've got some good strategies, they do have some nice tactical approaches to the maps. They like to go straight back to the old Chinese CS tropes of just running it down and taking aim duels.
Well, let's talk about Ence first. Obviously, they are very much the favourites coming into this matchup. So we'll touch on them, and then we'll touch on Lynn Vision a little bit more in depth. But what is there to really say about Ence, the most consistent team of the last 6 months? I think that much is fair to say. They are looking like a really hot prospect coming into IEM Sydney, but again, jury's out as to how they're going to go transitioning into Counter-Strike 2. I think I saw a stat that they might be the oldest team at this event. So you kind of counteract that against a team like BetBoom, which we've just seen how much time are these guys having to take away from the game, right? You know as well as I do, we're getting a bit on now. 29 for myself, 28 for you. The later 27. You get... 27, all right. Well, congratulations. You've got a couple of years on me. But the deeper you get into your life, the more difficult it is to sit on a computer for 8 hours and grind a game of CS2 non-stop without back pain, eye pain, headaches.
Is this your angle?
This and that.
This is the narrative that you're going with.
So, what I'm saying is, are they hitting the
Are these group of old codgers even turning the computer on for 15 hours? Counter?
Are they doing it for 15 hours? Well, I tell you what, probably some of the Zoomers are. So that's who they're up against. Now, one thing to say in the favor of Ence, of course, is that consistency that we mentioned. They haven't dropped out of the top 4 since that player break. So that's been a really, really solid performance from them. Obviously, 3rd, 4th, a couple of results there. But generally speaking, they're almost always even making the final as well, please. So the real issue for this team is not placing high, it's winning.
Yeah, so you should really be kind of banking on them to go through groups and maybe even convincingly go through groups and make their way in towards playoffs. And like you said, the narrative for Ence definitely is they need to, try to replicate the times that they got the wins. I think Dallas was one of those wins. For the most part, though, Ence is a team that, for me, a very, very solid team, and they need to be beaten by a team that's better on the day or bringing something special out or some inspired individual performances. You're not going to be able to show up with a mediocre performance and beat a team like Ence.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully for Lynn Vision, they're not going to show up with a mediocre performance, but certainly a team that we know a lot about, and that's not normally something you're going to hear from casters when they're talking about Lynn Vision. But as we said, these guys are our bread and butter, and for Lynn Vision, I'm really happy to see them having success, Pilly, because this has been a core roster that has been together for a very long time. I was actually having a look at it, and they go back further than almost any team, any player in any team. I mean, you could talk about Crimson Fnatic, but I think he even stepped away from that roster for a little while. But when we're looking at players like Westmelon, Zaka, and Starry, they've been in this team for like 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, they broke out, obviously, over at that Blast event a couple of years ago. Bringing out some good rounds, bringing out some good performances, but with the addition of G on the AWP and Amelia, I think, honestly, this is a roster that you wouldn't usually say this about a team from a minor region, but it's a roster that it feels like all 5 of the players are relatively solid. They can all put up decent numbers, they can all put up a decent performance, they all know how to play their roles and play decent Counter-Strike. I feel like for most teams from a minor region, my opinion is usually, this guy's alright on an international stage, this guy's okay, the rest of them unfortunately didn't really live up to the task. I don't think that's been the same for Lynn Vision. I think in Lynn Vision I've been like, okay, maybe they have some bad maps, but then the next map they're better,
But they've been doing it the right way, right? We talked about it. Westmelon's been with the team since 2017. Zach has been there since 2019. Starry also around for a few years, and they've slowly but surely been building. And now we want to talk a little bit about what we saw from them in their first international opportunity in recent times.
These aren't all the games from Pro League, but what we want to highlight here is these are the maps that we felt they did quite well in. They were quite close against G2. They had that big win against 9. That was a crazy game. The first time they played Team Liquid, they got slapped. No two ways about it. But the second time they played Team Liquid, they definitely could have won. They are definitely testing some very solid European outfits for the most part. Are they able to get the wins? Unfortunately, usually not. And even in some cases, losing some very one-sided maps. They have showed that potential to be able to take maps here and there. And in today's best of 1, that's all you need to do.
They were close. They were close. And exactly as you're right, in a best of 1, all you need to do is take 1. And speaking of which, Gamer Legion are close to potentially taking 1 off of FaZe, which, as I said, Pilsky, would put Vitality and FaZe down into the lower bracket, and then we would be saying goodbye to one of those two teams today, which would be massive, massive shock for IEM Sydney. But of course, as you can see, they're into double OT now as well. So we had single OT, which BetBoom was able to get over Vitality, but Gamer Legion still had to go into double OT to potentially take down FaZe. We'll have to see how that one does play out. That's over on the mainstream at the moment. Fast, though, obviously, our focus returns back to Ence and Lynn Vision, but I kind of want to pick your brains, Filsky, here. Like, I know, as I've been saying, we're both big fans of Asia CS, but realistically, how do you see this going for Lynn Vision after now having watched 2 games of CS2 with a perceived underdog and a perceived favorite? Is there a world where you can make an argument for Lynn Vision, or are you going to be the realist with me and just say Ence?
I've got no idea. That's the thing. I genuinely have no idea, and I'm not just fence sitting. Like, I genuinely have no idea. I think usually I would always favor a team like Ence, and I think most people would. They should win this best of 1. There shouldn't be any issues winning this best of 1. But we do love our Lynn Vision, and we've already seen some crazy results today. So,
well, we'll get to see a crazy map. That's the question. It's time for the veto. Where are we going to be headed, I wonder? And again, does it really matter going into CS2?
Anubis has been a common one for Lynn Vision. We'll see what we end up on. Obviously, vetoing all the way down to the last BO1. Anubis is still in there. Ence are going to be well and truly aware of that. I'd be surprised if they let Anubis through here.
Ence plays a bit of Anubis as well, though. It's not one of their go-tos.
They've left Anubis in. It's up to Ence whether they want to leave it. Yeah, they're going to go to Anubis. That's crazy to me.
That is really, isn't
Lynn
it?
Vision's ultimate comfort map. The map that time and time again in Pro League they showed like a lot of comfortability on, a lot of success on. and a map that, how would I say it? Like, they've just got a lot of reps internationally, you know? It's not like this is a map that they haven't played a lot internationally. They played it almost non-stop at Pro League.
It was their pick in pretty much every single series. I think they picked it twice against Liquid, and even in their other matches, I'm pretty sure they always, actually every single game they played Anubis.
Ence is going to be aware of that, so...
Well, let's look at, but to be fair, again, maybe lots changing in CS2. I don't know. I guess the thing is, though, like, I think if you're Lynn Vision, you do want to go and play towards your strength, right? There's no point going up against a team like Ence and saying, oh, we might be able to catch them on a map. It's like, come on, bro. It's Ence. Like, these guys know their way around the map pool. At least play towards your strengths. Know that what you can bring to the server is going to be something of value, something decent, rather than trying to sort of catch your opponent off guard. I just don't think that works against a team like Ence.
I'm surprised, honestly, but I'm intrigued is the way that I'd put it. You know, we'll see what we're going to get. It was between Nuke and Anubis. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Have we seen much Lynn Vision on Nuke? I mean, it's a map that they play.
It's definitely a big one in Asia. Like, you know, Cyclone plays it a lot, Mongols plays it a lot, so they do play it a fair bit. But Anubis is certainly more of a home ground territory for Lynn Vision than any other map, and they've got it in the best of ones. So what does that mean for Ence? What does that mean for Lynn Vision? Well, we're about to find out as we jump into Game 3 of the day here at IEM Sydney. Ence to start on T side will be the team to dictate how this game begins to play out. But double dualies for Lynn Vision, plus a set of util. Triple dualies even.
Straight over towards water. Amelia with one of the sets of dualies here, backed up with Zaka on the util. Maiden's keeping an eye over on bridge side. Seeing if there's going to be any pushes, listening for any info over on the B side of the map. Ence waiting out that initial smoke towards Epoch side. Now starting to creep over towards A main.
Oh, you do have Amelia with the dualies ready and waiting for this push. And we know how dangerous those dualies can be. Zaka holding a smoke as well. But Lynn Vision have got absolutely no info at the moment. Util starting to get tossed in. It's a nicely timed smoke from Lynn Vision.
Ence just cancelling. They're going straight back towards water side. Diha spamming the smoke. Starry's here with dualies inside E-box as well.
Starry is going to be able to start nicely, and G's there to help him out as well. They want to keep going. They've got more bullets. 14 left here for G, and he is not letting anyone get away. A great start to the map for Lynn Vision, and it's now onto Madden. 1 on 5.
Single
4
smoke
even
to deny that A main push, and he's going to get cleaned up surely by Zaka. Finishes it off. Single smoke to deny that A main push. Pushes Ence straight into the double dualies set up on E-box.
I'll give you a quick update on the A stream as well if you are interested. Game Elite just won against FaZe, so it is FaZe versus Vitality.
Oh my lord.
Down in the lower bracket of Group A. That'll be played at 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Today?
Daylight time. Today.
Jesus.
So in about 4.5 hours, one of those two teams is going home today. That's crazy.
They're getting the AUCS experience. Usually we're the ones that fly 30 hours to the other side of the world to get knocked out on the first day.
Indeed.
That's crazy. Force buy here for Ence. Again, looking like they want to kick off some kind of an A execute aggression. Over on E-box side here for Lynn Vision, wanting to use the range of these rifles.
Well,
find themselves a man advantage.
This is the round that you can't afford to lose, though, as Lynn Vision, right? There's been the investment from Ence. If you drop this round, then all sense of momentum is gone.
Snappy being well aware that they have to kind of deny information over on that E-box side. They can't allow the CTs to continue to peek that. In comes the A execute.
Yeah, good set of util from Ence, but it doesn't seem to have disrupted Amelia all that much. And Zaka close on the angles, good for 1. Still, that does allow Ence into the site to get the plan down, and that has me a little bit worried. Still a big rotation to be made here by Starry. And Amelia has multiple angles to watch. Flash in. Westmelon will lead the charge for Lynn Vision. Hasn't gone well for them yet at all. 1 on 2 for Starry. And yeah, he'll get snappy, but it's a messy spray. Puts him down to 32 HP. He's only got 3 bullets, but that is enough. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that raw adjustment was so crisp.
I thought it was done. I think my voice broke.
That is classic Chinese CS aim.
Roll the replay. This is what we're looking for. This wasn't raw adjustment, that's for sure.
That was messy.
But this, this gets me a little bit excited.
That's a lot of damage to the economy, though. Ence, will they reforce? They will. They understand just how much pressure that puts on the CT side economy. They got the bomb plant down. Krieg comes out for Sun Pius. Rest of the boys on the Galil. Somewhat limited util here for Ence. But the same can be said for Lynn Vision, who are just waiting.
It's not a double AWP for Lynn Vision, by the way, in case anyone...
Unless they clone G.
In case anyone gets confused, we do have a PC crash for Lynn Vision, so they're going to reset and take a tech pause even. Word sounds the same, it's fine. Yeah, it's tech. It's like when we versed that guy called Blah yesterday and we were playing with Blair. It was like, it's kind of the same guy. Blah, Blair.
Look, Jordan, don't get your hopes up, okay, bro? I got to keep us in check.
Okay.
After how these first rounds went.
Well, I'm a runaway freight train at this point. Like, I'm already gone.
2-0, it's done. Let's go.
It's 2-0 for Lynn Vision. You know that meme? Like, stop the count.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Like, stop it right now.
Yeah.
We'll just send Lynn Vision through the upper bracket.
They're definitely not out of the woods yet. They are definitely not out of the woods. They have only had one player surviving CT side there. And Ence are reforcing, so...
That's fine.
Big chances to break that money pretty damn hard. And
look at him, bro.
We already saw what happened to Vitality when that happened to them. Just in the last best of one. You lose the wrong round on CT side, MR12, you are in the bin.
Don't worry about it, mate. They're Bing chilling. They have been molded by Asian Counter-Strike. It's a mess over there.
I mean, it was a mess. It was a mess at Pro League as well, honestly, for Lynn Vision. Like that
fair,
game
was,
against 9. Whoa.
And even
what
the one
the hell
against,
was that?
Was it G2 that they were playing against? I think that they were
was,
almost like winning on an
winning like
Anubis
2v5s and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that was a weird.
So they never should have gotten as close as they did.
Yeah,
but it still kind of goes to show that there is the ability there. It's just whether or not it comes together cohesively. If it all comes together at the same time. But again, maybe that's not necessarily what is required in this current circumstance. It just needs someone to have a massive game here, win a crucial clutch at a crucial time, and it's an MR12. Boom, off you go. So, not getting too far ahead of myself, or at least I'm trying not to.
Yeah, I don't think Ence are particularly shaken either so far. They're already kind of recognizing their chances to keep the pressure on the economy early on. They understand the reset window that lies in front of them. And they've got plenty of time for some rest and relaxation. And to have a little bit of a think about how they may want to approach a round like this with all the util. The cogs in Snappy's brain definitely are turning. Lynn Vision, AWP comes out for G. MP9, but outside of that, looking like a pretty good buy here for them. Only one kit on Westmelon, so we'll definitely keep an eye on where he does die. Ence, once again, straight over towards that A side of the map early on here, and I think they're just going to be able to get into A for free. Lynn Vision, we're playing heavy middle, over towards E-Box. Nice entry from Starry. It's a retake A setup here from the CPs.
Notes though, he's going to be undone, and he was a little bit isolated away from his teammates, so now it starts to get an awkward, a pitched battle on both sides. G, not quite aware that Madden was there, and the trade doesn't come through, so now it starts to become a real problem for Lynn Vision. Timing has gone all wrong for them in this round. Man, what a mess. Starry, though, has been given room to get into the site, and can we see again another 1-on-2 clutch? He's making a lot of noise. He's got a lot of util to play with, but the timing will not work out for him, and that is unfortunately not a very impressive round from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, Ence, I mean, they had the read right from the start of the round. They just marched their way straight through A main. Lynn Vision playing a heavy mid setup, wanting to contest bridge, wanting to fight E-Box early on, straight down into water. Really fighting for the middle of the map, similar to what you saw from BetBoom on Mirage last map, where they're trying to go for that mid pinch, leaving the extremities open, and Ence definitely punished them for that. Although the initial, I mean, that was a 2-on-5. Let's be real. The initial portion of the round, the initial reaction, went very well for Lynn Vision, but it really fell apart in the XVX. And like I said, now their CT side money is cooked. That was a beautiful reset window abused by Ence here.
Well, Lynn Vision know that there's someone probing outside of A long. They're gonna swap their guns at a time like that? Well, it's not worked out for them. G's gonna be pushed off of the line as well. Gets a bink onto Nerds. Dika and Nerds both low, but it really isn't going to trouble Ence all that much. Westmelon does get a nice shot onto Madden, But the flank from Snappy is in effect, and there is surely nothing to be said in this round for Lynn Vision.
Westbound tries to run at him while he's reloading. But 4 alive for Ence. They deal with the anti-force, now going into an anti-eco against the buy after that. Probably going to be somewhat limited util from the CT side. I don't know if they're going to be able to put an AWP together, so Ence up to a 2-2, but make no mistake, they are definitely ahead in this game now.
Most definitely. T-side should be working favorably for them economically, but also just the bias of the map itself. This is going to be a long road for Lynn Vision.
This game's going to be a grind. You'd expect nothing less, though. You're not going to push a team like Ence over. As we said in the pre-show, a team that consistently places top 4 at the last 6 tournaments, I think it was, after the player break, is a team that you require something special to beat.
Well, we've seen one special round from Lynn Vision so far. But it would have been almost nicer to not see that round, quite frankly, that it had to come down to that 1-on-2 with an insane raw adjustment.
The 1-on-2 isn't really the round that I think was the big crisis for Lynn Vision. Actually, it was the mid setup against the fast A play from Ence, where they had a 4-on-2, and it just falls apart in the mid round. They needed to close that round and close it cleanly and keep their foot on the throat of Ence. And unfortunately now, they're the ones that are kind of getting pushed aside a little bit. G's been quite responsible with his spending, though, so he's at least going to have his hands on an AWP pretty early on. And at moments, particularly on this map, he was a bit of a standout over at Pro League with the AWP. 5 alive for Ence. This is not going to be easy for Lynn Vision.
Well, first proper gun round. Yeah, seems like it.
Aug's out for Amelia. So even prioritizing a lot of util to get an AUG instead of a rifle and a little bit more util. Yeah, seeing a lot of spraying from pretty much every player.
G's got the AWP. No real util behind the AUG, and not much behind the AWP either. So
yeah,
like
I mean, this is the issue with losing the round 2, or taking a lot of damage in round 2 and losing round 3. Your CT economy takes a while to recover. They were only on 2.4 loss bonus at that point, so not a whole lot of cash to be able, or loss bonus rather, to be able to buy that full utility. Sunpies looking for a pick over on that east side of the map. Was obliged for a moment. Progression utility from Dihar over on the A side of the map robs Lynn Vision of any information over there. 2-man aggression on E-Box side. Snappy's looking to push that away, but Nertz doubles up. I think just exploding straight out of B main there, and this round's over. We're already in save territory for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, this is not going to plan at all for the CT side. Lynn Vision got the map that they wanted. There's no doubt about that. But starting to get the sense that Ence also was able to find a map that they were happy with. How much prep have they put in for this game against Lynn Vision? I'm not sure they would have really focused a whole lot on the Chinese squad. This is where it starts to get even harder for Lynn Vision. The hunt is on Amelia. It's good for 1. The flash comes through, though, and he's down now as well. So Zaka desperate to hold on to this M4. The Wolves are encroaching upon his position, and there is no surviving that. So every single gun lost for Lynn Vision. Another round down, 4 in a row for Ence. And they're starting to look pretty decisive as well.
I mean, the money's out of control on this T side. Going into an anti-eco yet again here. I mean, Nertz just exactly that. You can't allow that to happen. Walks straight up behind the progression smoke. Over onto the left side of B and gets a double entry on the player's E-box. That's just not a gap that should be allowed to exist for Lynn Vision. Heavily punished. Back down onto the pistols now. This is something that Lynn Vision need to deal with. Snappy is just being allowed to run up water into E-box by himself, unsupported by any utility, and the CT side is really not doing much about it right now.
Yeah, a little bit of damage in this round, but Nothing really to write home about. G going to peek that one. Orp on the other side of it. Obviously not going to go well. Some Pious holding on to that one pretty nicely.
Next buy for Lynn Vision. See if they go for this heavy mid setup yet again. Whether it's going to be a different approach. And it's just a bit of progression utility looking to take control of that B side of the map. Some Pious, very aggressive, flying over towards E-Box side. Just looking to punish any CTs trying to take that duel, as Lynn Vision have done a couple of times. G on this A main line. This has been a point of contention for Ence a couple of times already, and they're again throwing some progression utility over there, applying a lot of pressure to both extremities simultaneously here. Lynn Vision forced to react to that.
Now, I want to see G have a good game here. He was one of the highlight points for Lynn Vision at ESL Pro League. A lot of really nice clutches from the AWPer of Lynn Vision. He doesn't get it going at this event, then I think Lynn Vision are going to be in trouble. Here's a good opportunity to say something about it. Nice start. Going to smoke off that Molotov as well, and Amelia helping out. It's the smash bros for Lynn Vision on that A site. They will lose Zaka.
Yeah, Madden's cracked mid-open though, and that's where this round could start to turn.
Oh, Westmelon, you need to be winning that duel. Cannot afford to die there, and does a good job of it. A little bit of a messy one initially. Collected himself, and now Starry in the perfect spot to cause a problem for Nertz, who's trying to creep his way into B. A bit more of a routine round in the end, really, for Lynn Vision, right? They have their players posted in positions. Ence walks into those positions, they shoot them in the head, they win the round. There's not a whole lot of funny business going on, apart from that mid-push.
Ence was really just the... Ooh, hold on. Some Pious, 20 seconds.
G's
gonna
low.
run through his smoke. Yeah, G is low, and G does miss the shot. 14 seconds here. He's got space to get the plant down. He's going to commit to it.
Oh, what's the util usage looking
It's
like here for
doable.
Lynn Vision? I feel like the molly might have been better off just to try to deny the bomb plant. Some Pious, though. His timing, not looking great.
Westmelon's gonna pop
from
out the
Cams.
smokes.
Yeah.
Easy deasy. 2 alive, though. They took more damage than they wanted to. And Sun Pious, you know, usually you'd be a little bit upset to throw away an AWP, but with the start that Ence has had, economically speaking, to this T side, they just really don't care. They'll throw every gun that they can at the CT side to try and break their money.
Could have been 4 guns alive for Lynn Vision if the duel goes the way of the CTs in mid.
That's right. I think Ence, see what they're trying to do that round. Looking for picks and pressure towards that A site, but still keeping their feelers out around the map to, you know, try to cash rotations or provide themselves alternatives in the mid to late round. But like you said, the initial duel's not going well. So we go again. Both teams, bit of progression, utility over onto bridge and house. Looks like Ence going to go for a boost up over the smoke. Not seeing any CTs over here.
No presence in mid.
G's on this deep info line towards B main, which is going to be great for the CTs. It's going to really allow them to focus toward E-box and middle. But like you said, with no presence in middle from the CTs here, this mid to A split could be pretty devastating.
Timing on this molly into Cams is going to be really critical for Zaka. And gone for a flash instead. Some Pious through the flash, gets the kill. Amelia has nowhere to go.
And save time.
Yeah, just no good for Lynn Vision. The A site, it's really being battered and bruised.
Yeah, I mean, no presence in middle gets completely abused by Ence. And I feel like Ence are reading the fact that Lynn Vision is playing these pretty heavy setups in certain parts of the map and just abusing that. Able to read whatever setup Lynn Vision is doing and just pick it apart a little bit. You know, previously Lynn Vision playing completely off that A site and Ence were allowed to kind of waltz straight in. That round, Lynn Vision playing heavy E-box, info line towards B main there with the 2 players on A, and Ence recognize that they could just, you know, boost up over that house smoke. They see nothing in middle. They just walk straight through mid.
Well, next mission is to try to hold on to 3 of these guns. If they can get away with 3 guns, then at least it's looking a little bit more stable on that CT for the next round. But
yeah, they could put a buy together for sure.
It's just been economic pressure from the outset, really, for Lynn Vision, which is really unfortunate considering they won the pistol.
Yeah, just not winning round 2 cleanly enough and then getting reset on an early timing in the half. Very difficult to deal with. That is the power of the creep. Those kind of angles where you're creeping up in middle, you know, on a pretty deep line. You know, a little bit difficult to navigate that with the AK, but the Krieg just makes that look so easy. Timeout time for Lynn Vision. It's a difficult position to be in. I think as you recognize on the CT side here that this game is going to be a grind. It's going to take quite a lot of concerted effort over time to try to make this a competitive half. You're trying to chip in a round or two. Constantly fighting against the tide of getting reset economically. Whereas Ence, they feel like they're in cruise control right now. Got plenty of cash. They've had plenty of nice reads on this T side. Just keep rolling along and trust in the process, and they'll get this game done one way or another.
Wonder how many Lynn Vision are looking for though on this CT side. You know, if they get to 5, would they be disappointed with that? I don't know. I don't think so. So they're plugging away. This round will be critical though in their chances of making anything happen for the rest of the half, and it's a flash into B main, which isn't really going to prompt much of a response from Lynn Vision. They're holding on to most of their util for now.
Again, heavy setup on E-Box side. No presence in middle. This time, Ence not really exploring middle, though. They're back to control of the extremities. Pressure on B main. Progression utility lined up here by Snappy to go and take A main and just play information denial to the CT side. Exactly what they're going to do. What is the response from Lynn Vision? They blow open the smoke, seeing if anyone's going to continue to take space over there. After the smoke gets blown open, the Molotov comes on in. A lot of util in the mid to late round here for Lynn Vision that they're holding on to.
3 players over on A though, and it's going to be a B finish from Ence. It's a full commitment to A as well. It's not as if you've even got someone in mid though.
Again, it's a B split.
Is starting to creep his way back on over. Timing might not be too bad for him if he can get back to B before the hit actually starts. Then we're cooking with gas for Lynn Vision, and that nade is going to really book a couple of players in E-Box.
Another molly on the player in Ninja. Starry's still got full util here.
Kills though starting to come through for Ence, and it's all well and good to have numbers on the site, but if you don't trade down, Lynn Vision still possible to lose this round. Amelia holding on for dear life. Zaka helps out and finishes it off. There you go. Lynn Vision, something starting to go their way.
Yeah, good rotation timing. The util that they hold in the mid to late round really allows them to leverage themselves a better rotation timing and actually hold that site before the Ence can get themselves comfortable and into a post plant. I think Starry from Ninja in particular probably could have used his util a little better, but they get it done regardless. And these are the rounds that Lynn Vision need to keep this game competitive. Chip in as many rounds on this CT side as you can, given how this game started. I think one more and they're going to be happy. Even 4. I think even 4 in MR12 on Anubis. It's not the worst in the world.
So attack timeout here from Ence. Got some thinking to do. I don't know if I will go so far as to say the momentum has shifted, but at least Lynn Vision have stopped the flow of blood. But how much further can they press it? Can they get to 5? Can they get to 6? Am I getting a bit ahead of myself? Maybe a little bit.
That's doable.
Let's be happy with 5. And if they get 5, then let's start thinking about 6.
Done the mid setup again. Fighting house, fighting E-Box, leaving A open. Playing heavy on B and middle. But this is, again, Ence working the extremities towards B. Progression smoke onto the top side of house. Here's the progression utility in towards A main. Denying CT's information. And after they throw that util, they're going to start to creep back towards middle. And I think go for, again, a B split here, Jordan, on a bit of a different timing. Lynn Vision yet again holding their util in the mid to late round.
Oh, Starry.
Great start for Starry.
Yeah. Holding lines. Just not quite going to work out for him as he pulls out the Molotov. Awkward timing. And now it's on to Westmelon, who gets his head banged off by Nertz. It started so well for Lynn Vision, and it's going to end quite poorly. 3 on 4 for the retake, unless G can chime in with a freebie. Maybe there's still an argument to be made. That fight needed to go the way of Zach. I think at this point, surely you're thinking about saving, but Amelia, he still wants to try to make something happen here. They've got util, and the flash comes through. It's good. Now it's 1-on-1. G needs to hit the shot. Can't. What's going on? Everyone's missing everything, but it will be Ence in the end, and Lynn Vision have they taken a little bit too much of a step into that retake? What's the money looking like? I don't know that it's fantastic going into this final round.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. It's really not going to be great.
This is so sad. If Starry throws the molly earlier or doesn't throw it at all.
The spacing was definitely a little bit weird, but really it was Nerds actually abusing the new smokes really well that round. Finds himself a timing in the B main smoke, blowing the smoke open. That allows him to pick the player on site. And then as the CT Zaka, I think it was, tries to aggress with his own HE nade inside the smoke, Nerds punishes him for that.
Oh, Deca made noise.
Yeah, but you're not going to be punishing old mate with the Mag 7, that's for sure.
No.
This is again Ence just reading the fact that middle. Oh, are you?
Got him.
Hold on. Oh, he could get himself another one.
Get out of there, Amelia. Oh.
Smoke
He
gets
tried.
blown open. They lost mid control in the meanwhile is the issue. Wow, that was very impressive with the Famas there. We end up in it 2-on-2 after all of that spaghetti.
Yeah, what a mess. Okay, made into the smoke. Cheeky one as well, doesn't.
Yeah, that's what you
make
want.
noise.
You don't want to, you know, roll it along the ground like Zaka did in the previous round and make the sound cue.
Nerds is in an awkward spot here, but he'll get that kill onto Westmelon. Now, though, Starry trades him down. Has no idea where this last member is, but you'd have to assume it's towards main. Smoke is available. There's no nade for Snappy, but 10-second defuse in a smoke. I'm not sure that I'm such a big fan of that one. He's going to go for it. Or he's at least going to go for the smoke. And
Lovely.
Well played from Starry. Patience, a virtue there. And it is going to benefit Lynn Vision at the end of the half. They're going to be able to get to 5. Now, is that enough for Ence? Is that enough for Lynn Vision? These are all the things that we wonder. And we will get the answer to those things when we come back for the second half. It is the second half between Ence and Lynn Vision, and the scoreline right now 7-5, the closest halftime score we've had on the B stream so far. Ence might not be too happy to hear that, given that they were dominating that first half, but they did give Lynn Vision a bit of a chance back in the last 5 rounds. 3 of those 5 were won by Lynn Vision, and that kind of salvaged the situation somewhat. Pistol going to be very big for Lynn Vision here, but Sunpius, Snappy already starting so cleanly. And before it even gets exciting, before it even gets started, Lynn Vision are just out of the round, it seems like.
Trying to pick up the pieces now. Starry's got to be the key player. Block and armor to his name, trying to open things up for E-Box, but there are so many CTs to find. He hasn't checked Ninja. Snappy will swing him, and Westmelon on 11 HP. Not much for him to do. He's really just trying to see how many plus 300s he can add to the bank account, probably.
Yeah, I suppose that's a factor that you have to think about. No bomb plant, though, for Lynn Vision either, so their possibility of force buying into the next round does get stymied a little bit by that fact. It's always worth just having a bit of a look. No need to necessarily throw your life away. We're not on a timer here necessarily. Don't need to be running through the rounds as quickly as possible. Give yourself every opportunity to get one more kill. Can make a difference. And not so this time, though.
Looking like the vibes are good amongst the boys right now. Having a little bit of a giggle. Winning the CT pistol in that fashion is definitely going to settle things a little bit, given the closeness of the last half. And given the fact that there was no bomb plant for Lynn Vision, that's a big, big boon for Ence. Try to keep the T's at arm's length. As you can see, Lynn Vision, they cannot force buy in a round like this, unless they want to go Tech 9 armor. And here it begins. Org, MP7, XM. Round 2.
Welcome to Counter-Strike 2.
Yep.
Full Glocks across the board for Lynn Vision. But similarly to the previous round, they're not throwing their lives away. Going to group up toward A and maybe see if they can get a bomb plant over there. It is just Dika who is also holding an A1S, so a little bit less firepower,
the least bad of all the options. This is the best place to go.
Exactly. No A4, no util.
Ooh, a lot of Vox stickers there for Dika. A little bit of a Vox enjoyer.
Yeah, why not? Who wouldn't be? Is he a Lynn Vision enjoyer? Let's see how many kills he can get here. If he doesn't actually manage to clean up a few, then there definitely is a bomb plant on offer for Lynn Vision. They're going to try their best. Where's the plant? It's not happening.
Oh, they didn't even go for it.
Rotation came through quickly enough.
That ain't bad, though. 2 kills. You'll take that. Didn't see if the MP7 got upgraded to a rifle or not. But honestly, all things considered, a pretty good result with the Glocks. Taking 2 kills away, you're going to be very happy with that. First gun round time for Lynn Vision. Like we said over at Pro League, they got a lot of reps on this map. XM has been repurchased by Snappy, I believe. MP7's been kept over, so I think they actually missed the boat on getting the rifle from the last round. So that's actually pretty decent economic damage from Lynn Vision, has to be said. Ence heavily contesting bridge here, wanting to fight for the middle of the map. Progression smokes come on over towards E-Box side. Unfortunately, that's a misthrown Molotov there from Zaka. Means that they won't have been able to push Nerds out of E-Box. And Lynn Vision, as a result, who were grouping up towards the backside of B main, are going to have to go for another avenue. Looks like they're going to try to test this mid control.
All right. That's a bit too easy for Madden.
Yeah, that was a cheeky little setup as well. Even if Madden didn't get it done, Sunpius over on the other side with the Org looked pretty good for it. Here's a boost up over the top. Yeah, but they missed the timing. Surely they would have heard the drop into water. Or have they? Is Amelia aware of this? Seems like he is. And he is going to punish that drop into water. So 4v4 here for Lynn Vision.
It's looking like a good A crunch, actually. There's no one in mid.
Yeah, it's up to Sunpius, really.
Oh, timing. Pretty rough for him there. Especially picking that with an Org like that. So G gets the opener. Dika, his position now known, has to survive or at least get himself one more. will opt for the former rather than the latter, just playing it safe.
XM on Snappy on the flank, that's not what he really wanted. Or is it?
Well, against the low HP target, maybe it is doable. G has a task ahead of him now, and he's not being given anything. Snappy timed on the Molotov throw, but G can't get the kill. And just as it looks like Linvision might start to get something rolling, they lose a couple of crucial duels, and it's right back in the favor of Ence.
Damage done to the economy, though. 2 rifles kept alive here. With the plant, there is an opportunity for Linvision to try and buy up here. I think the MR12 format definitely going to be a situation where you can feel the game slipping through your fingers and maybe you are a little bit more pressured to buy up, especially with only 2 alive for Ence. See what Linvision are going to go for here. Looks like a timeout going to be called by Linvision. Look at this, 3.7 across the board. It would be very limited in terms of the util if they want to go AK and armor, and indeed they will. They recognize the potential of a round like this. This could be the round to even this scoreline and make this game potentially attainable for Linvision here.
I'm not sure I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's been anything that magical really for Linvision today, has there?
No. Couple of okay clutches, and they've had a couple of decent rounds, but they're not really feeling threatening at the moment. That's the biggest takeaway for me. So what does that mean for the rest of this map? Linvision are going to have to get going pretty shortly. It's a bit too early there from Ence to cause any problems, and Westmelon, nice headshot onto Dika, has opened it up early. Rotation is so fast from Ence, and Linvision are committing. They're planning the bomb, and they're losing numbers for that transgression. Amelia could have been given time to work. They could have just stopped and held in place off the back of that opener. Maybe thought about going back to B, but instead they just charge into B, into A, I should say. And the rotation is a bit too much for them.
No bomb plan as well means that this will have to be a half buy unless they want to go for Galil Armor, which will concede map point over to Ence.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of nuance for Linvision so far.
Yeah, it's not a very inspiring performance, unfortunately, from the Chinese side today. They look a little switched off. Tech9 force buy does come on in, and it's going to be a quick execute into B.
Well, the util's been tossed over.
They're just waiting for the counter util, I think. Smoke gets blown open, though. So this becomes a little bit more one-dimensional as they lose that player in middle.
Well, straight through that smoke, and in fact, Linvision might have been helped out by the nade there, but either way, the entry's just a 1-for-1 so far. It's really not enough to threaten or pressure Ence at all. Starry wants to try to get that bomb plant down, but there is no hope of that happening. Ence are looking way too clean on this CT side, and even coming from me, who might be the biggest Linvision gaming supporter at this event, apart from Linvision themselves,
yeah,
I have to say it's not happening.
Yeah, this is over.
It's done so.
No plant again, I don't think.
Dunjo. Dunjover. No plant, you're right. They will have a better buy this round.
It is unfortunately GG.
GG, but not for G.
G's got an AWP.
Not sure how much that's going to really help Linvision at this point.
He's looking for a big over the top of the molly here. Smoke onto the backside. Giving the space to G to find that opener. Snappy hits the deck. Nerds to receive next. Over on E-Box, he's getting split on trying to buy rotation for the next CT of Madden to come in through spawn side. Has finally made his way over. Linvision, though, they're not feeling this timing. Daka losing that duel is actually not going to be great for the T side, because now Ence can feel like they clear out water. They don't see anything else on B. They recognize that there's going to be probably a rotation going over towards the A side of the map. Diha well aware that there may be a player lurking in middle here that he can catch out, and Nert's picking another player on the cross. This is falling apart from Linvision after that initial pick.
Yeah, Starry salvages one onto D-Cup. Ooh, actually he's gotten another one onto Madden. Hang on a minute, Starry. He's just turned on. And so that will
we were waiting for
gift
that.
Lynn Vision the round. And yeah, exactly. You're right. I mean, this is the thing is like we know what Lynn Vision can do. Starry showed that at Pro League as well. And it just hasn't really come together today. Maybe they're feeling a bit uncomfortable with the setups. Who knows? It's too late, though. That's the problem. It's too late to pull that out when you're down 12-5 and expect to win 7 rounds in a row to come back into OT. I just don't see that happening. If it's 10-5, maybe. But 12-5, I think it's too little too late.
Ence is just such a world-class team. They'll get it together at one point or another. They look, they're making a lot of these retake situations look quite effortlessly. Even that round was contentious. Ence was definitely making that one a difficult prospect in from Dark E-Box side. Found multiple kills on players crossing water. If Starry doesn't explode out middle with 3 there, that round definitely could have gone the way of Ence.
Well, if nothing else, Lynn Vision can maybe put a few rounds together and build up a bit of confidence. The one benefit for Lynn Vision is that because they're the Group B team, they don't actually have to play again today. Even, you know, if they do lose, they don't have to play their lower bracket game today. They can think about tomorrow as being that prospect.
Progression smoke over towards E-Box. Ence again, waiting for the right timing to blow that one open. You can see him with the nade. Instead going to molly in front of it. Both teams looking to fight over bridge side. G slow peeking into the angle. 2 orcs posted up, just rip Lynn Vision apart. And now, unless they recover a 3-on-5, they are going to be sent through to tomorrow.
Yeah, just not going to work, is it? Zaka salvaging somewhat, but we need a kill elsewhere on the map, and that'll come from Amelia, who is starting to crack open A. A is fully in Lynn Vision's control,
down
but
bridge,
they do not have the bomb. And Westmoreland is going to have a mighty long journey to get it.
Adam's in their spawn.
Well, Amelia's in Ence's spawn, so all's fair in love and war. You'd need both Westmoreland and Amelia to find a timing here to make this round possible. And look, they've got a bit to work with, but that, unfortunately, is not going to go the way of Westmoreland. And we might well be seeing our last look at Ence and Lynn Vision in round number 19. There it is, done and dusted. Ence make it look easy in the end. It was the closest first half score, but it certainly wasn't the closest game of the day here on the B stream. Ence, an easy dub.
Yeah, I think, you know, what Ence showed us really well that game that we haven't seen so much from other teams so far. They abused the smokes really well. Definitely Ence in particular had a couple of rounds where he found really nice timings through the smoke. He was blowing open the smoke on the CT and the T side and finding multiple timings to actually find picks. And I think as well, Ence really showing us that both the Krieg and the Org is quite strong. The strat that they were walking straight through middle, finding picks on the split into the A side on quite long ranges, and then using the Org to control bridge, middle, peeking down E-Box in towards water side as well was super effective from them and made for quite a strong CT side.
Yeah, well, if nothing else, it doesn't seem like Lynn Vision looked too despondent about that one. I think if I was in the Lynn Vision camp coming into this game, coming into this event, I would have said, you know what, chances are we're probably not getting over Ence, but what are our lower bracket opponents looking like? I think it's either Fnatic or Cloud9, which, you know, again, both teams have been, I'd say, a bit up and down of late. Certainly feel like better prospects maybe than Ence, but best of 3 versus best of 1. You do feel like Lynn Vision might have missed a trick here, especially considering they got onto Anubis, which has traditionally been their best map. Either way, it seems like, at least based on their reactions to that result there, Lynn Vision came in with some pretty realistic expectations.
Yeah, I mean, Ence is going to be a tough team to beat at the moment. I think for Lynn Vision, not showing their best selves today as well. You know, you had one nice round from Starry here or there, nice little clutch as well. But outside of that, just didn't play particularly well. They were kind of outgunned in terms of the firepower, as well as just Ence. The composure felt like another day at the office from them. Really not an issue at all to kind of roll over Lynn Vision in this best of 1. And they're going to continue through the upper bracket, unlike some of the other top teams in the world here at IEM Sydney.
Yep. Well, the unfortunate reality actually for Ence is that their job isn't actually made any easier by the shenanigans that are going on in the other group, because it's not as if, oh, now Vitality is down in the lower bracket, we don't have to deal with them, or FaZe is down in the lower bracket, we don't have to deal with them, because they're in a completely different bracket. So, I mean, for Ence, look, job done pretty nicely today so far. Pretty straightforward stuff. Doesn't really have too many storylines to build around it, because like this is the expected result. This is how things should have gone. This is very much Ence in a nutshell, isn't it? Super consistent team.
I think winning the BO1 though is definitely going to be a nerve settler for a top team, and I think it's going to make you feel like it's going to be a little easier to just get that fast track through to the semi-final. For some of these other teams that lose the initial best of one, you're really realizing that, okay, we probably do have to play our way through quarters on stage and grind our way all the way to a top 4 placement.
Yeah, most definitely. And if you do lose this initial game, the best case scenario for you is to be the lower bracket into the quarterfinal. So in theory, you're going to be up against a pretty solid team there, going through from the top side of the bracket. So look, either way, obviously Ence are getting their job done. Lynn Vision have a little bit more to think about. It's a similar sort of a story, I feel, to what we got from Vertex earlier on. It just didn't really seem like they were super competitive in any capacity. You had one individual, in Vertex's case, that was Malta. In Lynn Vision's case, that was Starry, who had a couple of decent rounds here and there. But by and large, the consistency certainly wasn't there. And generally speaking, the firepower wasn't there either.
Yeah, and the approach wasn't there either. I don't think we saw anything. You know, we talk about teams that have had a bit more lead-in time with CS2, or maybe a bit of time to prepare. You want to see those underdog teams going hard on the game and trying to discover something a little bit, you know, more amazing. But at the end of the day, neither Vertex or Lynn Vision showed us anything outstanding. And it was actually Ence who was kind of, you know, buying some more different weapons and seemed a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, well, before we do go into the break, it's time for us to take a look at the Air Force Aim High once again. And for this game, it is Dika. It really didn't feel like Ence had to kick it into second gear all that much, but Dika did a pretty good job. Solid stuff. 6 multi-kills as well, Pilski, in a game that only took 19 rounds. Pretty good conversion rate. 1 in 3 rounds, he's getting a multi-frag.
Yeah, you know, he was kind of leading from the front from Ence, but I think, you know, he had plenty of help. The rest of Ence were doing quite well for themselves, stepping up around him. And yeah, there's really no weak link when it comes to Ence. A lot of the boys are putting up the numbers, and Dika in particular, you know, it might be him this best of one, but any of the other lads can definitely, you know, have a good map like that for Ence as well, and that's why they're just such a strong, well-rounded roster.
So what does it look like now for Lynn Vision? Obviously, lots of conversations to be had about going down into that lower bracket. Cloud9 Fnatic is the team that they'll face, one of the two, depending on how that next match does go. Still a tough run for a team like Lynn Vision.
Yeah, for sure. I think either one of those teams are going to be very difficult to deal with, for sure. You know, Fnatic might be a little bit more borderline in terms of whether most people think they're going to go through towards the playoffs. I think Cloud9, you know, obviously they've had some underwhelming results initially with this roster, but they are always a team that you look at that team on paper and you realize that could be a team that could win the whole tournament.
Yeah, particularly if Lynn Vision isn't firing. I think that's the key point of difference for me, is it didn't really feel like they came into this one and they were firing, that they were at their peak performance level. We saw that flash of brilliance from Starry, but really only came out once or twice, and you know, G wasn't doing anything too special with the AWP, which is, I think, a big reason why they were as successful at Pro League as what they were. So they need to kind of get that on lock, and then maybe we can start to have a conversation about Lynn Vision. But as of yet, it didn't look super impressive from them. On the other side of the coin, obviously, Ence did look quite solid, and we have one more best of one for you today before we jump into best of threes, and that is going to be Greyhound and G2 Esports.
Pushing smoke, bro. Let's get trying so hard. Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door, 1. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
3 games so far today at IEM Sydney on the B stream, and 1 upset. 1 out of 3. Can we get 2 out of 4 though? Can we get 50%? That's what the home crowd is looking to see. Greyhound playing in this next matchup up against G2 Esports. Now, I will say, Pilski, it's kind of a win-win for us here as Aussies, okay? Greyhound wins, we're all happy. Greyhound's Aussie, or a couple of them from New Zealand, but that's fine. Happy with that if they get the dub. G2 wins, JKS, his pathway into the arena is opened up a little bit easier as well. So, win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'd rather see a better game, though, as well, because from some of the underdog teams from the minor regions so far today, really have not been putting up anything more inspiring, and they've been pretty cut and dry games. So we'll see if that narrative is going to change this time.
Yeah, I think that is the big problem, isn't it? We haven't seen anything too exciting from the likes of Vertex or from Lynn Vision. The one upset that I was talking about was BetBoom. And to be fair, that was the conversation that we had in that pre-match.
Doesn't really. I mean, I feel like it doesn't really count though, because they are a European team at the end of the day.
It's still an upset though. Like,
it is an upset. It is an upset, but you still at least the teams, even the underdog teams coming in from Europe, you expect them to be able to take more rounds and probably perform better in the tournament.
Now, can't say the same quite as much for Greyhound, unfortunately. They have been having a pretty rough run of things so far in their international performances this year in 2023, going into 2024 as well. They're going to have to try to sort of work on that. I don't know if this is maybe their last big event of the year. It could potentially be, but they'll have to start turning their attention toward things like the minor / the RMR for the major next year. That's kicking off pretty early on in the piece. And so, look, domestic results are all well and good for a team like Greyhound. They can continually qualify for events through the AU region. But if they're not doing anything at those events, that's where people start to come into question. On the other side of the coin, you've got G2, who are actually looking pretty good at the moment. I mean, they won Katowice, they won Cologne. They've been pretty solid at a lot of the other events as well. It seems like things are working quite nicely for G2 at the moment. And I think, to be quite honest with you, Pilski, they are the best opportunity we have of having an Australian representative in the arena at the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, they will be able to kind of have a little bit of a home crowd advantage, even though the majority of them are not from this hemisphere at the end of the day.
Yeah, so let's get into the deep dive of the conversation, and we'll touch on Greyhound first here. Now, as we said, obviously, hometown heroes, the hero invite, in fact, for IEM Sydney. It wasn't really going to go to anybody else. Only Vertex and Rooster are really challenging Greyhound in any fashion in ANZ.
Are they?
But yeah, exactly. I think that's the point, right? They're maybe chipping away at them one map here and there, but very rarely winning series. So it always was going to go to Greyhound and leave the scraps to the rest. But what do you have to say about Greyhound? Nothing has changed for this roster. They haven't made a roster change. Maybe some role shifting here and there over the last 6 months or so, but by and large, results have been very much the same for Greyhound this year.
Yeah, I think shifting around roles, obviously with CS2 coming on in, we'll see if they've found any crazy adaptations. But the thing is, at least for, Lynn Vision, maybe more so for Vertex, these are the teams that I'd expect to come up with something creative. I don't really see Greyhound as a creative team really at all. They usually will just kind of do what's good, copy the meta, and the individuals will play their game.
Well, let's take a look at what has actually been going on for Greyhound this year, and this is kind of going to tie into the conversation that we are having here as far as the fairly disappointing year that they've been going through. Now, some of these results look okay, but by and large, they're not really too impressive, and I think in both of those ESL Pro League outings, they were able to win only the one series. The same can be said for the major. It's just not been quite as exciting, maybe, as Greyhound of old.
It's, at the end of the day, like, at the moment, the standard of excellence for a team from Australia is just winning a qualifier and participating at the event, and that's not going to be good enough to deliver good results.
But it could change. Could change here. MR12, best of one.
Rolling out.
ANZ.
Red carpet of
Let's keep doing it.
Of
Greyhound
chances.
on home territory. Can they make it to the arena? Well, that's a good question. I don't know if we've got the answer to that, but we do have Vex Knight standing by for an interview, so let's hear from him.
When it comes to IEM Sydney, here we have 2 Australian teams, and we have 2 Australians that are playing in international teams, right? And right now you're going to play against JKS, which means you're going to see his name on the server. Will it make it maybe like in some kind of way more personal?
I think we're just going to kick his ass. Like, win or lose after the game, we're probably going to roll him. So, yeah, that's about it.
Do you think it's going to be easy?
Probably not. They're a very, very good team. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle, but new game, so probably a bit more of an even playing field, and we're just excited to play.
Well, usually when it comes to like, Australian teams, I always ask them about jet lag. Your team actually does not have this excuse this time, but I do want to know, like, I mean, Sydney, you are playing on home soil. Is this in any way special?
Yeah, 100% it's special. It's amazing playing an Australian tournament and being the representatives. And if we make the stage, then I don't know, it's just going to feel great. It's definitely like all of our goal right now, and we really want it.
Right. Then good luck.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Vertex, for the chat, as well as Heku, obviously. And Pilsy, yeah, I mean, making it to the arena, I think that's really the goal for Greyhound at this event. That is a bloody tough ask, though, when you look at the teams that they're going to have to go through.
Not going to happen. But if it was going to happen, step one would be a BO1 upset over G2.
Indeed, indeed. Well, let's talk about G2 then and see how they're coming into today and into this event. They should be feeling pretty confident about this one, right? They know a lot of the results, especially at IEMs this year, have been quite good for them. We mentioned Katowice and Cologne already. Not to mention the fact that also if they do make it further and deeper into this tournament, they are going to have the home crowd backing them because JKS is on that roster. Now, I don't know how big of a deal that really is for a team like G2, but it can't hurt.
Oh, it's going to be massive. What do you mean? I think having the crowd behind you at an event like this is so huge. It gives you a lot of energy. You know, the crowd here in Sydney is famous for, you know, being able to, you know, boost the team's morale, pump the players up. They absolutely love the atmosphere here, and I think that G2 is really going to vibe off the back of that, I would say.
Yeah, obviously lots of conversations happening around this team. Hooksy, you can see there his name is in the sniper scope, I suppose, of a couple of analysts. But I got to say, right, there seems like there's something going quite well for this roster. Just generally speaking, they've had good results. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit biased because they've got JKS in there, but I'm really happy to see the team playing as well as it has been and getting those results that we've been seeing from them this year. So let's talk a bit about JKS. He is the Australian golden child, is he not? He is the best Counter-Strike player we have ever produced. He's also the first and only Australian player to make it to an IEM Sydney stage match. That might not be true, actually. But he's the first one to place and only one to place in the top 20 of the HLTV, and he's also the first and only to win a Tier 1 event. He's also not the only one to make it to top 4 at a major. There was, of course, Azza involved in that one, as well as Liaz. But either way, a lot of firsts, a lot of onlys for a player like JKS, and it is, without a doubt, him on a pedestal above the rest.
Yeah, I think only Australian player at this tournament. You know, there's obviously been other Australian players, you know, to go top 4. Like I think Dexter was top 4 at a major, which is something that you know, some people will forget.
Yep.
Due to the fact that major was one that I think a lot of people isn't not top of mind for them.
Sure.
But yeah, obviously JKS, a phenomenal Australian player, and someone that, you know, for a while has kind of been someone that the fans look to actually produce results in I would say, recent history of mediocrity in terms of Australian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I just guess that's just going to have to be the conversation, isn't it? And JKS, he might be able to fly that flag. I think when we're talking about teams that can possibly make it to the arena, into the playoffs for the Australian fans to get behind, you've got JKS definitely there. And then Dex is probably the next best opportunity in Fnatic. Beyond that, Greyhound. Beyond that, Vertex. As we go down the list, it seems like very unlikely, obviously, for Vertex seeing that first game. Greyhound, probably still a pretty tough ask. Fnatic, maybe even a pretty tough ask. G2, though, is there something there? I guess that's the question. And hey, if none of them make it, well, I guess we've got Apex with Mither and Jacob, who have represented Aussies at one point in their career.
They've got an honorary Australian
you know,
card, that's true.
The people might cheer for them as well. But how do we see this match going? Obviously, looking at it on paper, I think you have to say it should be pretty hard one to make an argument for Greyhound.
It feels like outside of the European teams, like the upset narratives just haven't been there. Like, yeah, okay, Gamer Legion got themselves a dub, as did BetBoom. So those are actually pretty big upsets, it has to be said. But, you know, these are still European teams that are, you know, not geographically removed from the rest of the world. Although you have to say, you know, Greyhound practice-wise removed from the rest of the world, but it's not like they haven't had their Tier 1 tournaments, to be to be participating in this year.
Yeah, so I tell you what, let's go ahead and have a look at what map we're going to be getting onto, see whether or not we're happy with that. We've seen a little bit of everything so far today. No Anubis, no Ancient. What's the go-to for Greyhound here? I feel like it's often going to be the likes of Inferno, which has been banned away by G2.
But it's new. And I think we talked to Ence just the other day, and he said he wasn't a fan of the new Inferno.
Yep.
Nuke. It's definitely a possibility. It's a map that Greyhound definitely don't mind.
Yeah, Nuke against a
It's up
team
to
like G2.
Yeah, they're going to go to Nuke instead of Vertigo. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable middle ground for these two teams. G2, you know, it's not their best map by any stretch of the imagination. It's been a bit up and down. But at Greyhound, you know, it's been decent for them. It's definitely in the middle of the pool. It's a map that sees a lot of play in the Oceanic region. I feel like domestically, Nuke is now the new middle of the map pool with the introduction of, you know, Ancient, Anubis, Vertigo. You know, obviously Overpass has always been pushed to the fringe. The new middle of the map pool for me really feels like Inferno, Mirage, Nuke.
Yeah. So next question I would have for you then is pound for pound as far as firepower is concerned, because that was a conversation we were really having around the likes of Lynn Vision and the likes of Vertex. Is, yeah, you can do all the work you want behind the scenes, try to find some new strats, some cheeky smokes.
But that doesn't apply to Greyhound.
Well, here's the
in
question,
my opinion.
though. The question is, can they go toe-to-toe with the firepower of G2?
No.
Because you're looking at Manassi, you're looking at Nico.
They're going to win the knife round at least, which is good.
Look at the movement, though. Oh,
yeah, he's got caught.
I mean, look, okay, knife round on Nuke, that's nice, definitely, really nice. But what happens if Nico just starts doing Nico things, right? Is there anyone on Greyhound that can stand up to that?
No.
All right, well, that ruined my whole point.
Yeah, well, that's just the reality of it. The individual's so much better on G2. Look, you've got some prep being done there from Alistair. So Greyhound, well, it's nice to see they've put the prep into this event. Obviously, a team that doesn't have a coach has had a tough time finding a coach.
Yeah, we've had that conversation with them as well. We asked, you know, are you actually looking for a coach? And yes, Greyhound is looking for a coach, by the way. So if anyone's watching this, I mean, there's 7,000 people watching right now. If you're someone from Europe and, you know, you reckon you know something about Counter-Strike, maybe hit up Greyhound. If you've got the reps, might be in with a job. They're looking for something sort of like a Mytha-type situation, right? We had that kind of confirmed through Ence on the chat that we had with him, and he was sort of saying it's very tough for them to find a coach because they can't really look in AU, and then dealing with that, you know, the time zone difference and obviously all of that involved, coaching remotely, stuff like that, it can be a challenge, right? And so you do need someone like Mytha, what he was able to do with that Renegades roster, I thought was really impressive. I have a lot of respect actually for Mytha as an individual because it seemed like he really did go all in on that project, and I think it really did help Renegades. But ultimately, he got a better opportunity. That's fair enough. He moves on. But is there someone else like that Greyhound can find for their current iteration that can help them? And it's a struggle at the moment, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a coach thing, but also, you know, IGL is an issue. You know, before they had Dexter, but there's no one really perfect to fill the shoes of the IGL role. And it's not something that any of the Greyhound players is really a comfort zone for them. So they're still having to fill the gaps in terms of those. Regardless, though, here we go. Nuke on CS2, an interesting prospect, a map that necessitates smoke usage in a game where smokes have just been innovated. What are we going to get?
Well, we might get a couple of smokes toward outer rather than a few smokes toward outer. If you get my drift, 2 instead of 3 is now possible. Hooksy starts well. Okay, that's not a good sign for Greyhound at all. If Hooksy can walk in and take the head off of Liaz and then Vexite, G2 straight into the A bomb site, and it is without much of a flourish from Greyhound thus far in the pistol round. Hunter's on a good angle here to watch that creep from Sicko as well. Nice quick raw adjustment with the dualies. We'll get 1 and then 2. Sicko starting to activate, and that will get the Greyhound fans excited. They've got no time to slow down, though. They really have to move into this site quite quickly. Alistair unable to hit the headshot, and now it's on to Ence, the captain of the team. Swaps out for the dualies with 18 bullets remaining, but his time is up. It has dwindled away. There's no winning this pistol round anymore for Ence, and G2 will claim the first round.
Double entry into Heart, 5 seconds into the round. I think, you know, it was kind of done and dusted before it even really got rolling. I think Sicko a little unlucky to fall to Hooksy there on the site when old mate's fully blind. Did a good job trying to complete this retake, and I think he's earned himself a lot of cash doing so, but I mean, outside of that, not really too much to write home about, unfortunately. Full save for Greyhound round 2, so no second round force. I'm keeping my eye on how many teams are opting to force second round. Here is the 3 smokes across outside here from G2.
Well, wishful thinking from Liaz, really. But what can you do? You've only got so many options when you're down to the pistols purely. Ence has got himself a nade.
Pretty stock standard walk down secret. Progression smokes on outside, makes it look like a warehouse wrap. It's a smoke straight to windows as well as onto Annex, which is going to keep Greyhound concerned about ladder base rather than lowers, which has just been given to G2 for free. They've taken control of all the critical areas. With those progression smokes to windows as well as Annex, it's actually given space to Hunter to slip into warehouse as well. So G2 with a lurk on backside lobby really have a stranglehold on many critical points in the map.
Well, Greyhound's going to let them have it. I think that's fair enough. Not too much sense in really throwing much away. They're going to try and get rid of JKS. Here we go. This is the attempt at the punch on. And it's kind of gone the way of Greyhound there. They do manage to finish JKS off. Obviously having to give up Alistair and Ins on the way through. Sicko's also fallen now as well. But they got him. They got him. Just like Vexite said. Win or lose, they're going to get JKS.
4 alive. Very nice anti-eco for G2. It's played that one by the numbers. 3 wall smoke across the outside. Walk down, take secret control. Progression, smoke to windows and Annex. They just controlled that anti-eco round start to finish. Time for the buy here for Greyhound though. And speaking of which, it's no kind of bonus for G2. Obviously going quite rifle heavy in round number 2, maybe anticipating a round 2 force, but now they've completed that anti-eco with rifles up. I feel like maybe something a bit quicker outdoor here from G2 this time.
Yeah, that's a huge chunk of nades going into Vexite, but he doesn't seem too perturbed by that fact. Opening kill will go the way of Greyhound in this round, but they've still lost control of the A site. Vexite now drops, and G2 should be safe to get the plant on the upper site. Ali will try and deny that, but the spam won't connect.
Looks like they want to go heavy through Heaven's side here. Multiple layers of Molotovs from G2, keeping them at arm's length, and Greyhound even going to go for this one. They have got a kid on Sicko.
Well, they're just getting held at bay by all the util. 2 mollies, then a flash. They can't get in, and now, as they start to try, the time has already sprung so far out that they just have to give it up. Greyhound not even getting the chance to play this game yet.
No, they haven't. G2's just been controlling every single round right from start to finish. You know, you think about the pistol, double entry. They're playing 3 on 5 from the get-go. Then anti-eco controlled start to finish with the smokes and the map control. Then that round, 1 for 1. But what really just shut things down before they really got going was those layers of util on Heaven's side, really, from G2. Their util in the mid-round in the post-plant was just so oppressive and made Greyhound's life a little bit of a nightmare.
All right, Greyhound straight back into it, but they don't actually invest anything onto Alistair or Vexite, so saves come through there. But they do still have 3 weapons to work with. Standard outer smokes from G2, so nothing changing there.
It's just pistol around the couple of saved rifles here for Greyhound, so reserved expectations. Once again from G2 though, wall of smoke across the outside.
2 players down already though.
Yeah, Alistair's only got a USP, so 1 rifle in lowers here.
Sicko just trying to bait Ali a little bit here, let Alistair get that information, and then it'll be Sicko to try to actually take the committed fight. Ins in the meanwhile has dispatched off Hunter. Some decent damage being done, but not quite enough. Vexite actually chimes in with the pistol. Alistair is the only one really that can make much of a difference down on B now, and unfortunately he's only got a USP, so he needs his assistance to come through. There's the headshot onto Munisi. Fade's not there from Liaz yet. The nade won't quite catch Manassi enough. 7 HP, but Ence is certainly putting in work from heaven. This round's been a bit all over the place, but Greyhound are kind of thriving in that chaos. Liaz just can't get Hooksy though. And it will fall onto Ence once again, as it so always does for Greyhound.
No kit. It's got to pick up the pace. Both of these players very, very low though. It's quite doable. Oh, Kit picked up there on the stairs. That's big.
Yeah, but Hooksy on a cheeky angle here. Can't quite land his shots. He did enough to put Ence down to 8 HP. Bomb's not planted for Manassi right there. Oh, the flick. A nasty one. And he looks cool, calm, and collected as he wins that clutch, which, I mean, I suppose it's happiness for Greyhound, really. But it is only with one gun alive, Pilly. And again,
I mean, that was a save, though. Around the 3 saved rifles, they're happy with that.
True.
They'll take it. They ain't mad about how that round went, Greyhound.
The thing is, I've so tempered my expectations from watching Greyhound play, and especially from watching Vertex and Lynn Vision today. I'm like, I'm just not going to get excited, right? When we get the Greyhound game, it's not over till it's over. You know, we're back to square one.
Well, we'll see.
But maybe they can bring me some life.
Ence is having a good one so far. Seen some of the other boys to step up around him. G2 passive positioning in lobby here, taking their time. They've already had the one kind of smoke on outside. I think that might have gone awry. There is the smoke to Annex, trying to draw out some utility from the upper side players here on Greyhound, I believe, or maybe some aggression through outside. But Greyhound not currently obliging them. So we'll see what G2 are going to do after the mid-round here, waiting out the initial utility. Does seem like they want to slip onto the line towards ramp side and maybe try to push that rotation off, take that ramp room control and try to create a little bit of a butterfly effect into the rotation. There's a refreshed Annex smoke and a molly to CT vent, and out they come on ramp side. Layered flashes coming in.
First one not going to blind Sicko, nor the second, but Manassi will put him down, and Vexite gives away his position without really doing any damage to G2. So that'll be G2 looking to get into the B bomb site. Ali already there. Shuts the door on Hooksy. And G2 slow down as a result. This nade will do a number to Ence. Lands right on top of his head. But you do still have Alistair there. He's undone by Manassi. And JKS gets Ence as well. So, a little bit too clean from G2 just walking in there, isn't it?
Yep. Very patient, just waiting for Greyhound to make a mistake. And when they don't, you know, just swinging onto those critical angles and finding picks. Nico cutting the rotations down the vent. It's already a save situation, so he might try to go on a little bit of a hunt. We'll see. The money's not great for G2 just yet. It's for Greyhound. I mean, Ence can probably drop an additional rifle and they could get, you know, 3 or 4 rifles pumping in this round if they can save 2. Liaz hearing those footsteps on Annex side, I'm assuming. Does he survive here? He's quite close to the bomb, is he not?
Oh, I'm not sure it's going to come down to that.
That's messy, messy, messy.
So Vexite holds on to the M4.
Yeah, I don't... Well, we'll see if they're going to buy. I don't think that's enough to go for a buy. We might see something similar to what we saw BetBoom do earlier, with just a hero rifle or 2 and some pistol armor, most likely. These shots, they're on the re-entry, Manassi on the ramp, and then JKS cracking open that entry towards Windows side really changed the round. It was kind of hanging in the balance, and then, you know, blink of an eye, it's gone again. And exactly that, we're going to see 2 hero rifle and pistols here for Greyhound.
Deagle only for Sicko. Timing not great for him there, jumping up onto the far side of the ramp. He'll be dealt with by Hooksy. Hooksy's doing what he loves to do, which is just jump around with the MAC-10 in front of the squad.
Yeah.
Heard him talk about that quite a lot. He just wants to get in there.
Yeah, create space for, you know, you've just got so many solid players on your team. At the end of the day, you know, someone just needs to do the dirty work and set them up for success.
He's doing it at the moment. This will be 5-1 for G2.
You know, which funnily enough, was kind of the Carrigan approach, really, on some of the successful rosters with Nico on it.
Well, they got the knife round, Greyhound. And they've got 1 round since then, which came down to Ence winning a 1-on-2 clutch. Beyond that, it's been a pretty tough day to be an Aussie supporter. Bearing in mind, Vertex only got 2 rounds against Mouz earlier on today.
Here's the next gun round, though, for Greyhound. See what they're going to try and put together here. Orbs out for Alistair yet again. And rifles across the board. G2 have done a pretty good job of building up their economy on this T side. And they're really just using the fundamentals well at the moment. Still Leo's. And it's done a bit of parkour off the side of the building. Initial progression util from both teams. Top hut and on towards Annex from the T side. And then late wall of smoke across the outside. Just the initial progression smoke to cross. And then they're going to send these 2 extra players in towards Secret. Molotov to try to stop them crossing the Secret.
Ooh.
And a G-nade ins.
All right.
His util usage is something we've highlighted in the past, and that's exactly why Alistair getting another pick over on ramp side. Greyhound need to close this round and close it cleanly. Let's not lose extra guns here.
Yeah, that's right. It's moments like that that make you realize that Ence is just on a bit of a different level to a lot of ANZ players. In fact, almost every ANZ player. He seems to have a bit more of a cerebral understanding for the game, a sense of timing, an intuition maybe, that a lot of other players don't have or have not developed yet. And there's no doubt in my mind that currently he's the best player within ANZ.
Uxie, realistically, only looking for damage here. As many guns as he can take away from Greyhound is good for the cause.
Well, he's made a lot of noise and given away his position. So that is exactly the round Greyhound has been looking for.
For sure. 5 alive, clean as round from Greyhound. Going to help steady their economy and continue to try to fight their way back into this half that might not have started how they would have desired. Initial couple of rounds felt quite hopeless, but there's nothing hopeless about this situation on the CT side. This is a strong economic position to fight for a good half of CT side nuke. We need to see them start to step up, though.
This is the round to do it in. Double orbs out, G2. Oh, they're going to try something a little bit different. JKS out into Squeaky, dealt with by Vexite, who can't get much more than that. You've got Liaz flashed out as well. Nico this time, the one throwing the flashes for Hooksy. Can you believe it? Either way, it is G2 back into the site. And Greyhound, just when it starts to look good, they do get humbled again.
Enzo has been the standout for Greyhound again. These layered pieces of utility in towards heaven, making Greyhound's life trying to get back into the upper site quite difficult. But G2, Bomber's left behind in lobby. So although Hooksy's got boots on the ground in the site, G2 not rushing anything. They recognize this is a bit of a weird situation and they're uncomfortable with it. That's the 3rd bloody molly to heaven in the last, what, 40 seconds.
G2 definitely prioritizing those heaven mollies. We saw it in a couple of the previous rounds as well. They were happy to invest multiple in that direction. Flash going to go through to try set up Ins. I'm not sure if it ended up landing quite the way that Sicko wanted it to. And so now his job is to try to hold on to that orb. And they now know where he is. So this is going to be a task in and of itself. You can see that G2 are well and truly headed in his direction. They know he's not interested in trying to retake that site.
If he takes these 2 guns away, that could be pretty important. Like, let's not mince words here. G2's economy is not insane right now. It's really not that great. Yeah, they can't afford to hunt this orb right now, actually.
Right. Silver lining for Greyhound. But it's a very dark-looking storm cloud. I think it's actually storming in Sydney at the moment, or at least raining. That's what I heard. I haven't been outside.
Yeah. Had a classic gamer day in the dungeon.
Yep.
In here in the dark, watching some counter, getting a nice monitor tan.
But at least we were able to do it from midday instead of from 1 AM.
Yeah.
We'll take that dub.
G2 straight into lobby here. Might be looking to pick up the pace, and this time it's towards Ramper, and 2 players already here for Greyhound. Alistair opens things up. Sicko only 1 for 1ing, but repeat from Alistair is good for a second.
Bit more like it. Bit more like it. Need to see a little bit of that style and flair from Alistair. He knows there's someone close, and here we are. Alistair has arrived, a 3K in the round. Nicely done from him, and to be fair, well done from Sicko as well. Needed to get that one frag to keep him in check. But here's where Nico can look to activate. We talked about that firepower, and if he somehow 1v4s Greyhound, well, I won't even finish my thought. It doesn't happen. But I think that man on your screen there, Alistair as well, we know what a highly skilled AWPer he can be. And a very flamboyant AWPer as well. That's what I always appreciate about watching him when he's on. When he's hitting his shots, then Greyhound can maybe start to think about going a bit deeper in this tournament.
Timeout for G2. They recognize that their economy is under pressure. This could be a bit of a swing round where they potentially lose control of that economy after Greyhounds had a couple of rounds to build up their own cash, surviving with a lot of guns. That clean round where Ence got the double on outside really was the turning point that gave Greyhound a chance to fight for this CT side. And like I said, they needed to step up, and the 3K from Alistair is a great example of that. We need to be seeing that from more of Greyhound. They need to try and fight back all three of these, and if they win this next round, on 1900 loss bonus for G2, this could be a great chance to make a nice even half for Greyhound and make this game a lot more winnable on their own T side.
I don't know, man. I've seen MP7 buys work before, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself right here. G2, they're a very threatening team, and m0NESY still has that AWP in hand. Nico has the AK. There's your two-star players with the weapons that they need. Off angle from Liaz. Bit of a one-and-done position. And Vexite with the job of watching door. It's a double setup on ramp once again. Liaz needs to get himself a kill here. Can't get it done. And that leaves Vexite alone. He's hiding inside of that smoke. Will be cleared by Hunter, you'd think eventually. Nade's going to go through. Vexite shot in the back of the head. No success for Greyhound in this round. G2 are just too methodical.
Alistair seeing if he can pick one from heaven and maybe make this retake a prospect, but unfortunately copping a lot of damage to the nade. Will molly JKS out of position, but maybe not what he bargained for there.
So back to square one for Greyhound. Just when they're on the precipice of being able to come back into the half, G2 swat them aside like a fly. Speaking of which, there's a lot of those going around in Australia at the moment.
Yeah, it's fly season. Sicko backside of warehouse. Trying to hold on to the gun, and m0NESY spotted him out, which will allow Hunter to peek out. No AWP to be saved for Greyhound this time, although Alistair can purchase one. An AWP would have been a great thing to hold on to. Could have seen a double drop from Alistair. AWP swapped over, and that could have been a buy for Greyhound now. With a couple of players at 3 to 3.5k, it's a very weird CT economy situation to be in. I want to see what they're put together as they're going to put together as we head into the dwindling rounds of this half. I actually like that hero AWP with, you know, hero rifle, couple of pistols. They give themselves a chance to win the round, but don't throw their economy entirely in the bin.
Unfortunate for Ence. Runs into Nico. So that's one of the upgraded weapons gone. Nico will get across into Secret pretty comfortably in the end. Greyhound in dire straits in this round now, having lost that M4.
Yeah, Alistair in a pretty nice position, though, to be able to peek these players coming down Secret. Can't quite connect that shot, though. Progression molly comes in from G2. They're just going to avoid the AWP. Smoke into Annex, molly onto credit card. They start to wrap their way through outside. m0NESY's found a pick in the meanwhile, and G2 just continuing to choke out Greyhound and take this map control.
Man.
AWP gets dropped. So Liaz probably got to go pick that up and go on the saving duties for himself.
They haven't even planted the bomb yet, though. Like,
yeah, I mean, they've still got a player on lobby roof, so if you try and save in lobby, you're probably going to get picked coming out door here.
That's my point, is that G2 pretty much controlled the entire map at the moment. There was nowhere for Liaz to go.
Yeah.
And the time wasn't even working for him. Nice shots from Sicko with the 5-7. Not enough, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they do very well. They're working the map quite nicely. G2 have been in control for the majority of this T-side half, and that's exactly what you'd be expecting. As we head into the last round of the half here, Greyhound Not like they didn't have their chances. I'm sure they're going to take a timeout now and have a chat about how to try to secure this last gun round so that they can potentially push things to an 8-4, a bit more of a palatable half for them.
I find it interesting that Alistair sits in the middle for Greyhound. Obviously, Ence is the IGL. Normally, the IGL sits in the middle. But in Greyhound, it's Alistair. I think he takes a little bit more of a supportive role in the team, right? Throws a lot of flashes, a lot of util on the T side especially.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to as an AWPer in the modern state of CS. It's kind of what you do. Set up some of the riflers to take space and try to get your AWPer in a position where they can either post out on important parts of the map and control those info lines, or potentially set them up in a post plant, play those swing positions. Quicker wall of smokes here for G2. They're crossing straight down Secret. They've also got Hoopsy, who's just jumping straight down Annex, but Alistair able to pluck multiple players out. Traded by Monacy though.
Or Siko. Playing a dangerous game behind that smoke with JKS on the other side, but he will keep his life for now. You two are thinking about maybe going back up the vent, are they? No, they've decided to head down to B. Player on the ramp, Siko in all sorts of trouble. Honestly, has the volley that will pretty much end his life. One tick's going to be more than enough, and JKS gets the job done in the end. Decent trade from Ence, but G2 have brought it back to an even number scenario from the advantage that Greyhound had earlier on. Liaz gets his timing right onto Hunter, and now it's down 1-on-1. Ence, can he do it again for Greyhound? 10-6. He's trying to pull them, kicking and screaming through this half, but he can't do it in the final round. It is 9-3. G2 are wiping the floor with Greyhound. Do or die time for the hometown heroes Greyhound if they want to have any kind of success in this best of one. They didn't really impress a whole lot in the first half. A 9-3 favoring G2 leaves them in a pretty precarious position, particularly if they don't get the pistol round win here in the second half. G2, on the other hand, they're pretty happy with how things are going.
Yeah, it's been a pretty cut and dry game so far. G2 feels like they were in control the entire time on the T side, did a really good job of working the map. So Greyhound going to have to be self-starters here on this T side, trailing quite heavily. Waiting for some kind of outside aggression here. Progression util on towards Heaven there from Vexite, and now Greyhound looking like they're going to be wrapping outside here with a couple of flashes over towards Annex.
Nice start for Alistair, but then again, even better on the trades from G2. A 3 for 2 thus far. Vexite struggles to hit the shots onto JKS that he needs, and that again is going to leave Ence in a clutch scenario. How many times he's been tasked with that so far today, I don't know, but I'm sure he's not so happy with the proceedings. Not even going to be given a freebie. There are players watching Heaven. Gets a good kill onto JKS to put it into 2-on-1, and there's time to play with here as well. That said, oh, never mind, Ence has done it again.
Oh, they just couldn't trade him, unfortunately. It's a difficult angle when you swing in over on Silo's side. Difficult to hit the shot while you're shooting upwards and actually connect on the head. Too many body shots, unfortunately, and a great flick from Ence.
How does he do it?
You know, at the same time, Jordan, nice 1v3. But unless, you know, clutches from Ence, as we saw on the CT side and here in the T-pistol, are not going to be enough to win Greyhound this game.
You're right, but let us have our moment. Well done, Ence. 13-7, and it's now Alistair on the entry duty.
Oh, got
his way through outer, but that is a good tap onto JKS.
Windows smoke has missed. That's another piece of util here.
A lot of map control established for Greyhound.
Yeah, working outside to warehouse and windows. Taking the long-range duels with the rifles. 5 rifle purchase from Greyhound as well. And Ence deciding to go for the Krieg in this initial round. Similar to what we saw from Ence and a couple of other teams. Scoped weapons have definitely been the choice for many players.
Slow and steady progression into the B site. Not a whole lot going on down there for G2, so this should be a pretty easy round for Greyhound. Not just because of the fact that they are playing against pistols, but also because they've been able to walk into a bomb site, mostly for free.
Just need to make sure they can get themselves a nice clean round here. Definitely want to do a good job building up that T-side economy to continue trying to fight this scoreline deficit. Yeah, this game's so pretty. The way that the shadows look on uppers there, shining through the windows into Rafter.
If you ever go back and look at a CSGO broadcast, then it's a pretty rude awakening. I never really realized. But after playing a lot of CS2, definitely see the facelift that the game has brought. Now, important that Greyhound ensures that no guns go through on that CT side, and they are setting up a firing squad to make sure that will be the case. 5-9.
Yeah.
Greyhound off on the right foot in the second half.
Yeah, Ence's clutch did not light the spark that Greyhound needed to get going in the first half of that CT side. Definitely created an opportunity. Some big plays from Ence for Greyhound to take a few more steps into that half than they actually did. Here on the T side, again, it's a big play from Ence that has given them a chance. It's set their economy off on the right foot here, but they need to step up. We're not seeing enough from Greyhound yet. Convince me that they're going to be able to perform a best-of-1 upset win. Progression, smoke to frontside vent as well as Annex. Aggression on outside for Nico. Goes quite well initially. Greyhound trying to hunt him down and isolate him, and they're able to do so. Monacy's out there still, though, unchecked.
I don't know if they expect a second player here behind Red Crate. Liaz loses his life as a result. That nade came through from Hunter as well to assist. G2 working in tandem, and as soon as they get the guns in their hands, it's a completely different looking beast.
Alistair might be able to find a timing here. Sneaking through Annex side though. Monacy still keeping an eye on outside from ladder base. The other Greyhound players joining up with Alistair on outside, and Ence has kind of just been chilling indoor this entire round, waiting for his right timing. Another door smoke. Gonna unfortunately limit his opportunities. Greyhound, they're just really not doing a whole lot of anything.
Trying to creep their way through outer. Honestly, would have spotted that. No doubt about it. He knows, and he's ready to take that fight to them. Vexite will get himself a trade, but he needs to do a little bit more than that. You have multiple players heading in his direction. Ence is cleared up. But Vexite is being very cheeky, staying on the top side of the map. If he wins this 1v1 against Hooksy, somehow walking out of the smoke, then we might be on for a Vexite clutch as well. Smoke fades. He's not going to check back vent, and that is too easy in the end for Hooksy. G2 get themselves another, and they're on to double digits now.
Enough players surviving on the CT side to continue to build that money up. No plant for Greyhound here. See if they're able to put together a buy. Obviously, they had 4 alive in a round previous. Attack timeout. Difficult decision to be made here for Greyhound.
Who's doing the talking? Has to be Ence, right?
Yeah. No coach for Greyhound here. No one to save the mental when they go a bit quiet. It's an issue that they're aware of.
Not too much conversation happening there for G2 either. Seems like they're pretty chill, as you would be, given the circumstances.
We're forcing into this one for Greyhound. 2 players without head armor against 4 A1Ss. Could be an issue. Mac 10s being purchased up here. Only 2 AKs. Quick smoke to the front side of vent here. Odyssey looking to hop into the vent, make sure that no one can drop down there and take any early map control for Greyhound. Sicko's having a little bit of a look at outside here. A lot of smokes invested on outside, and now it's the quick uppers timing from the tees.
Flashes land onto Hooksy, forcing him out of position, and Vexite does hit himself a nice entry. So Greyhound, that has worked out exactly the way they would have liked it to have, but they don't really have a whole lot to secure this site with. They can't molly Heaven, they can't smoke Annex again. So they just have to bank on the fact that they can get this bomb plant down. I kind of like that they've slowed things down here. G2's wondering what's going on. There was another smoke in the end that was maybe found by Greyhound for Annex.
G2 quite passive with the economy, already considering the save here. Not interested in going for this one at all. Really just trying to take guns out of the hands of the T's. They recognize that the money is not great for Greyhound here.
Ooh. That'll be a Mac 10 loss for Sicko, if anything. So, not really a big deal. This is creeping his way forward to see whether or not he can maybe take that challenge. Not going to happen in the end. So, Greyhound get themselves another round. They're looking better on the T side than what they were on the CT side. I'll give them that. They're plugging away. This is... How do I want to word this? Not a bad performance from Greyhound so far.
I don't know if I'd quite agree with that. I think majority of their success predicated off a couple of clutches from Ence so far. Outside of that, very solid rounds have not really been easy to come by, but that was one of them.
Yep. Let's see how many more they can get. Can they make this one exciting? I think we're kind of in that lull at the moment where it's like, you know what, we need to wait and see how the next couple of rounds go before we really get a great idea of where the rest of this map is headed.
This it's a buy where G2 not have a lot of cash behind it. Another couple of pieces of missed util there from Greyhound, and here's the uppers pop off the back of that, and it's worked again. Another man advantage here for Greyhound.
Yeah, these A takes have been doing pretty well for Greyhound so far. And again, it looks like it'll be an early save call from G2, but that has not worked out. Sicko just doubles down. And
no, they are. This is the turning point. This
here's
round.
where you go. Go and get in a punch on with JKS.
Yeah.
Go fight him in CT spawn.
Got a little bit of cash than he had last time. But yeah, Greyhound now. You know, last round I wasn't vibing it, Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the round.
All right.
2 uppers timings in a row. They break the CT money. They're going to build up their own cash if they don't throw away a bunch of guns to JKS here. It's doable. They are really trying to beef him here.
Vexite did say they're going to roll him. Okay. I don't know if that was rolling him. But they got him. They got him.
They 2-for-1'd him.
Got him in the end. He almost lined them all up. That's the problem. That was scary. Nice entry from Vexite. One thing to be said was Vexite was really, really quiet in the first half on the CT side. And he's usually one of the better performers for Greyhound on the fragging department. So if he goes missing a little bit, that can be really bad for Greyhound. But he seems to have really picked up the pace a little bit on this T side. Couple of nice entries from him.
Mac 7 out for Hunter.
2 Mac 10s. Greyhound, do they want to go fast? Not quite.
Pistols and a shotgun. Greyhound's invested in a lot of Mac 10s here.
Oh, it's going to be fast into ramp. JKS, his position not quite checked, but he can't land too much. And that Mac 10 used well by Alistair, but the Mag 7 is definitely putting in work. And oopsie, if he hits a shot with this Deagle, that could be problems for Greyhound. Crisis averted by Vexite.
Hunter's got armor and an AK. Definitely not out of the woods just yet. Just going to save it. They've got no kit here.
Vexite's coming into his own a little bit on this T side. It's good to see. Building a bit more faith for Greyhound.
Well, we'll see how this next gun round goes. I'm still not sold yet.
Yeah, listen. This is going to sound stupid. But we've already got Vitality and FaZe down in the lower bracket. Cloud9 also in the lower bracket, by the way, after losing to Fnatic. How about G2 down there as well? That would be messy.
Yeah. It would be, but I'm not. You're not too good of a salesman yet, Jordan. I'm not sold yet. I'm interested. I'm interested. After, you know, I've walked into the store, you've started talking to me, and I'm kind of like, you know, I'm half turned away to leave the store, but I'm also looking at you still, you know?
Can I interest you in one more T-side round? If I throw one more T-side round
I'll stay for one more T-side round.
It's for free. Let's see, though. I don't know if it is going to be for free for Greyhound, because there is an investment coming through for G2, and they've also called a tack timeout. So things are starting to get a bit serious, I get the sense, on this CT side now, where G2's thinking, okay, it's been pretty easy up to this point, but we are now being pressed a little bit. Let's reset and end it.
I get that sense as well.
Maybe JKS is just the inside man. He wants to see Greyhound.
Greyhound have only really had success on this T side with the outside util pressure into the uppers timings. And G2 going to be well aware of that. So we'll see how they play around that.
Oh, Sicko, did he spot that player at Red Crate? I think he might have, but either way, Nico's been able to strike. Already that shot misses by a mile. And Sicko will take advantage of that, brings it back to the 4-on-4. That was quite uncharacteristic.
Out ramp room now. JKS under pressure. Trying to play the angles here. HE to try to create some space for him to get away. He's getting chased down Megatub, but he still makes it out.
Oh, the flash is good. JKS, not good enough for one more. Liaz, former teammate of JKS, maybe knows his tendencies. Hunter, though, is a different matter, but he should be traded down. Nice double peek from Ence and Alistair.
Look at this lurk through lobby from Sicko. You know, Greyhound, they don't need to rush anything here. They're not trying to plant on lowers. They're trying to reroute back into upper. Sicko's able to walk straight out upper and find some space there. There's a player down decon. Oh, he's actually gone down vent.
Oh,
the shadow. Is there a shadow?
Doesn't matter. Sicko rips the head off of Hooksy. And that is going to incentivize them to come down to B, but they've got to be quick about it because that wrap is coming through from Nico in the ramp room. If they're too slow, He might get himself a free pick while the bomb's being planted. Someone gets timed. Ence
I think he's seen the shadow.
Going to pick the angle, and that's what I'm talking about. Nico, 1-on-3. This would be the nail in the coffin for Greyhound if they were to lose this round. And Nico's the type of player to make it happen. It would be 4 kills in the round. Alistair tucks himself into dark. Sicko not moving a muscle at the back of sight, and time is ticking away from Nico. He doesn't have a kit. He's clearing out the ramp room, control room even, but Sicko's got it done, so doesn't get too exciting just yet.
I'm interested now, Jordan.
Okay.
I'm interested.
Okay.
I'm sold.
No, you're not. You're sold already.
No, I'm sold. Now
You're
I'm
sold. Okay, guys, he's sold.
It doesn't take much.
Thank you. Easy commission.
They didn't choke a 1v3 against Nico.
Easy commission for the salesman. Well, now I just have to deliver on my product. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, Greyhound better pull through.
Hero Orp on Monacy and another Mag 7.
Why is he moaning? That's what I'm wondering.
What's he moaning about?
Is he moaning about CS2?
Most people are.
9-10. Greyhound, very good opportunity of equalizing, but these are the kinds of rounds that sometimes get away from them internationally.
Boost up above that squeaky
Can't see over the smoke.
position.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's legged him through the vent.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is it, this is it. This is Greyhound in a nutshell.
Bombs dropped in heart.
It always seems to go like this. They build up that hope, they build up that confidence, and then a
the shadow
round
advantage.
like this happens.
Just when I was sold, Jordan. Every time.
I know.
They got my money, and then they pissed off.
They did.
They ran off with it.
That said, they've built themselves enough rope to still have a chance of keeping the map alive should this round go by the wayside, which the guys is going to try and ensure will not be the case. Now, that's a tough ask for sure. 1-on-4. He's got 1 out of the 4. He just doesn't have any position that really feels comfortable to play from. Time is also now running down. He's hoping for the mistake to come through from the CT side. He's not going to get it. 3-man swing in the end for G2. 9-11. So, the Aussie and me started to get going. Same for you. We've been pulled back a peg.
Yeah.
Greyhound have as well, but will they falter?
Bro, this Mag 7 looks insane in height. Like Hunter is making that look really scary. G2, they were getting worried. They just got real pumped.
That is a cast of curse if I've ever seen one from you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You've done
I'm
it.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Bloody done it.
Time out. Coming on in. Greyhound, time to have a bit of a chat here.
I'm trying really hard not to
Jordan's about to lose it.
yell
Jordan's about to lose
expletives.
it.
No expletives on the broadcast.
Yeah. If we were watch partying right now, like we would be popping off.
A couple of C-bombs.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the Northern Territory, if you know what I mean. You're an Aussie. Aussies know. If you know, you know. See you in the NT, boys.
All right.
Of course, we're in New South Wales, not the Northern Territory, so that's not a factor at this point.
We'll just wait for IEM Alice Springs, mate. We'll be doing that underground. Another buy here for the T side.
Darwin.
Both teams running a little dry on the cash. Greyhound looks like they want to line up some util for outside wall of smoke.
Ooh.
Oh. Put in the console. CL_Greyhound win.
What was
that? I think that was a special console, CS2.
CS2 console.
Is the outside wall of smoke here. They've missed the smoke again, I think, to top side annex, unless I'm missing something. That's some new special tech. Ence, nice opener onto Hunter here. Blown open smoke for Nico on outside. He is such a fearsome player on yard.
Oh!
But he's cleaned up by Liaz. Man advantage for Greyhound now.
Spam battle definitely goes the way of Greyhound there. 4-on-3. Uxie, Monacy, JKS to try to salvage this one again for G2. Remembering their money's not fantastic at the moment. And Ence, he'll get the better of JKS. I'm not sure what that molly's meant to be for. But that's fine. Don't worry about it. Uxie and Alistair have run into one another, but Ence is there to get the trade, and then he wants some more as well. Ence stepping up again for Greyhound. And I got to say to you, Pilski, I think that was one thing that was missing for Greyhound at ESL Pro League. Ence had a surprisingly poor showing, actually, at that event. Normally, he's at the top of the scoreboard. Here he is again, up the top for Greyhound. It's a better look, for sure.
We all saw it at the start of the round, by the way. That was a special console being opened. We put in the command, Greyhound win 1, and they get around, Jordan.
Was it enough to break the CT economy? I saw one player had 4.4.
It's a little shaky. It's a little shaky. It's so winnable. This game is very winnable.
Ooh.
I know.
Don't do it to me.
I know.
Don't say that, Pooski. Don't say that. You're going to cast a curse at me. Greyhound sucks. They can't win this game.
They always get so close, and then yeah, they just need a coach, bro.
There's no
they just
way.
need one coach.
There's no way Greyhound wins. G2's just the better team.
They put a buy together. MP9's out. Orb's out for Monacy. Somewhat limited util, but it's still a pretty decent buy here for G2. They've maxed out the loss bonus. Minimum loss bonus for Greyhound, but they've got a little bit of cash in the back pocket. Lean back on. As he smokes to outside. Molly into Annex, Molly onto outside. It's a left side wall of smokes this time with the deep smoke to Warehouse. Nico again, trying to blow open that smoke, trying to take duels with someone on the outside. Find himself an angle, but Alistair punishes him. Man advantage for Greyhound here. Util into secret. Further smokes come out. Sicko gets caught trying to creep out of Annex. 4-on-4 for Greyhound. The majority of them are in lobby, but Alistair actually has a timing on outside with the AWP here.
He's creeping and he's crawling, but he might not need to do too much. Liaz, he has started to activate on this T side as well. It was Liaz and Vexite that really struggled in the first half. I think both of them got like 3 kills.
They've gone for ramp control here, Greyhound. They've got Alistair creeping out on outside. One player in hut. They have so many critical positions and they're just cutting sound. They're waiting for G2 to make a mistake here. Hooksy making his way through outside, over on secret side. He's going to clear out all of outside. Hunter's going to rotate down the vent. But Greyhound are setting up a lower site plant with Ins on the lurk in upper.
It's perfect.
G2 are going to save.
This will be the equalizing round.
With 3.4 loss bonus, they can drop over 2 rifles here, no problem at all. Put together a buy. It's going to be another similar buy here, Jordan, just without an AWP, 4 rifle and 1 MP9 most likely.
You know what? They said it won't be easy under Albanese, mate, but I think for Greyhound it is too easy at this point. 11-11.
Jordan, they haven't won.
Yeah, but
the next round is a gun round for G2.
2 rounds, mate. That's all I need.
There's nothing easy about that. Like, Nico has been picked on outside 2 rounds in a row. Does that happen 3 rounds in a row? I don't think so.
Stranger things have happened today already, Pilski. We've seen some very surprising results at IEM Sydney 2023 thus far. Why not one more? That's what Greyhound is saying.
All right, boys. This is the most biased class ever.
Yeah, fuck it. We're in Australia. Love it or leave it. That's what they say.
Yeah, yeah. And one team, yeah, we'll be leaving it pretty early on in this tournament today. Today or tomorrow? Couple of teams?
Well, today 2. Tomorrow 2.
Okay. Pretty good looking buy. Like I said, 4 rifles, 1 MP9. Pretty good util across the board. Aggression on outside. Nico's going to try to use that MP9. Gets up close under silo. Hasn't really been checked. I think they feel like they've cleared it, but Nico playing in a bit of a different position. Pop flash on the timing. Catches Sicko completely unawares. That's what I said. You're not going to pick Nico up on outside 3 rounds in a row. Missed shot by Alistair. They can't catch him falling off, and a man advantage for G2. Much needed.
Yeah, I mean, we're all excited for what Greyhound has been able to put together, but let's not forget, let's just be realistic for a moment. This is G2, one of the best teams in the world. And now it's a 4-on-5 favoring that CT side.
Smoke gets blown open. Takes a chunk out of Liaz here. He's down to 55. G2 anticipating some kind of late ramp play with a 2-man setup over there. Multiple players in uppers as well.
Okay, 1 for 1. That's not enough for Greyhound to make things look too exciting. JKS, timing could be awkward for him here. If he pops his head up, someone rips it off. That's not going to happen, though. He'll do exactly that to Vexite. And you'd think with that, the round probably is now secured. Alistair will try to creep through outer once again.
30 seconds. Got to speed it up. This push up onto ladder base. Oh, Hooksy's already ready for it. I just don't think this is going to work, Jordan.
No, sir. All right, well, it's going to come down to the final round here for Greyhound to try to push it through to OT.
Bro, Sicko's got $1,500.
It's all right, he can go Sicko mode with the Tech 9. Tech 9 armor, that's all he needs.
Oh, man. They had 1,400 loss bonus. I know some of them could buy. I only read 3 of their monies.
I think they're okay for 3 AKs, maybe a Galil and a Tech 9. Liaz has certainly got enough.
Big round for G2 to win. Nico's aggression finally finds success over there on Yard, which is a position he's very well known for playing. And it's going to be 4 AKs and a Mac 10 here for Greyhound. It looks like they were set up quite heavily in lobby. Here's this wall of smoke across outside. G2 trying to read whether anyone's going down there, but now they want to beef JKS.
No, not
but
like
it was
this.
a mistake. 3K for him.
That's the most painful way for it to happen at the hands of JKS. Ence, though. Ooh, Ence. Can he do it again?
Huffing the copium, mate.
Get it in me. Come on, Ence. Oh. Here we go. It's on, Pilski. Don't you worry about it. He's got 1. Only needs 2 more.
Oh,
he knows.
He hears the footsteps.
He's going to get that timing as well.
No way.
Okay, it is so doable now. This would be Ence literally carrying Greyhound through this map. But does he expect Hunter to have come up the vent? I think he might. Is it a fake plant? Yes, it is. He thinks it might be Hut. That might be the wrong choice, though. It's happening. All wrong for Greyhound. So close, but yet so far. And it is G2 that will knock Greyhound down into the lower bracket. Is it too late to get MR15 back?
It's absolutely classic Greyhound performance, isn't it?
Shit!
So many close rounds. So much potential. So many ins clutches. Keeping them competitive in a game that, look, on CT's side, they were not competitive in at all. I'll give them credit where credit's due. T side, you know, some of those rounds were pretty clean. They were actually really kind of putting it together. They really gave it a good crack.
Should have started on T side, maybe.
Maybe.
They had the knife round. Look, either way, I mean, absolutely Herculean effort from Ence. Really, really gave it a good crack, especially in that final round. I thought he was going to do it. I really did. I thought he was going to fake tap, peek the left side of the silos, see Hunter at Tetris, boom, off goes the head. But not what happened. And he'll be thinking about that one as he tries to go to sleep tonight because it will be playing over and over and over in his head. Could have put them through to OT.
I'm just sad that you didn't cast a clutch where you were going and it was actually a big play.
Oh, that would have actually gone down very nicely. Either way, though,
Caster huffs Copium into massive 1v4 clutch.
Look, we're talking a lot about Greyhound. Can't really blame us. We're Aussies. We're in Australia. It is IEM Sydney. Sorry for that one. But one thing that we do have to talk about, of course, is G2, right? They pick up the dub there. Maybe got tested a little bit more than they would have liked to have by Greyhound.
Yeah, I think, look, you know, statistically, none of them really playing that poorly. Their CT side was absolutely rock solid. Some of those T sides, it looked like G2 was a little frustrated. Greyhound maybe, especially these uppers timings, it felt like they were getting into uppers a little bit too easily against, you know, a team like G2 who has just absolutely world-class riflers. A couple of rounds where Nico, I mean, obviously your outside player is going to have to be one of the more creative players on CT side Nuke, one of the more innovative players on CT side Nuke, because obviously with the smokes changing so much and the ability to blow open smokes with HE nades as the CT side player on Nuke, a map that, like I said, necessitates walls of smokes to actually take outside control, to pull and push rotations. I think those players that do play outside historically are going to have to be the players that are going to have to show a lot of adaptation. And I think even for a player of Nico's caliber with his individual skill, you really saw mixed results on outside. Sometimes he was trying to play around those smokes, he was trying to HE nades the smokes, and he found very mixed success. Sometimes he would just get picked for free. Sometimes he was finding impact. So
yeah, I mean, I think for players of that caliber as well, you do just have this sort of intrinsic understanding of the game. You sort of fluidly understand where you need to be, what you need to be doing, how you need to be peaking, what timings you need to be peaking. But a lot of that kind of goes out the window when we're talking about especially blowing smokes, right? Because that's not something that we've seen ever before in Counter-Strike history. So that's a whole skill and understanding of the game and of the timings that you kind of need to figure out, and that's not going to happen in one game of MR12 on Nuke. So something that he's going to have to be thinking about going into the future. Obviously, everyone is going to have to be thinking about going in as well. Look, end of the day, I mean, G2, they do what they needed to today. They get through that match, but it was a bit of an awakening for them. Going deeper into this Group B bracket, are going to have a lot of work to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. So, look, I think Greyhound getting knocked into lowers, they've got their work cut out for them. G2, I think they're going to be, you know, bit of sigh of relief, honestly, because that really could have gone poorly for them.
For sure, for sure. Well, one person that does need a bit of props, of course, is our Air Force Aim High player, and that is going to be Monacy for that game. 1.36 KD. The numbers here don't look quite as good as some of the previous aim highs that we've had, but it was not as one-sided of a match as what we've seen earlier today as well.
If you look at G2, though, you know, not a whole lot between many of the players, to be honest. It was a pretty well-rounded performance from most of the lads. I think for players of their standard, though, you know, some of the individual riflers maybe didn't go as hard as they would have wanted to, particularly against a team like Greyhound, where maybe with the world-class riflers that you have on G2, you'd want these individual players to just multi-frag and shut down these rounds before this game even gets competitive. But Monacy, you know, he's a prodigy. He's one of these players that everyone's got their eye on, especially being so young coming into a new game like CS2. He's going to get his numbers, and there's a reason why he's been picked up straight onto these world-class teams without even too much experience, because he's just one of these players that everyone knew.
Yeah.
This guy's going to be big.
How are you feeling about Greyhound's chances down in that lower bracket? As far as they're concerned, I believe it is Cloud9 that they're going to have to play against, which is a tough ask, though we did see Fnatic obviously getting the dub over Cloud9 today. And Cloud9 for me has been a bit sort of up and down. They've been a bit wishy-washy. I'm not going to go in and say Greyhound is the favorite there, but it's a matchup that I would say, I think, based on Ence's performance today, at least could be winnable if we see the rest of the guys pick up that level of consistency.
I think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be tough. I would expect Cloud9 to come through that one. But yeah, you can never, like, that game is the perfect example of why you can never be sure whether Greyhound's going to win.
Yeah, indeed. Well, those are the questions that we're going to get the answer to, obviously, tomorrow. For the moment, though, obviously, we have a lot to think about now, as well as we start to, on this stream, head into the best of threes, and those are going to be the elimination games.
Yeah.
I think we've got the Vertex and Apex game up next, if I'm correct, which I will not be casting alongside you. It will be Mac and Jim coming in to replace us. We finished our shift for today, but first elimination game of the day, Vertex playing in that one. Are they going home on day one of IEM Sydney?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Not a very nice prospect, unfortunately, for an Aussie team to be facing on day one of IEM Sydney 2023. But that is our first round best of ones done. Now it's time to start thinking about best of threes. Time for a break as well, guys, and a cast of change. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Mac and Jim.
Gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential Shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm.
It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to the best of threes on the B stream. We have Apex entering the building, and they're going to be taking on Vertex for the first best of 3 of IEM Sydney 2023 for CS2, and we get to see exactly what both these teams can do. Welcome to Australia, huh? Welcome back to Australia. Now look, in case you forgot who we were, you might have seen a little bit too much of me earlier on. I'm Mac, and this of course is Jim, and we're going to be taking you through all the action now that Pillman and Elfman, they're both out of here for the moment. They're having the afternoon off.
Fortunate for them that they get the afternoon off.
Yeah.
We have to put in the hard yards, the night shift, but the best of threes are where we separate the wheat from the chaff.
True, and we finally get to see how best of threes work. So far, the best of ones have given us a whole bunch of results everywhere. You're looking at either Vitality or FaZe going home on day 1 of IEM Sydney 2023, and that's going to be on the mainstream later on today. But for now, we've got to send one of these teams home. We've got to eliminate Apex or Vertex. So who knows how that's going to go down. But look, Apex had an arguably harder first game going up against Na'Vi, although they didn't have Simple. So, you know, they got
Well, they went up
different things
against
going
JL,
on.
didn't they, technically?
They did. JL was farming.
Yeah.
He's going to keep doing that. And of course, Mouz farmed Vertex. We can't beat around the bush on that one because Vertex only got 2 rounds on Inferno, which is not the greatest way to kick off your festivities in the first CS2 tournament.
Absolutely not. They're definitely going to be disappointed. But I guess we were fortunate in the sense that we got to spend a little bit of time with them as they arrived into the building today. They're a little bit more upbeat about it. Obviously, they've had time to process it. CS2, it's a totally different game as well, playing it on LAN. But now heading into this best of 3 against Apex, I feel as though, look, it's hard to judge their confidence. They're a team that have played quite a bit of CS2, but obviously the quality of opposition they've been playing against somewhat is different. So Apex, as far as they're concerned, they will be looking to advance on in this bracket. Of course, we want Vertex there as our countrymen.
Very true. But Apex, of course, we're talking about them first here with the head-to-head. And look, Jacob, he's the honorary Australian. He's coming back. So worst case, if Vertex do get knocked out, we still have some kind of honorary Aussie blood still going through. Nork, of course, there with Kixon, Nito, as well as Sense as well. And these 5 individuals can certainly put on a show. You know, they've got the recent roster swaps as well coming into IEM Sydney. So we'll see if that works well for them. If it doesn't work well, of course, you know, those best of ones are really hard to go off, but it's all we have to go off right now in CS2.
Absolutely. Like, wipe all the data. And they probably, you know, touched on this quite a bit already. What we're seeing now is a totally different era of Counter-Strike. Call it an epichet, if you will, because we're reserving our judgment as to what these results will actually give us.
Yeah, and now we're having a quick look at the first game from both these teams, a little package of the replays, just to refresh your memory, because of course these teams played in that first slot of the day, which was a fair few hours ago now. Especially for anyone that's staying up real late around the world to watch it on the Australian time zone, you know, welcome, enjoy. I've been doing it for years, watching the European game, staying up all night, and if any of you are doing that, props. Thank you for joining us. Now, back on track, Apex, though, obviously showing a little bit of Mirage as their point where they sort of want to play, so we might see some Mirage sneak into the veto, maybe because there is some reference material Vertex are potentially going to allow that through as well, but I guess, look, time will tell.
Yeah, Vertex are one of those teams as well that have got a decently sized map pool that they do enjoy playing something like Mirage, so I guess we'll see whether or not that comes out in the veto. But look, as far as you know, Vertex are concerned, they've got a fairly healthy map pool. Obviously, that was CSGO. They're very comfortable with some of the transitions, but a lot of the teams we're looking at already are struggling with some basics as well, some utility, quite a bit of missed utility. Against teams of Apex's caliber, if Vertex are missing some utility and some of those key pieces of utility, they're going to get punished tenfold, as we saw against Mouz. So we'll see whether or not that comes to affect them. But across the board, there are some uncharacteristic mistakes of what we've expected of these teams' caliber in CSGO.
But there are some team players, individuals that are performing, and one such player, of course, is Sense, who is here on a trial basis right now for Apex and managed to pull the highest rating for the team going in that first game against Na'Vi. So early signs are good for him, at least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think as far as trialing's concerned, he's definitely putting his best foot forward, but obviously they want to progress through the bracket. So they're going to need a little bit more production out of the rest of Apex as well. Obviously, we know Jacob is, as you said, an honorary Australian due to his performances in previous teams like Renegades.
Yeah.
but they're going to need more out of the rest of Apex if they want to seriously push through.
And we have Vertex to have a bit of a longer chat about, of course. You know, we have more experience, more repertoire with these individuals, so more rapport, rather. Now, let's have a look at exactly how they're going to be going down. As you mentioned, we did travel to the area with them, and they were not too happy, understandably, about how that first game went. They played Mouz, they lost 13-2, they got torn apart by Xerxin, but they, look, need to show what they are capable here and now, and at least they have bare minimum 2 maps to show us.
That's true. So as far as you know, what we've seen from them, we know that they were a little bit more ahead of the curve than other teams here in Australia that were practicing CS2. So as far as you know, their ability to put, I guess, the basics together in some of these maps, they should be far more advanced. But this is where we're also going to need to see the individual performances. Heading into this, we've seen very strong performances from individuals like Hazza, like PZ, but obviously we know with that AWPing change as well, players like him have struggled a little bit more aggressive plays are punished. But Addict is probably one player for me to really look at as the barometer for Vertex.
He's been doing a lot of work so far in CS2 domestically. I feel like PZ as well, you know, he's been nerding out a lot. Him and Brace have been hard behind the scenes trying to work on some things here, of course, with Kingfisher, who's their coach for the moment. It seems like I keep saying that because he keeps coming back in for the big tournaments.
Yeah.
And they're sort of, you know, disappearing for a little bit, but then rejoining the squad when there are opportunities for them to have a coach. Now,
maybe he's on trial.
Yeah, he's on trial for sure. Of course, everyone else in the team has been enjoying the game so far from, you know, having conversations with them, but unfortunately, they just haven't had that many reps to play around. We did see him play online for 1 or 2 games, but they were certainly hiding a thing or two because it was real basic when we watched that game.
Yeah, a lot of what they've been showing domestically has just been very, very simple default-based gameplay, split pick strategy, and nothing more than that. But obviously heading into this competition, I feel as though we didn't even really see them play the potential that we expected out of them in that Mouz match. They played very passive, very scared. And I think against a team like Apex, that doesn't bode well. So they're going to need to almost find their comfort zone very quickly in this best of 3.
Yeah.
Because what we're seeing too is some of these halves start to go by teams very quickly.
Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head and see who we're going to be highlighting here for the first best of 3 on the B stream. We got Malta, we got Ence, and these individuals, I have a feeling they both did the best from their teams in those best of 1s. So these stats, of course, are just from today. And unfortunately, with Vertex only winning 2 rounds, things didn't go well. I think everyone on the team was only in the single digits, but Malta stood out more so than the others, and we already spoke about Ence having that higher performance than the rest of the team, even though he is that trial.
Yeah, definitely a difference in the amount of, I guess, rounds we've had to sample size from as well. So, yeah, Apex have definitely also, as you said, drawn the harder draw with Na'Vi first up, but look, as far as Vertex are concerned, you're going to need to be firing on all cylinders. Malta, definitely the most experienced player in this roster, and I guess also, you know, one of those cool, calm level heads that you need for a team to perform.
Yeah, a lot of teams, of course, not getting too much chance to do a lot of prac heading into CS2. I feel like Vertex, them and Greyhound have been doing some practice against each other in the last week or so, but other than that, like, outside of that, look, FPL's not really popping. You've also got Premier. We've riddled with cheaters here at the moment as well, which is bad look if any of the pros that are here at the moment go into those games. So in terms of practice, I feel like Apex are going to be coming in with much more practice just from being in Europe, being surrounded by many more teams. So they will have that advantage every single day. Now, Jim, let's have a quick look at where we are going to head for the Vita.
Oh, this is the bread and butter. As we said, Vertex have got a very big repertoire, but this is where it also, I guess, comes to show Apex's comfortability on a lot of these maps as well. They seem to want to play a lot of the maps
Vertex
more so than Vertex.
Okay.
But Vertex are going into Mirage, as you were saying earlier, having already got some data on them.
Yeah, source material, spotting what Na'Vi might have been doing to take more rounds off of them. Apex going into Anubis. That is the trappiest, baitiest pick I've ever seen.
Oh.
The T side is way too strong for this to happen in CS2, and I'm worried. I'm very worried for Apex if they have to start on that CT side. But time will tell, time will tell. Maybe I'm worrying for no reason. Inferno as that third map to round it out as well. Yeah, look, in terms of experience and practice lead into the tournament, you know, touching on what we were just talking about, I still feel like Apex have that huge advantage just coming from Europe.
Of course.
But, oh, that Anubis pick. And I have a feeling that Vertex have been playing Anubis as well.
Oh, they are one of those teams that actually, like, they love Anubis. They've geeked it out.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're looking for some of these faster plays from them. Set utility from these guys has always been on point on this map. So I think this, you're right, this is a very dangerous pick for Apex because there is some upset potential. However, we need to see strength coming out of Vertex, strength in the rifling, and if they can actually rally PZ with that AWP as well, that would be fantastic. And that's probably where their chances for victory lie.
Well, where are we going, Jim? It's Mirage to kick off the series, and I could not be more excited to see how this one plays out. Apex starting on that CT side. This will be Vertex's map choice. And let's see how it all plays out here in CS2 for the first official best of 3 of an IEM. 1x bet odds are heavily favouring Apex, understandably. Anito, of course, kicking off the festivities. Julies reigning supreme, and the USPs hitting them from afar.
Yeah, it's pretty quick already. PZ does go down fairly quickly, but Jacob here gets punished on that peak. So he has to back off. Vertex now have that 3, but they're soft locked into A at the moment. They need Brace to be able to find them an opening as well. But as we said, Addict's one of those players that can really turn around on their head.
Guess we'll see what they opt to do here. Just cutting sound, slowing it down, and expecting to punish anyone getting too big for their boots. That could be Sense. But, oh, has he spotted him? Malta will see Sense pushing forward. Isolated here, but won't take the fight. The bomb's starting to make its way back towards a main. 2 players still here. Nito and Kixon. And Brace hoping to find that shot. Jacob, surely he doesn't get another here. 7 points of health and he hasn't been touched.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You can't get away with this. But Addict, I mean, he's got quite a task ahead of him. He's done a lot of damage, but there is a chance here. Nork goes down. That could be troublesome, though. 15 seconds left. I feel as though he is trying his best, but very patient from Apex there. Well played in the end, and those opening picks really did dissipate Vertex's chances.
Look at that one again. Crispy on the pistols, and Apex are going to be extremely happy with the CT pistol in the bag nice and early. Vertex not getting that bomb plant means the buy will not be super optimal going into that second round. And they're not going to buy it all, just saving it up, looking for a third round investment. What can they do to try and avoid the SMGs? I feel like that's the big thing here. Try and avoid Apex from making too much money. Hazard, whoa. Look at that.
Spin that.
Spin to win.
Spin that, boy.
Reminds me of my Premier games.
That's it. Spinning is winning, right?
Yes, sir.
Malta does a little bit of damage, but ultimately pays the price. If they can swindle a bomb plant here, Vertex will be very happy, very smug with themselves, but Apex, look at that line of CTs. It's a very high line. Getting a little bit more aggressive through mid and have some trouble.
Dixon, Jacob, just farming him up, knocking him down. No casualties. Exactly where you want to be. Of course, Mitha, extremely happy with that as well. A couple of chair slaps, a couple of low fives. Wouldn't call it a high five. Physically quite hard from that angle to, you know, accomplish the high five.
You don't want to be too over the top, though. Not early on here.
Yeah. Well, Vertex, into the gun round we go. With 2 kills there. 1xbet impact player for the round, Nito. Going hard. Now, over towards mid. Vertex, look at that mid control boost up. Molly's here. Apex, they want to fight it.
Oh, yeah. They're going to back off, though. Neither team drawing out ahead there. However, a little bit lighter in terms of the utility purse for Vertex. Now going to eventually regress, but Hazard does get the trade through. And that's actually a nice opener. They've given themselves a little bit of breathing space here. Are Apex going to be very asphyxiating in their approach. They're not going to continue to push through mid. You have to be a little bit more reserved.
Let's see if there's any value to find out of the MP9s. If Nork can get that big green going. So far, no action. What have we got here?
Mid-connector smoke.
Feigning the split, potentially.
Oh, this push gets a lot of info. And it looks as though the rotation's coming through from Apex. They should be able to get themselves into this site here, Vertex, but going to choose a little bit of time as Addict looks to be the splinter cell.
Yeah, it's that save call already from Apex. You can see them not even going anywhere near market. As you mentioned, Addict looking to deny the save. Nork, the man dedicated to surviving, is going to have a rough time doing that. Addict still just slowly searching for him, looking for the info. And, oh, baits out the shot. Perfect timing on the peak. And Vertex are on the board.
That's a much needed round for them as well. Just sets the CT economy back a foot. But now we have it. The Ace of Predator economy. Doesn't look as though we're going to see too much utility coming out of Apex here with this buy.
I think Nork even went down to that Deagle, dropped someone else. Oh no, he was on the double eco. He had no money from that AWP buy, so gone.
Big info play coming through from Apex as well. And this round's now on a timer, I feel. Look at this angry mob, a ball of CTs in mid. The pack of information. Just going to be waiting here at A for Vertex, and they're taking their sweet time. They've got the info play. I mean, there's a chance here for this late lurk from Addict to be problematic.
The thing is, they're going to send Hazard in, and if he goes down, then they might just run the other direction. He's going to sniff this one out. Bit of noise being made by Sense now. They don't send Hazard in.
Yeah, they're just testing the waters. And, oh, Addict again. He's been so patient in this position. This is exactly the kind of bounty he was after. A bit of space to move across the map now, Vertex.
I love the spacing. They need to have their guns out and ready to trade, and it just wasn't good enough that time. PZ comes through eventually, but Jacob could have saved the day. No one on that B side of the map for Apex, though, which can be a bit of a problem at a moment.
Yeah, with Vertex also taking a bit more time than usual to get into this site. It allows a window of opportunity here. Sense on the site. Is he going to try and deny the plant? Yes, he removes one. Oh, brilliant from him. And can he finish the deal?
Don't need to. Kicks in. Coming in on short just in the nick of time. And that is going to be the 3-1 scoreline. So Vertex, after winning the gun round with a few casualties, they're not going to have a great economy moving into the next. But we might see a mixed bag. Depends on what they want to do. Could just go for, you know, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, armor. Yeah, let's focus on the future instead. But there he is, Sense. The big man for Apex in their best of one earlier. Unfortunately, couldn't get him the win. And Nork given another opportunity to get the AWP out.
Yeah, doesn't have an impact just yet, but information denial is the name of the game here for Vertex. Apex aren't interested in mid though this time, and it's going to be a little bit faster heading into this site. Oh, that crushing grenade.
Vertex cannot find any space on site at all. Just forced back. Molly splitting up the troops a little bit too far. Easy. Had the only rifle. He's gone. Brace snags one off the ground, tries to recycle. But Nito just tearing him to bits.
That was very disappointing for Vertex.
Yeah.
Of course, just playing the back of some utility there. I feel as though that grenade booked their entry pathing into the site perfectly. It all became quickly unhinged.
Really staggered him out. Jacob just playing that short side of window. Kixon feeling confident to pretty much solo that A site. Nito floating around Con. Jacob's got that full mid control, uncontested. Vertex just deciding where they want to go here. It's like mid, late is going to be the answer. Malta unders without anyone early at top mid means we're able to swing him and farm them all.
Oh, just ragdolled. Farmed out. Peasy.
He's got timing.
Yeah, no bomb though.
He had timing.
Won't be able to do any damage with that P250 either. So, Apex keep around in their pocket very cleanly too. And so, I don't know, I feel like CT rounds like that are gold. Particularly in this economy, as we've seen quite a few times before. Teams struggling with that CT economy, particularly with the shortened format. Safe to say Apex now 5-1. Whittling away lost bonus down to the bottom.
Yeah.
We've still got relatively healthy money. That being said, though, there is a window of opportunity here for Vertex if they're able to put themselves in position to win at least 2 rounds in a row. Easy on the SIG. Give him a different scope. Having the AWP impact that he needs on that T side. This is a bit faster now from Vertex. They send Addict. Double interconnector and Hazard. They don't get anything out of that. They're cleaned up. So Vertex are just running into mid and they are melting.
Molly towards the bottom of mid. And Apex, they just let that util come from Vertex. Let the players come as well and tear them to pieces once more. Seems to be a recurring trend. And Vertex, even though they're changing that pace, changing the momentum, the calling, just is unable to find a hole. Apex ready on Mirage.
Sometimes changes of pace coming out of tack pauses as well can catch a team off guard, but I mean, I felt as though Apex were ready for that. Even the double connector push from Vertex was pretty well booked by one player. They didn't even have a supporting crossfire coming through. However, it's just braced now. And even economic damage isn't really on the cards. The shadow kind of gives him away.
And T's in the chat. Brace, unfortunately, flying to his death. But for all the Apex fans out there, they are feeling very secure right now with this lead, 6-1.
See, the problem with this play is that I feel it lacked just one more piece of utility. If there had been a flash in there or something like that.
The thing, even if you flash con, like that's not blinding where he is, you know? So
doesn't matter, it removes a crossfire.
True.
Definitely didn't feel as though it was all there for Vertex. And they revert back to this slower pace. Some Mac 10s and Deagles. There's a key piece. Maybe this is what this round holds. Not full commitment to this A site.
Are they going to hear one another? You got PZ, who
no.
might have heard Nito just making his way through top mid. How's the timing? I think PZ just barely gets away, but Nito, he's spotted that, he's called it, and he's telling all of Apex to slow it down. Even though site control's there, those smokes are about to fade.
Yep.
And things get real dangerous for Vertex. Coming in, the CT control is gone. Sense just mops them on up. Addict able to find one more, but it's just not enough for a round. And they need those rounds ASAP, Jim.
Yeah, the problem for them there was they left the bomb in spawn. And, well, Apex gave them free reign of the A-bomb site. And so, I think Vertex were a little bit surprised that they were so easily able to enter. But then reality quickly set in as PZ had to double back and collect that bomb. That's an unfortunate occurrence, but this is the kind of mistakes we're seeing out of teams that just lack a little bit of experiences.
They're learning from those mistakes. They left the bomb for a second, Addict picked it up and passed it off straight away to Malta.
It's a steep learning curve though, man.
Yeah.
They're out of the competition here if they lose this best of 3.
What do we got? Looks like pressure on both sides. It's a bit of a default without that mid control, and they're going to see if they can find some space at B this time. Testing the other side of the map. Nice shot. Addict falls. In the meanwhile, Sense is here until he's not. We got that 3v3 scenario now. Kixon using the cover of the smoke there just on the side. Hazard trying to go across the top of Van and hope for a timing, but he's been seen, dealt with, and PZ now between a rock and a hard place. And he didn't get a chance to see an enemy that round.
No. This is a very slippery slope now for Vertex. Down 8-1. So they really need to get their ducks in a row. And
Crispy.
quickly. But Apex have come into this.
Oh, yeah. Hoorah!
Guns are blazing. Again, just this early round execution style. Apex are loving the fact that they have free reign to take territory. It's getting them a lot of information. Problem for Vertex is some of these executions aren't having the desired effect. They're not committing utility out of Apex.
Missing something here or there. In the recipe, we'll see if the right side smokes with a couple of bangers. Will get the space they need to. It's just Kixon on site who will be isolated from those mid members. And can he deal with the Tech 9s? These things with the running accuracy right now can be crazy. In comes the movement, in comes the push. Kixon spotted. And he's cut the site in half, but he's got too many Ts to deal with. Won't be able to isolate them. And Nork can't find them through the smoke. This time, they've got the bomb, but they don't have CT yet. Someone's got to swing it, waiting for that flash. Brace puts the boys in just in time, but Sense is here as well. Apex, they've brought more numbers. They've brought bigger knives to the gunfight.
Yep. And, Addict, though, looking for more. And you're right, the bigger guns do the bigger damage. Always maintaining that city ramp control, Apex. And so for Vertex, well, I mean, what's the drawing board going to give them here? They've really only been playing that execution style on A. Haven't had success taking mid. They've been shut down in B halls. Now, they have used 2 of their 3 tactical timeouts. I'll always give them praise for this because they do. They actually do utilize their tactical timeouts.
Yeah.
In every competition. But
it's good to see that.
The problem is for them, they have to find a formula for success. Because so far, there has been none.
Figure out a formula at all. They've only got potentially 1 day to do it. If not, well, it'll be too late to stay in IEM Sydney, but at least they can enjoy Sydney and the surrounds until the arena days. But for the moment, seeing the sights of mid on Mirage.
Yeah, this is Apex loving the fact that they're confident in the fights here. As soon as Vertex show presence in mid, you can see Apex, they're there, they're ready for the duel. But if there's no further commitment, they can set their eyes firmly back on the sights, executing to A here, but this is disrupted.
How good was that flash from North? Perfectly timed, Kixon. Able to capitalize off the back of it and keep on locking it down here. Goes up onto the balcony. Those flames just aren't quite burning them enough. And Vertex, they're trying to lock him down, but he's so slippery. Going up and down that ladder. Found eventually with that spray through the plywood from Malta. But they need to get rid of everyone, and Nork finally falls, but now it's that 2v1, and look who they're up against, Jim. It's Sense in this 1v2. His conversion rate has been pretty good. His aim, stellar. But they're just trying to figure out where he is right now. Overwatch from that PAL position. And Sense, isolates the first one. Ready for the swing, but Malta wins this one. And there you have it. Vertex finally doubling up those rounds. 9-3 at best. Is that going to be enough, Jim?
Yeah, look, it's hard to say. If they can actually put another round here, a bookend on the half, if you will, I think they stand a better chance, maybe even take some of that momentum back.
Yeah.
Wrestle it away from Apex, but Sense made it very tense for them.
Oh, pace change again. Apex ready. Kingston was dodging those flashes. Oh, will he be able to find one? That's huge damage. Nito's there to try and mop it up. Kingston still living on 31 points of health, and this has gone horribly wrong for Vertex in the final round of the half.
Yeah, and this is huge commitment here. Now, Brace has a lot of map to cut.
But look where the fob is.
And try and work this out. This is a very untenable situation for Vertex. But again, change of pace doesn't work. Nor did you even stop.
No. There you have it. Oops, seemed to work a little better on Lynn. And PZ going to try his hand at it too. Finding the double. 2 more in this 1v4 to get across the line. And Kingston is just waiting, denying that exit at A main. 1 bullet should do it for sure. And there's 3 in the clip here. Oh, sharp shooting. But just barely to the side. The nade will bowl us over into the half. 10-2. Apex lead by 8 and only need 3 to close us out in the second.
Workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak preview of what's to come. Let's take a look at a really beautiful map called DE_Memento, a wingman map based in Lake Como, Italy. Set around a wedding ceremony, this one looks like it could be a good marriage of gameplay and gorgeous mapping. While the T's will be attempting to crash this wedding, the mappers say they are trying to keep surfaces clean to make gunfights as fair as possible, putting a focus on visibility. They emphasized on having a good balance of long, medium and close quarters combat, following a wingman standard of having 2.5 choke points. Most angles and pathways are organic, to help the flow, which also ties into the feel of being in an Italian town. Let's look at a map some of you might recognize, and that's DE_Mutiny. First added CSGO in July 2020. Caribbean-themed pirate-styled map remembered by many as having one of the most unique T-spawns to date, on a pirate ship. This map is where the T's are seeking out treasure, which can be seen on both bomb sites in these chests of gold. When asked for a comment, the mappers have said that the water has been their biggest improvement, allowing them to make more surfaces appear wet, and with the new tools they were able to double the resolution of every material. Internet providers across the world rejoice. Now for a location which we typically don't see much of in CS maps, and that's Tokyo. DE Akiba is the name, and while I can't find Akiba on a map, I do believe it's based in Akihabara, known as the Electric Town in Tokyo. The map fits the bill, including a tech expo and many different stores dotted around this mini-city mall setting. This map was originally developed in CSGO, but the tool Source 2 offers has allowed the mappers to create something special, utilizing new reflection shader improvements, which are very noticeable on metallic surfaces.
Oh, got a big old second half to finish off here, and it might not be a long one. Of course, 10-2 at the half means Apex only need 3 to close things out. And Vertex, they have a giant hill to climb. Some would even call it a mountain gym.
Well, yes. And how do you climb a mountain?
You scale.
You scale.
And you do it one step at a time.
One step at a time, which is something you can't do at the moment, Mac, unfortunately.
Ha.
However, is 2 rounds enough rope to scale that mountain?
It's a solid question. I'm not a mountaineer myself, but we'll see if mountaineering is Vertex's forte. Moving into the A site is not going to be too easy. Addict able to stand and deliver now. Let's see if the CT side will be a bit nicer to them. So far, so good, until Kickson and Nork are going to be showing how good the damn Glock is here in CS2. Hazard holding. Wait for that swing, but Sense again gets that jungle control.
Yeah, pressure immediately. And now it's all on the retake. They're not even shying away from a fight. And Vertex, their chances have all but disappeared. At least for this round. So Apex will be very happy with that.
And that mountain gets a little bit steeper.
Yeah.
We're going rock climbing, Jim.
I think the only bright spot there was the headshot onto Jacob. He jumped up that A ramp. Ooh.
Well, Apex taking it seriously, not getting too far ahead of themselves just yet. Of course, the general gist of things I've seen so far here at IEM Sydney 2023
That's a wild bink, man.
In the second round as a CT, unless for some reason you feel like you are just the better team, that force buy just ain't it. You're waiting for the third round.
Yeah. I feel as though, particularly against, some of those Mac 10s, like the SMGs, trying to fight the players that are just swinging harder than you, and you're trying to hold a line with a pistol, it just doesn't work.
I really want to ask some players at the end of the day, how that Peak's advantage is feeling, and how these pistols are going. Not looking super great considering Vertex bring 5 to the party. Some headshots found, but Addict, too much to do. They at least took 2 out. 2 less rifles for Apex into the third of the half, but 12 on the board, Jim, means they're on map point, and we could be going real quick into Anubis.
Yeah, that's the problem with not giving yourself enough rope to climb a mountain, is that, well, eventually you're going to run into some difficulties. So 12-2.
Could roll your ankle.
You could roll your ankle.
Could do many things. You
don't
can
want to
also
be rolling
make it
your ankle
completely uninjured. But we'll see. Ooh, that smoke. I don't know if that's the intended one or if it's supposed to be the drippy smoke. The cascading smoke. But so far, so good for the rifles for Vertex. 2 picks at mid. We'll see if they can convert with the man advantage. Jacob damn low as well. North on the spray, but the rifle lane is forte. He's usually that AWPer. Jacob now has to try to clutch in the 1v3, and 1 bullet will send him into the next round.
Some of these dry CT peaks have been working really well for Vertex in this round.
Yeah.
I think Apex, trying to change the pace a little, has actually worked against them. Vertex were very much ready for that with what they could afford. So it's a premium now for Vertex to try and keep 3 of these rifles alive. Jacob, well, with only 10 points of health, he doesn't have a lot of opportunity to make something happen for himself. I think he's just going to try and punish any Vertex mistakes here.
That lighting's inaccurate. That whole square should be light. I just want everyone to know that. Put it on Reddit. Unplayable game. Valve, please fix.
Now trending. Jacob doesn't have any opportunities here. As I said, just looking to see if he can punish Vertex. But for Vertex, that objective of keeping rifles up, trying to build some economy, and doing things the hard way. For now, that storyline stays alive.
Great patience from Vertex just to sit back, not get too overzealous, but of course there is going to be an AK with armor to play around, so Apex has that as a hero-esque buy, so to speak. You're looking at the rest of the money. I don't think they'll invest, but there certainly is a world where they will. And even if they start to invest, they can sell it back. Unless you drop it, then you can't sell it. Someone told me the other day I could, and I had to test it again. And I was like, no, you can't. Misinformation going everywhere between everyone, even the pros right now, man.
Are you suggesting that you've been hoodwinked by a pro?
Yes.
All right.
That's okay.
Bet that makes you feel
I
a little
won't
silly.
name and shame. I would never do that.
So I once told someone on this map you can actually go through the doors in market. The ones that are painted on the wall.
Oh, right. I was like, what doors in market? Some util going to be left there at the back of apps. We'll see if Apex try and go for some kind of fake. Late bust up con with what they've got. Tech 9s, of course, at close range. Very fatal at the moment in CS2. I've seen a few people picking up that CZ too, so...
Yeah, I think a lot of players trying a broad spectrum of weapons. And also, as we said, trying to, make everything viable. Due to some of the economic constraints of the MR12, but
yeah,
PZ. Nice clean up there. Holds on to his AUG. They've spotted out Nork, so that's a nice clean round for Vertex. The problem is now, they've got to do it against whatever buy is coming out from Apex.
Yeah.
Wonder if they get an AWP onto Nork again.
Well, probably not this round. They're out of money. They'll be down on the El Pistolas. Losing a couple in a row means they have some round loss bonus to work with, but not a grand amount.
One thing they do have to work with, though, are rounds. They got plenty of them.
Oh, yeah. Time is of the essence. They're even going to bust through that molly.
Final tick.
They've heard that one. Malta coming back, thinking, what is going on here? Uh-oh, there goes the first rifle. Not like this. Malta making sure that that ship gets steadied real quick, but the bomb, it's stuck at firebox right now, and there's two CTs playing high-low. And forcing him into the open. Kingston still living. But going through that crawl space is a death trap. Hazard making the correct decision, and the final position is known of Nito. It was very low. And there's never a 100% chance that he's going to lose the round, right? Like, there's always a 1% chance that something goes wrong and he wins, especially when there's Australians in the game.
Look, honestly, man, I thought it was falling apart there as soon as that Glock headshot rang out.
I've just seen that so many times
I
before.
was about to say, how many times have you seen a team lose to full eco when they are doing things the hard way?
It's all right. It's all right for all the locals around the area.
Hearts in mouths.
Vertex will go down with their pride intact. If Apex take him out here with the rifles. Less util for them to play with, but they are just going to show face all across the map. Bit of mid-control found for Apex, and a 4-1 split for Vertex, heavily expecting an A-hit.
Very prepared for that A-hit. However, there is plenty of room here for Apex to work the map. PZ, obviously, peering down the barrel. And with that, a lot of information. However, there has been a rotation back. Through market. PZ finds his first victim. Under the guise of smoke. Oh, dear me, I think Ence is about to abuse it.
Will it give him enough? Managed to edge his way forward. Nork, though, over at Con. Not find the space he was looking for. PZ falls, and that's going to be the B-split working out. Timing, damn good for Apex. And in the 4v3, Vertex trying to do the right thing and group up before Brace goes in. He doesn't want to fully give his life here. Oh, kicks it on the lurk, going to be tearing him apart. And it's the beginning of the end, Jim.
Yeah. I was about to say, there was a real chance there that Malta could have made something happen through with that lurk. However, he's left Brace to try and work things out. Just taking his sweet time too, getting there, Malta.
Oh, look at this setup from the T's, though. Triangular, just able to play off one another, swing together. But this time is ticking, and they need to get a wriggle on Malta. He's got that utility. He's just waiting for Brace to get the info. Spamming, trading Malta. Can he do it here? Finds one more, but Ence swinging off a Van Pillar is going to be more than enough for that first map to be taken out by Apex. 13-5, the final scoreline on map number 1 of the series. And that means Anubis is on the horizon.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vertex, they didn't really get themselves into any kind of groove on their map pick. So as we head on over to Anubis, they're going to need more than just a change of fortune. It feels as though the game plan from them was a little bit more scared than what we're used to, and I guess more familiar if you'd watched them in that Mouz match. They were very, very timid, and I felt as though that kind of showed here in the opening stages of that Apex match, or sorry, this Mirage match.
It was like dribs and drabs of timidness, right? There were moments where, yeah, they were going fast, but then you'd have 2 members all the way out, 3 players so far back, either separated by Molotovs or just looking to try and trade those initial members who were looking for the entries in that first half. Second half, things looked much better here. They seemed to have a better game plan on the CT side, but unfortunately just weren't running with their guns out, weren't able to trade when they needed to. There were a couple of heroic rounds in here and there, but look, rounds like this, the ones that stay in my mind, of course, with Nito just farming at Con, really tearing a new one. What was it, like 16, 17, maybe even 18 rounds there in the first half? I can't remember what he ended up on.
Look, it was pretty hefty in terms of his first half performance, but I mean, one of the key separators too is actually the usage of utility as well. I didn't feel as though Vertex got as much value out of the utility like Apex did. Apex were essentially raining in a lot of these grenades, disrupting entry pathing. These Molotovs were creating space. They were zoning players off. There was no trade potential. And so Vertex really struggled with that. So if they can get themselves on par with their utility usage, they should be in for a better chance here as we head over to Anubis. But we know that Anubis is one of those maps that does require you to be on point from the get-go, particularly with utility.
Yeah, I was wrong. It was 19-6 in the first half for Nito there before he didn't really have to do too much in the second. And that was a stellar performance, you know, taking it right back from Ence, who, of course, was the stats man, that top player in their first best of 1, which was also a Mirage. And, yeah, look, Apex, you can't really fault them. Yes, maybe they were sort of just testing the waters a little bit at the start of that second half. Still managed to win the pistol, but off the back of that, it was just when Vertex attempted to come back, lasted a couple of rounds, but it wasn't really enough to give me too much hope. At least, as you mentioned, they do have Anubis to play into, and they're going to be starting on the T side, which historically and right now with how the game's been is a very strong side. But from what we're seeing, it feels like the CT side here is much stronger than what it is online. So who knows? Apex could come out swinging.
Yeah, there's still too many instances of players holding angles on that CT side and just getting absolutely obliterated by players who are just wide swinging with MAC-10s or rifles in general. So, look, I definitely feel as though Anubis is one of those maps where actually there aren't a lot of wide swinging angles unless you're venturing out of sights on that CT side. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for teams, particularly with their entry pathing into into Anubis, to have that same sort of advantage.
Okay, well, speaking of advantages, one man had it, and we already spoke about him, and the Air Force Aim High player of the map was Nito, with a stellar performance, ended up, like 21-something, 111 bloody ADR, that's too much, 1.75 KD and 6 multi-kills, which was pretty much half of that highlight package you just watched before.
Look, he was definitely putting in a shift for them, and I think as far as, you know, I guess stellar performers, this kind of stands out because, as you said, 19 kills in what, a 12-round half was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
And to maintain that over the course of the map in terms of ADR as well, means that not only on the CT side was he very impactful, but also continuing onto that T side as well. Created quite a few moments for them. Not necessarily opening moments, but enough moments for them to complete the job. So definitely hats off to him. And if they can get, I guess, you know, more performances like that under their belt, definitely one of those teams that can warm into this tournament.
If he has more performances like that moving to Anubis, then I am extremely extremely worried for Vertex because they could be going home, and at least if Vertex has to go home, they don't have to go too far, you know?
Yeah.
If you're thinking about, look, your Vitality and your FaZe, one of them going home, they're going back to Europe. And both of those teams were coming into this not necessarily favourites, like Vitality, more so favourites than what FaZe would have been, but both of them were, you know, teams that you expect to make it to the arena, and one of them isn't.
Yeah.
So
big names on the chopping block, and I think that's you know, cause and effect of obviously CS2. A lot of these teams are missing, you know, some core elements of gameplay. Utilities off, you know, gunplay's off.
Yep.
That can really impact a team and quickly too, because we're seeing a lot of these sort of economic battles blow out in favor of T sides, particularly in the second half. So we're seeing, you know, I feel as though we're getting that chalk and cheese. We're either getting some really fast matches, just as we saw then, or we're actually getting some really close matches, like that go into OT.
Yeah.
That cause upsets. That's it.
Let's see.
There's no in
if
between.
that's going to be what we're getting. Are we going to a third map? I don't know, but I do know we're going to Anubis, and that, of course, is coming up just after the break. We'll see you in a minute.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Oh, he's pushing smoke, bro. What's he trying so hard? Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door, one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
What's up, guys? It's Rushly123456 here. Nah, I'm just playing. CS2 is here, and we're here to give you a quick rundown of all the big map changes. Let's take a look at Inferno first, as this map has seen the most changes. Graveyard has seen a big nerf with this wall being removed, deleting a very strong defensive position. Pit has also seen some nerfs, as overall you'll be more visible when playing this spot. The bike is gone. And now we just have this barrel making you much more exposed. Combine this with the change to balcony on A site, we should see this site become much harder to hold, both when defending a hit or in a post plant. CT mid has had a few cheeky spots removed and replaced with others. This close spot to mid has been taken away and replaced with a small cubby, a risky one and done spot with the potential for more or less. This ledge is no more, removing an alternate way for the Ts to get vision into the A site, or a sneaky spot for a CT with a mag 7. These pallets on long have been pushed back, making it harder for that close-up eco kill. However, it does open the option to look over that arch smoke. This roof in alt mid is also gone. You may have seen some apps pops util thrown here in the past, but not anymore. When going mid to B, this trusty pillar has also been removed, giving less options for the CTs. Further down the block, the CT spawn awning has completely gone, along with this peak from this ledge. That leads us nicely over to the B site, where a few things have definitely changed. While less intrusive than A, there's a whole bunch of small changes, so let's fire them off. Firstly, this pillar at the back of the site has been slimmed down quite a bit. Nubox has had a nerf to its boosting possibilities. The coffin's angle will leave you more exposed. All the cheeky angles around the fountain are gone and replaced with this erect pillar. The wallbang that was possible through ruins no longer exists. And this spot at the sandbags has also been abolished. So the site has had a nerf, but I don't believe it to be as aggressive compared to the ones over on A. On Mirage, this common deep angle in B-apps has been removed, leaving one less free kill for all you DMGs. Not like you would hit that anyway. Meanwhile, this pixel gap has also been patched up. All the vents now have the correct hitboxes, so you can shoot through the gaps and not break them. Finally, this spot on B to look at the B apps window currently requires you to have a teammate to boost you. Sorry about that, B anchors. Anubis didn't see much of a change other imagine if I could read, but this boat here has been airlifted out the map. On Ancient, we have seen the spawns adjusted, so I hope you didn't learn any T-spawn instant smokes. This will also affect the timings to certain positions on the map. Some people are saying the spawn timings will affect things quite heavily, so be advised when relearning first contact timings. One notable thing that you must be aware of are these spotlights. Casting some heavy shadows, these are likely to give away your position, so be cautious around them. That leads us to what we think is one of the few notable changes on Nuke, just like Ancient. Be careful of this new light that will cause you the same issues. Overpass had a lot of changes to its style, and we could go on forever about it, so let's get into speedrun mode again and run through the more obvious changes we saw. This corner at Divider is less of a hard clear. Connector is brighter overall, benefiting both sides in terms of visibility. The boost in Khan has also been changed. This new concrete slab on short gives you new angles, a way to jump onto the sandbags and to boost over a smoke. We will likely see a lot of plays around this new spot. The jump onto the long flower beds has gotten a bit easier. A lot of angles into the playground have been changed. The ramp spot in B is no longer possible, which is always a free kill on a T walking down the stairs, or a free death if you are flashed. Of course, we can't catch everything, so let us know what you noticed that we didn't in the comments down below.
I'm confused. Everyone's confused because CS2, it's a wondrous place. And who knows, are we going to stay T-sided on Anubis? Are we going to be CT-sided on Anubis? Well, let's all find out together, shall we? Because I feel like we haven't seen Anubis yet in any of those best of ones. And if anyone went there, they were flipping a big coin on the knife round. But this time, Vertex get their choice inside. They've chosen that T-side, which historically is the much stronger side. Only one of the maps in the pool right now that is slightly more, or very much more T-sided. And everything I've seen, I'm thinking 10-2's like the par at the half. So we'll see if that trend, or even if that statement is true, as we all learn together.
I mean, already in this series, 10-2 is kind of par for the half. So
it is. Yeah.
As far as what we're expecting, throw those expectations out the window. But for Vertex, they need a win in this series. Otherwise, that's their run here at IEM Sydney. So obviously for Apex too, they're on the flip side of the coin, and they're going to be wanting to try and fashion their victory on this map. Now, this is their map pick. So you would be expecting these guys to come in with a heck of a lot of preparation. And particularly, as you said, that CT side a little bit troublesome.
Yeah.
However, they do have the benefit of not having to try and navigate it in the second half.
Well, we are right into the pistol already, about to get some action. There's 3 at mid, ready for Vertex to run into him. Can the Glocks reign supreme again? PZ feeling it there himself. And now in the 3v2, where do they go? Kixon and Nork. How do they stop it?
Kind of just flooded mid here, haven't they? Vertex, and they're going to leave. One player in mid now. Kixon, I think he's been spotted out. Oh, PZ looking for more in this round. He's already got 3 to his name. However, the high-stakes game of Ring Around the Rosie goes in favour of Apex for now. Very important. Hazard doesn't go down here. He's got that bomb. That bomb needs to make it.
Run! With the way CS2 is right now, you don't want to be running half the time because you might die around a corner. But that could not be happening here on Lynn. Might feel a bit better. We'll check in with the players later. But for now, checking in with how Vertex decide they want to win this round.
Yeah, they've kind of cut sound here at the moment. They even faked the camera there for Apex. So, of course, that rotation into the A site. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that they've won the round either, because now both players for Apex are grouped. Now, Hazard doesn't spot. And now they know where the retake's going to be coming through. And Malta's got this 2 versus 1 to work with. He's got the first now. He's going to play around with the timer. But he has to take that duel, and that is a low player in Kixon. He removes, and that is a much-needed round for Vertex. So they did it the hard way, but PZ gave them the perfect opening in that round.
He's done it. And for the first time in this series, Vertex are in the lead. 1-0. Can they maintain it? And what are Apex going to do? Now, this is something that I'm just going to keep focusing on over the course of the next couple of days is how disciplined are these CTs going into that second round? And most of them are, except Kixon. He's feeling himself with that scout. And this thing is pretty damn strong in CS2. And as you see, if they can retrieve that rifle, things could go south quick for Vertex.
Yeah, they've mollied off that choke point as well. However, the other is smoke, so they're kind of trapped here. They're in stasis. And they're spotted out. This is so confusing for Vertex right now. They're going to filter into this A site, but what is happening? Addict he has to pivot on a dime.
Doing it.
To get it done.
Like coming through.
What a messy round.
Will maybe save that day. Addict low. The scout still in play. Kixon already with both those kills and could keep on farming, but his position is known and that smoke is going to be going down in. Oh, Nito. A 1v3 to try to make it happen. How's this scout game? It's not looking super great for him, but if he can save this, then going into the next, Kixon can still buy some armor.
Yeah.
And they can have a full buy into the third. And that's what we're seeing. Vertex, I think they're relatively happy with keeping 3 of these rifles alive. Won't hunt too hard, just need to get away from the explosion of the C4. And 2-0. A great start on Anubis for the T side.
Yeah, it was problematic though. To say the least. It's a bit of a wild round for Vertex, but they navigate their way through it in the end.
My heart.
Oh, I had no idea
Where'd that nade go?
what they were going to be doing.
What's going on there?
I don't think it's got anybody after time.
Regardless. A little bit of a scary moment there. Back in we go. Vertex, can they string together 3 on T? And Apex, what does their first gun round look like? And a 2-2-1 split. Leaving Sense solo over towards main. Drop an early util, expecting some aggression from Vertex.
Yeah, just trying to stem some aggression. Malta looking to contest water here. He spots out Nito, but Nito's just so quick on the trigger.
Couple of cheeky bangers in. Looking to send a brace as the info man towards the B side. Addict in the meanwhile going to start to put some pressure at mid. So brings it back to this 4-on-4. And now with this mid control, where do they opt to go? Are they going to drop? Are they going to hit dark? Are they going to split into B? It's only Nito there spotting it. And if he falls, then the B site is very, very open.
Sense might be running into some trouble here as well. He's got Kixon,
the bombs here
on his back, but he's only got a scout to try and trade. Uh-oh, this could be... Okay, they're going to get out of there in time. He's spotted. Nito is cleaned up too. And he's looking for a third as well. PZ's there, but the trades are just so damn good from Apex. Dear me, Vertex. They were grouped together.
They lock her in. And Apex going to be happy with that. I thought Nito could have fallen a little bit faster there. That timing from Sense still lurking at mid. Didn't end up having huge impact, but it could have. You know, if Nito still just drew that attention, could have just dropped into it, made a crossfire happen. But we're into the fourth now, and Vertex, they're out of money. They're taking a save and looking to invest in their futures.
How altruistic of them. That's a nice opener there for PZ. Some confidence back. Kicks in, just blowing that smoke. I think that's what us Aussies have settled on as the preferred...
I'm a donker.
Action. You're a donker?
I'm a donker.
You prefer to donk than blow?
Yeah, mate. Ooh. A little bit of missed util. Unfazed, Kixon losing a minuscule amount of health there. I don't know what the other guys are calling it on the A stream at the moment. The term that was being thrown around over on the podcast was...
Oh, I don't know.
Nuking. But...
Oh, okay.
Personally, I don't know. Dunking as well. Ain't a bad shout.
Yeah, but see, dunking's already a term. Oh, like when a grenade just dunks on you.
Yeah. That was a pretty good round from Vertex, considering what they brought in.
Yeah.
Huge damage to that CT economy, which is what you want to see. We're back onto a gun round. I did look up for a moment and think, hang on, this wasn't a gun round a second ago. What's going on here?
Yeah.
But
just a few weapons selected.
Yeah.
Nito shakes his head, but I mean, it could have been something. The problem is Apex players very deep with their rifles. Double gren on mid here. Hazza, super aggressive.
Hey, he's here quick.
He's getting the job done. He's got a wriggle on.
Is Molly going to be able to do huge damage and all our kicks and a mop on up? Man, still alive.
Oh.
And looking to stop this hit from Vertex on the front side of B main. Kingston still living, extinguishing the Molly, allowing him to have that strength of position as the rest of the troops start to rotate in. All of Apex are here. Vertex could call the cancel, but they're just going to hit the brakes and try and see what the CTs are doing right now.
Yeah, Smoke's just going to try and give them some space to perhaps aggress on the site and plant, but just gives Nork an opportunity of timing through that smoke. Jacob also finds Malta. Now PZ's left with an untenable situation.
And there's 3 on the CT side. Apex already past par, so...
Yeah. They're doing well on the CT side, as you said.
Yeah.
2 rounds was par for the course.
It's so dumb, man. This map is so dumb that I can say that 5 rounds into the game.
It's a very low par.
It shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be this one-sided. Maybe that's, Valve, if you're listening.
To be honest,
you might be. You might
I've
not be.
seen more one-sided maps, though.
Fix Anubis. Balance her up.
Bring back Cobble. Give us a CT-sided, heavily favoured map.
Bring back Train. Some more creativity. Another very CT-sided map. But that's what we're used to. That's what we're like. People don't like change, Valve.
Ooh. Getting some work done here, though, Vertex. They're trying to change their fortunes. If you want to talk of change. Unfortunately, I think at the moment they're being shortchanged. Apex still maintain control. Now Vertex, they're very cognizant that they could be pushed. So they've shown a lot of presence in mid. It's opened up their flanks, but they're going to try and double peek through main. PZ is just looking to work a timing. It's worked for them before. They've shown presence towards sites, and it's allowed them to catch a rotator, catch a timing or something here.
Vertex will have heard that flash towards B main, and they seem to be aware that they've gained some kind of info. So they have to stay close. They have to look to trade. That's pretty much their only win condition right now. And with no A main control, that makes it really hard to even plant. And that bomb needs to clear out some kind of line. Going to be picking it down at Cake. Kingston just has this flank working. And will perfectly time that hit. The retake, Swift, and a 4th in the bag for Apex.
Yeah, that was a nice little spray transfer with the AUG there. Made it look so simple. But Vertex, they're barely able to get in that site, let alone have some space to try and defend in the post plant. That's a grim look. You can tell Apex at the moment, they're locked in. There are some moments of opportunity here for Vertex. I feel as though they're having more moments of opportunity in the mid to late round here on Anubis than they certainly were on Mirage, but they should be converting these rounds. As you said, it's so heavily T-sided, at least in what we're used to, that we're expecting a little bit more production out of them. So, another classic discussion coming out for Vertex. Going into this with a decent belt of utility. Not quite an opener there for PZ. However, Hazard gets the job done. And they punish the aggression coming out of Apex finally. Gives them some pressure to be able to apply here towards B. However, that Molotov's just going to slow things up. Sense has got some chance here, but look how low those players are.
They got to get away. Full respect to that util. CT smoke coming in, but Sense still able to dance around Glizzy here.
Yeah, they've pumped the brakes, haven't they? Got to remove him from Ninja
That
as
was
well.
a bad molly. That was the
Where did it
worst
go?
possible molly. It cut off Dark, man. Addict just stopped the teammates from coming out on that lower side. The split, it's been delayed, and it's allowed Apex that time to get the rotation in. Jacob, not too far away from this flank as well, has to drop the water or go B main. But the front side hold is just so damn good. The T's, they're waiting. They will trade it out eventually, but can Jacob bring it back in this 1v3?
That turned into a waiting room. They were all there.
So
When's
worried.
the doctor going to see me?
Everyone asking that question, even myself. But Jacob, of course, is edging in. Spotted. Has a damn low. Malta needs to be the clutch man.
Yeah, Jacob's dangerous in these kind of situations. Vertex do not want to falter. That utility is a way of positioning, but Malta, confidence.
Yeah, enough this time. It was dangerous. Jacob isolated that fight on the right side. So fundamentally, Apex putting most feet in the right direction, in the right location. But this time, Vertex, they get across to a third. It cost them a pretty penny or two, with only 2 surviving at the end. But Apex, that's a very expensive reinvestment, and they might not be able to fully buy into the next. Unless they go for that mix buy, you know, a couple of pistols here and there, which could work. And that's exactly why you're going to see this timeout called, which I'm assuming is for Apex.
Yeah. Just time to discuss. Also give themselves a bit of a pat on the back here for amassing 4 rounds on their CT side of Anubis. But obviously they feel the job's not done. There's more life in this half for them. Onto the MP9 buyers. Expect the wide swing, aggressive CT play to perhaps come out.
Where are they going? That nade going to be traded, but Kixon gets no value out of his. And the offline being held here by Ence. It's a nasty one for sure. That scope in has the advantage of being further away from the angle. Vertex making a little bit of noise there. Splashing in the water outside of main.
Now on the timer. They have to cancel taking control. They main.
Was a T-smoke.
Okay. The plot thickens.
Not sure if it was intentional. But for now, it has drawn a lot of attention from the A-site members, and we're going to see Vertex reposition and try to split into B instead. Nito in a solid position to hold as that cover. A solid crossfire with Nork to lock down the back of sight and set up for the retake, and it will work perfectly. 1 each. Nito going to be caught pulling that util out, but out in the open, Addict cannot get enough done, and Nork is just hucked away at Glyph there. Sending Vertex back off the cliff to A instead. A 3v2, almost a 3v1, but PZ escapes away.
Yeah, no, now in a foot race towards this B site. Sorry, A site. But, Malta has to be the man on guard, and unfortunately, they overwhelmed their sense. Stopping himself before being fully naded, but Apex, another strong round from them. Just feel as though Vertex are a little bit more disjointed. They're very much struggling to play around a lot of this utility. Apex, they make this Whitlam sampler of a buy work. The party mix, if you will.
Nade stack at mid. Hoping that maybe the CT was playing close there, but they've escaped the majority of damage and even got away with finding Hazard. Second man drops down and hits the grave as well. This is not looking super likely for Vertex. A bit of Glock action. But Nito gets that reload off. And the final kill of the round. 6 on CT on Anubis.
Starting to fall away from Vertex, well and truly.
It's not tasting very good for the Australians right now. Maybe like Vegemite, an acquired taste. Some hate it, some love it.
Well, the other boys were saying that they reckon the internationals are saying the air tastes sweeter here in Australia.
Like, really?
Yep. According to...
Who was...
Jordan and Pilly.
Spruiking that.
Elfish and Pilly.
But who was saying it? The players?
I don't know. They didn't
talent?
provide references.
That's just hearsay.
They did reference players, though.
We can dive into the green room after this series, maybe the next one. We're on catch-up. Everything's going a little bit longer than expected here at IEM Sydney, but that's
because it's going stronger.
It is expected on day one, of course, of any new game, and that just means we get more action. So anyone that doesn't like it, toughen up, sweetheart. We got chickens on Anubis now, as you can see. That's a new improvement.
As they say here in Australia, tough bickies.
I think you misconstrued that one slightly, but
no.
Right, like an Anzac that's been sitting out too long, you know?
Yeah.
Snap your tooth in half.
They certainly have that potential. This aggression from Apex through Canal.
Not spotted. Walks the whole damn way.
Yeah.
And Vertex now, they know that Dark was clear, but they're going to keep an eye on it regardless. Kixum is showing the power of the Org here in CS2, and Ence as well, just lurking around these smokes back over towards Glyph side. But him and Brace, great minds think alike. Are they aware they're on one another? Phasing the smoke will favour Ence because he's looking the right way, and Brace damn wasn't. 7-3 going to be the scoreline after all is said and done in that round. And the halftime score is looking like it will heavily favour Apex, no matter what here on Anubis, and Vertex. Their tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah, it's pretty high stakes for them, I'd say, but definitely one of those situations where, oh dear, can't believe he's done him like that. Definitely one of those situations where they had a lot of opportunities in the earlier parts of this game. So this is, you know, they've had some options available to them, but this round's a little bit brighter for them.
See if Vertex keep adapting by, ooh, okay. Trying to stay sharp there around the smokes. We have seen Apex doing a little bit of smoke play, playing behind them, playing in them. So if Vertex just go for spam gameplay, then maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But this round, there's a little bit of working side of things. Can they get past Nork here? They know that Nork's been AWPing. You group up, you have numbers, you swing together. Chances are you don't get collateral. There is still a heavy chance that you could get collateral. And didn't happen.
Good trade.
That's what you want.
However, Nino's right there. I don't think they realize how close he is. And this could be problematic. Now I'm going to put a HE right on the top of him, and he's missed his shot. Bolts up. However, Addict has to plant the bomb and save the day.
Malta just buying time. Flying around like a chicken himself.
He was just kiting him.
Like a cooked chook. Doesn't get finished off there. 7-4. Chance now for a 7-5 half, which is still catastrophic, all things considered, for a T side. But you'll take it when you were down 7-3.
Yeah.
Still need to fight hard into the next because Apex, their fundamentals, their calls, and everything that they are bringing into Anubis right now just make them look like they are the deserving team of moving on through the lower bracket. Vertex changed my mind.
You really put the call out to them to change your mind like that. Smoke's just going to halt progression for the moment here. Now Ence. Anti-flash. And it does find an opener, and it's going to provide a little bit of space for Vertex. They don't have to funnel into this site. Addict's sort of this lone ranger across the map, utilizing him to catch a rotator. Open things up now. Nork gets a little bit of information as he pushes through B main. But look at this triple push coming through from Apex. And making that info play. They've already got a player down, so this is risk for reward.
Ooh. Has a peek in a little too close to the corner there. Gets his shoulder chopped off. It's pretty hard to shoot without an arm. Oh, Kingston able to trade it as well. And the numbers game certainly favouring Apex. Bomb down in the canal. Brace will retrieve it. Space on B. And in the 2v2, Vertex can shoot through into a fifth.
Yeah, Addict. It's going to make things a little bit easier for them too. Now Jacob. He's a fair whiff away, yeah. He hasn't got much money to his name either, so I think the save is...
He can't drop it like it's hot last round of the half, Jim.
Yeah, no, never mind.
Yeah.
Forget it.
We're not 15 rounds a half anymore. How's he doing it? 1v2. He's letting that time tick right on down. Now they know Addict as well. Didn't even need to do a thing. 7-5 will be that scoreline at the half. We've still got a game on our hands, but to get to that second half, it's time for a break. Go drink up a Monster or even some water, and we'll see you just after this. Do we have a long second half ahead of us, Jim, or is it going to be a short one? I don't know. I don't know anything about this game. Like, I've played hours of it. I've played hundreds of hours of it already. Many thousands of CSGO, but CS2, it's just a beast, man, and it seems like a whole different game here in CS2, especially on LAN. Especially on LAN.
Multiple different factors, and the results of which aren't entirely known to us yet, Max, so I don't think you're alone in that fact. However, this is going to be an explosive head of action. They're all G'd up outside the site, and on the back of that util they hit.
That's up. Just dancing around here. Kixon, though, finds himself that quick old triple, maybe saving the day for Apex. And Nork now left alone out the open. And Addict is happy to keep on swinging. That's going to be a 6th. Vertex taking both pistols now, mind you. But how much work can they get done in the CT side? If you start strong, it might be enough to maybe carry them through to a 3rd. But if they lose this round off the back of that pistol, you know.
Oh, man. Kixon getting free there. Just gave Apex far too much leverage.
Yeah.
But they live on here, Vertex, and, well, there's a hero AK on Nito, so he might be the can opener. So watch for that. Now I'm going to try and make contact for him. And there's that second entry. He's going to be the one to try and rip the top off this round. Hazza going to flash check a main, but that SP9 is going to sing for him. Only gets a lot of damage dealt, though.
Nito, the only one with armor, so needs to be standing back, needs to be trading, he'll fall eventually. PZ as well going down. This Deagle in the hands of Nork is deadly as hell. 1v2, bomb down, that'll buff the next round for Apex. Oh, and he won't be able to polish it off, but Brace comes through with another round for Vertex, evening things up 7-7. But with 3 of those CT rifles already hitting the ground, the financial game is looking extremely dangerous, moving into Apex's first gun round.
Yeah, it's teetering on that edge, isn't it? So some high-stakes rounds yet to play out, but you've got to admire that from Apex. This CP9 just did so much damage on the initial. Now, that's how Nork recovers the round. But the confidence already from Apex is there. They're going to be able to rifle comfortably into this round. A little bit light on utility for Nork, but that's because he was the donator in the previous. Already taking control of Canals. Vertex looked like they were interested in contesting it, but have cancelled. PZ here. Walks out and can't quite get that line nailed. And they've found a way into A. There's that rotate coming through from Addict. He's good for 1. Has to keep himself alive. Self-preservation's the name of the game.
Yeah. Swing in. Oh, that timing is perfect.
Wow.
Brace, though, unfortunately, chips away his teammate. But they need to figure out where to go from here. That smoke going down out of the hands of the Fallen makes things that little bit awkward. And in comes that nade. In comes the info play. Kixon tearing him apart, doing enough work to allow Jacob to come through and polish off another Malta in the 1v2. He's thinking about it. Oh, he hasn't seen Jacob. Jacob hasn't seen him either. A chance now. As that time ticks down, look at the positioning. Nito tucking away, and Malta needs to move. He needs to find it. He's in the spot to do it, but he won't look down. He's worried about main. And Nito again, doing work for Apex, keeping him in the lead, but it was a costly one.
Certainly was. A lot of weaponry laid to waste. I thought they had well and truly broken in here. Now, this was just such a messy sequence of events for both teams. Malta almost came up in the end, but if you try and hit that angle, good luck.
Now, while there's a stack and whatever this round is for Vertex, the eco, I just want to talk about you know, the sound in this game already not being as optimal as what it kind of was in CSGO, right?
Well, even then.
And then you got that white noise, and then everyone's having to play with in-ears, and you could see in situations just like that where Addict didn't really know that there was that pinbox. He didn't sort of read that smoke was getting blown and reacted a little bit too late. So moments like that are things you're definitely going to see a lot more of on LAN. People aren't, you know, so focused on the sound, or they might be focused on the sound, but the sound might just not be as good here in CS2.
Yeah.
Not yet.
A lot of factors unknown.
A lot of brains around here I want to pick, you know. Many questions about the mechanics of the game that I want to answer.
I mean, it's all about their experience right now, too. Like, they're only still in a data collection phase, right?
They're only in day one. And
It's
that might be their whole experience.
That's true, actually. Sample size, 3 maps. Potentially. But even then, 3 maps should be enough to work out what has gone wrong for you and take stock. Jacob, absolute eco-cobra.
Yeah. Someone's got to be men. Pistols in this game are a bit more scary than in Go right now.
It's true.
So you need those eco-cobras on your team. 2 rounds the difference. And Vertex back onto a bite. Great timing on the dark smoke there, but what they have eyes on looks like they've given up that E-box control completely. They're just going for a deep hold at mid. Giving up the doors control, the window control. It does allow Addict to pivot quickly if Hazard gets tested, but you can see Apex there on the map. Very much positioned to run it into B.
Yeah, they're ready to send it. They got their stamps. They're ready to lick, stick, send. However, Vertex on the gunplay, making it work. Now, Brace is going to be harassed. Oh, does get 2 before he's fell by the grenade. And now Nork, 50 seconds left. He's got the bomb in hand and plenty of map to work with. So, definitely in the realms of possibility. He needs to separate these 2.
Keeping it sneaky. Vertex are separated here, so a chance for Nork to not only get in behind enemy lines, but maybe isolate a pick. He's gone to A instead. And there's a large amount of space here to get this down. Vertex, they got a big rotation ahead of him, which allows Nork to reposition, but he goes aggressive. He knows he needs a pick, and he's going to hear these footsteps coming on in towards camera. Flash forward, and Vertex, they're going together, and it's good enough to find Nork. And yet another round.
Such a bold position to play from, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, though, it was pretty quick to see that single flash get him offline. Disrupt him from that crouch and deliver position. Vertex a little bit more healthy here now. As you can see there with the AC Predator economy. Coming into this, full belts of util as well. Both of these 2 teams sort of sitting, I mean, very low in terms of economy. So, as Pilski would like to put, this is a bit of a swing round, Mac. Both teams, respectively, towards the lower end and the lowest end of the loss bonus. And they've whittled their economies away too. Bit of a risk here from Vertex to take control being made, but they net what they came for.
Two-man advantage now. Vertex keep this ship stable. Hazard able to trade in the 1v4. Quickly brought to a 1v3. Jacob, solid arm. Great bowl on that nade. And now has to figure out how to dance around the cake here. How to slice that pie right on up. And oh, going for the reload. The CTs, they don't peek. They wait. They are waiting for this flank to come through. And Jacob gifted an opportunity. Finds that first. Here's this flank coming in. But it works out anyway in the end for Malta. And we're all tied up, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Dear me. Again, though, very expensive for both of these two teams. As I said, they were both at the lower end of loss bonuses. It's a little bit better now for Apex, but low in economy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Apex trying to force into this. If they can break CT economy, obviously the reward is there, and it's no surprise to see tactical taken. One less tactical taken. Or sorry, one less tactical to take.
Where are we
in this
with the tacticals?
3 per team.
I'm missing our
per
UI.
match.
I know how many there are, but I just don't know how many are left because they keep on taking them and I'm not seeing them. I'm not counting and I don't know who's taking them.
And I'm out of fingers.
Because by the time we get here, my eyes can't tell my fingers how to count. And that's an issue, Jim. No, it's not. It's not really that big of a deal. 9-9. And Apex are picking that pace up towards a main. Jacob with that late mid lurk. It's going to be a 4v2 brawl here. I think Addict was sending the CTs forward as well, and the boys here up at Rugs. Oh, giving out hugs, but can they find another brace where that MP9 makes it so hard to double on down? But they get it done. A 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And Sense is barely alive with a full belt to util, so he's going to start to dump that and just deny that vision, deny that information, and allow Jacob to start to work mid.
Yeah, and it's certainly caught the attention of Vertex as well. They've got numbers over towards his side. They're going to blow that smoke. Just check it. Don't see anything. PZ also looking for some info as well. However, don't think Jacob's quite caught. Whoa, kited. Dear me. He's got away with that. As I'm trying to catch my breath.
Why's Jacob's spray working? Why is no one else's spray working?
He's
What's
just
going on
that
here?
much better.
He is that guy. He is Yim.
Control would be all for Apex to take.
That round was so good until it was not so good. Vertex. Are they having a sniff?
Of the other side.
They're not at all.
No. Look, as I said, both teams really feeling the pinch economically. So the problem is, when you're on the CT side, you're teetering on that precipice of financial ruin.
If only they knew how low Sense was. But they don't. We do. They don't.
How low's your
Sense?
Sense?
For, you know, all you new viewers out there, anyone that's new to CS2, that's been enjoying themselves, that hasn't seen an IEM before, this is the spectator view. We see things they can't, all right? If you think you're the smartest guy ever, just remember, you're the couch analyst, you're the armchair guy. Doesn't mean you're right, all right? And look, you might hate me for saying that. It might be a wake-up call to you. But maybe you need a wake-up call, all right? Maybe you've just been smooth sailing for too long. Huh? Wake up to yourself.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
I'll see you all at the arena, huh? You got any words to say to me, say them to me then. I'll say some back. We'll shake hands, maybe bump fists. If you're lucky, you get a hug. That's the deal.
Vertex taking the last of their tactical timeouts, Mac. There you go. You can put your fingers down now. Give them a rest.
Good time to take it. Only a few rounds left in regulation. Ace of Predator economy here. Of course, everything's still hanging in that balance. Apex even going down to that Mac 10. Thinking, okay, Vertex might skimp out, not get a helmet here or there, but it's only Brace without the helmet just to get that extra util. We got Peasy even on the Fragger gate up.
Yeah.
That XM coming through, and Brace, close range, gets his job done. Malta, one there, probably not going to be enough as the B site goes awry. And the CTs, they need to make this happen. All coming in from different approaches. Shadow advantage for Addict at least. Brings it back slightly. And PZ gets mollied. I think he's just barely missed the tick of it.
Yeah.
So
They
the
don't know.
T's, they still need to figure it out.
He's going to keep it snappy, though. That's the thing. Nork gets peeked around the corner. PZ is searching for Kingston. And that is it.
He gets found, he gets snapped, he gets bitten by that. And this, it feels like, is this the first bit of...
He gets crocked.
It's the first bit of XM action we've seen in this series. I did see a little Mag 7 coming through before, over on Mirage. I think it made it in one round. I thought we'd see so many more shotgun rounds. In some of the other games, in the best of ones early, we saw heaps of shotguns.
Yeah.
But here, nothing.
Honestly, I expect it on maps like Nuke.
Yeah.
Or like Inferno, where you've got a lot of close quarter angles, but maybe a little bit more difficult to make work on a map like Anubis. Regardless, Nets and what they need, and the money PZ retains that as well. So he's going to get a little bit close and personal. Addict. He's been playing well so far in this series, gets the first peek, and now PZ, they've got a player on his shoulder, but that is so easily dismantled. They get done cheaply.
Oh. Addict doing a decent job there to isolate. Oh, pulls out the nade. It's dangerous. We'll get the AK in hand in time and might have just salvaged the round. Just barely, but it's a maybe still. Look at Nork making his move now.
I wonder if he's potentially lining up for Project KR, because he's doing it solo, that's for sure. There's like one person to get that reference.
My brain doesn't have time for references right now.
No.
I'm all business.
That's it. These two teams inseparable. Kixon and Nork have got plenty of space to work with. However, they are still outnumbered. And nobody from Vertex is taking unnecessary risks here. Malta might be the first, but he's got a lot of information with that push. And Nork has left Kixon to try and clutch this out.
Oh, he's made noise. Gets cleared, but that AK hits harder than the Galil.
4 for Addict.
Yeah, big round from him. Trading out and holding down that A site. Swinging in just in time from camera. And swinging that AK back in hand again. Let's have a look at it once more. This moment. Oh, I was so worried.
Oh, Mitha is literally us.
It's like, what is going on? Oh. Well, Vertex back into the lead after a very long time, trading out these rounds. And Apex, economy broken at probably the worst possible point. Don't have a huge amount of round loss bonus to play with. But what's going on with the Glocks here?
We've been playing this dangerous economic game for the last 4 rounds, Mac. It was a swing round 4 rounds ago that could have sent things either way. But it played out with this delayed ripple effect. Unfortunately, Apex are on the receiving end of that. As an out. Going to have a few more to encounter. The timing is going to be a little bit more awkward for him, though. Addict's there as the insurance package. However, they've just been done.
They got an AK. They have an AUG. They have CT control.
Oh, dear.
They have a 2-man advantage. And the 2 CTs are just funneling in it through camera, and the Ts now have strength of position. They don't have to swing until Jacob takes this contact.
And they're out.
And Vertex know that it's just all gone wrong. The Glocks, they make it happen for Apex, and we were talking about the economy. That is the best swing you can get on a T side. When you're saving to buy into the next, you survive with 4 alive, taking 3 free rifles across to the next.
And this might just be the most Aussie way to go.
It's not over.
That's true. I don't hear
until the
anyone
alligator
singing.
snaps, or the Crocs around these parts.
Something you got to watch out for. I know you encountered a few on your way through. Might have even caught a ride with one, Mac.
Saw some theories out there. A shark fed me some fish. Kept me going, sustained on my swim from Malta to Chile to Sydney. Went too far. It's easy to get lost in the open seas.
That's true. Only the stars to guide you.
Well, Jim, either way, we are confirmed going all the way to the end of regulation here in the second map of this series, which means either of the teams can win, or we could go to OT. Who knows what's going down? Brace holding that util, trying to catch a time in. Drop the molly, gun out in time, and finds Nito.
It's a good way to start. Brace is going to drop a flash into it. Now, if he re-aggresses, he's going to get booked by Sense. However, that grenade, oh, good value, but could have been better. Brace just gets out in the nick of time. Bit of pressure being applied here by Apex now towards this B site. Vertex looking a little bit less comfortable. They're just riding out this wave of utility coming through from Apex. They've got a good triangle of crossfires. Apex are just going to release their grip on this B site. They're going to head back towards A.
The thing is as well, they only have that one smoke left to play with, and if you drop that, you go all in at B, and you've already drawn a lot of the Vertex members over here. It makes it so dangerous, but they're hanging around. They're going for it. They were waiting for that mistake, and the trade doesn't come through. Vertex tripping over their own feet there, giving away the man advantage. They thought they needed info, and info they got, but the round has gone awry unless PZ with half a mag in the AUG here can try to frag through the final two. Here's swinging, but he's gone. And that might just be the hopes and dreams of Vertex sent to the next round instead. I say may, because we see the CTs going all in. They are here to win it right here and now. There's only that nade left for Apex to play with. Smoke goes forward, trying to isolate the fights, and Nork, I don't know if he's been seen, but has his look in the wrong direction. And Addict, he gets triple peaked. Apex on the 12th. Match point.
Series
the only one.
Point.
Oh.
Series point.
They're doing it.
Yeah. This play for info, they trip up on themselves a little bit. It wasn't a trade where they needed to be. They were also at an advantage as well. Normally you see a CT push like that for info, maybe when they're down a player. They had a pretty firm grip on things. They'd waited out all the utility for Apex, but now
they're in a better buy because they got shotguns.
Yeah.
Shotguns are pretty damn good in this game. Let's do with numbers in front of him. He's got that semi-auto shoddy, and he's missed every pellet. Ain't that something? 5-7, can it do any better? Knows the answer, and Jim, it might be the end of the series.
Yeah, the dominoes are starting to fall here for Vertex, and now Jacob christens the round, and that is going to be victory to Apex. They stay, Vertex fall out of IEM Sydney. They crash out, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it was a big win. It was a huge win for Apex. 2-0, big match on Mirage. And Anubis looking like, well, Anubis should. Very close. Both teams playing pretty damn well, but more CT-sided than I thought it was going to be. So maybe the tides of change are in order here in CS2. And look, Vertex, they're not too unhappy. There's a couple of smiles. You know, they did their best, and I think they are happy with how that performance went, at least on Anubis. But overall, they will be the first official team knocked out from IEM Sydney 2023. And fortunately for them, they don't have to go too far. But another fortunate thing for them is they'll be knocked out on the same day as Vitality or FaZe. So you can say you did the same as them.
Look, I don't know if that's a perk point, but
optimism.
Look, maybe you're taking those little victories when there's so little on offer for you. But as far as they're concerned, they put in a valiant effort here on Anubis. And it wasn't to be, though. There were just so many rounds where things could have gone a little bit differently for them. Just some micro decisions that had a macro effect.
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, that is what you expect at this level as well for Vertex. And I think it just sort of carries on from them, a legacy from CSGO where they've just never quite got it right heading into these competitions. You could see the potential, but they were just a little bit short in the end.
Don't know if it was nerves, don't know what it was. That we can find out, you know, when we see him back after this, you know, walking around the area. But Apex, of course, need to sing their praises a little bit more. Nito, man, he is sharp. He is a fragger.
Yeah.
He's a new name that's starting to really pop up in the scene. And if he keeps playing like this, then Apex will certainly be on for a lower bracket run. But I feel like more names in the team really need to perform if they want to make it as convincing as it really should be for a team that gets to come out of Europe.
Absolutely. And even then, you've got players like Kixon as well who are definitely putting in performances. I know there were all eyes on Sense in that Na'Vi match for his performance, but definitely shown that Apex have got quite a few strings in their bow.
They certainly do. Plenty going on. Jacob as well. Jacob? Sorry, Jacob. Yeah, I'm on the wires for the Jays. I've been saying Yimpat a little bit too much lately, and it's just ruining me with anyone with a J in there. Either way, look, Apex is going to be very happy with the win, and they get to play tomorrow, so that's pretty cool.
They survive. I think that's the most important thing for them, is that they survive here as well. Obviously, it's a big data collection process for a lot of these teams. They're finding out how these maps play out on LAN. They're finding out even, maybe some of the smokes that they've been practicing aren't quite landing, as we've seen in some of the other matches. I know Vitality were victim of poor utility, but it definitely feels as though we're still learning a lot in a live environment for a lot of these teams.
Everyone's learning, and we were talking about brains to pick, and we've got Jacob's brain to have a quick chat to. Jacob, mate, congratulations on the win. You're still living here in IEM Sydney, at least for one more day. How'd that game feel?
Hello. I mean, feels good to get the win, of course. First CS2 win on LAN for us. First game was definitely shaky. We had to shake it off and come swinging in the second. I feel like, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but this is a match that we should win 100 out of 100 times. And I'm glad we just won, I think it builds some confidence, and we have some more balls for tomorrow, I would say.
Yeah, I had a few expectations going into Anubis. Online, it feels extremely T-sided at the moment, but here today, that got really close considering both CT sides went probably better than expected for both your teams there. Did you have anything specific going up against Vertex here, or were you just trying to, run the paces out?
We had nothing prepared. Absolutely zero, I would say, on Anubis. I think this was just comfort pick. I think on CS2, it's not that T-sided as it used to be in CSGO. CSGO, it used to be like crazy. It used to be so T-sided. Now, I think the smoke is like 3 seconds longer, the smoke is huge. All that type of stuff makes the city side much more playable, I would say. So the fact that we get like 5 to 6 rounds on city is pretty normal now.
Now, you're back in Australia for the first time in a while. How's it feel to be back in Australia? I mean, you're an honorary citizen after all.
It feels amazing to be back, honestly. I low-key forgot how good it was. When I arrived, the weather, the city, it's so clean here. The people is nice. It's so nice to be back, honestly.
Now, are you obviously setting your sights being back in the arena?
I hope. We didn't put ourselves in a good position early today. But I feel like CS2, you see how many upset it's been, so maybe it's a tournament for us to do like a Cinderella story and make a good run, even though we went down to the lower bracket early. So, who knows?
Now, what's your initial take quickly on LAN with CS2? Does it feel much better than online? Is it better than your expectations? Is the Peekers advantage as bad? Can you hold lines? I just need to know because I don't get to play. You do.
Maybe it feels a little bit better, but holding angles, it's impossible.
Okay.
That's what I feel we were doing a little bit wrong on the first game, I would say. We were like walking around trying to take fights. In this game, you need to swing. You need to, honestly, just unbind shift and just full W.
Okay. So on that note, Jacob, go enjoy your win. Get ready for tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
A great little insight into what's going down in CS2. Peekers' advantage still seems to be there. Might not be as bad, but holding lines, Jim, holding lines is a problem. So we need to keep that in our minds moving into the next series of the day. And that next series is going to be a very interesting one as well.
Certainly is. Now, it's a core gameplay mechanic, holding lines. I mean, the entire CT side is based on that.
It's half of the game. It's supposed to be half of the game. So
yeah, exactly. But no, of course, as far as the matches are concerned today, that's the first best of 3, Mac.
Yeah.
The first best of 3 we've seen.
Relatively quick. That first map of the series went pretty quick as well. Second series, what do we got? We got Gamer Legion.
Gamer Legion
and Boom.
BetBoom.
BetBoom, sorry.
Yeah.
The other way around.
Yeah.
And look, word on the street, we were doing the lobby yesterday. I was talking to a lot of the pros. A lot of people have touted BetBoom as one of the favourites for IEM Sydney.
Well, I mean, you've got the flip side of the upsets here, haven't you? You've got 2 teams that have upset their respective opponents in the earlier matches, and now they're playing off against each other, potentially, as you said, birthing themselves straight into a semi-final. which is pretty huge. You finish top of the group here, you go straight into the semis, you get a free ride, and that's pretty much the rest of the week to try and grind away at CS2.
Yeah, well, speaking of CS2, this tournament, it's the first bloody tournament of it. Let's have a quick look at the bracket and how both the groups are going right now. That I'm assuming all of the best of ones are also done over on the A stream. You can see Group A, Team Vitality down in that lower bracket with FaZe Clan is what you need to keep your eyes on. But we've just filled this one out slightly. Vertex getting knocked out, Apex moving on. In the lower bracket, you're looking at the upper bracket games there. BetBoom up against Gamer Legion is going to be that first upper bracket game that we see over here. And then Na'Vi and Mouz should be played today over on the A stream as well.
Yeah,
so,
banger matches.
Yeah, interesting results there in those best of ones. Now let's have a quick look at Group B. Of course, we're not going to elim or send across forward any more of these teams from Group B today. So this is where it's going to be sitting. Ence taking out Lynn Vision 1-0. Fnatic and Cloud9. It was an interesting one. That got really close. Fnatic just barely edging that one out. Monty and Complexity, I think that was live when we started. So good to see Complexity got across the line. Interesting that Monty's down there taking on Greyhound, though. That is a rematch. I believe we saw that over in Pro League, so they got to do it again in CS2.
Yeah, look, man, I think Monty are one of those teams, too, that kind of enjoy playing against OCE teams. They played Rooster as well at Pro League, so I definitely think, they've got a good feel for OCE CS is like, and I think for Greyhound, they're going to be wanting to play through that lower bracket and potentially birth themselves, into the arena on Friday, which I think is pretty much needed for a roster like them.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be a bit of a letdown if we don't get any Australians in the arena, but it feels almost confirmed we're going to get either an honorary Australian or, your Dexter, your JKS potentially moving across.
They're around.
But Greyhound did so good against G2. We can't talk about that. Look, there's plenty of things we can talk about, and we're going to talk about it off camera because it's time for a break. We've got another best of 3 to set up. We'll see you after this for the final game of the day.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
While we wait for the workshop to be flooded with fresh content for CS2, we're going to give you a look into what some of our community creators have been cooking up with all the new tools. The first map we will look at is DE_Biome, a map that was added to CSGO matchmaking back in 2018, now getting its own Source 2 upgrade. Designed inside a greenhouse with a lot of lush flora dotted around the map, we can certainly see JD40 taking advantage of the better lighting and more vibrant aesthetic of CS2. If I remember correctly, I even had a clean highlight back in the day, but no one will want to see that. Definitely don't show that. Oh, would you look at that? Pretty clean, honestly. Next, we have DE_Brewery, a wingman map that, as you guessed it, is based in a brewery. For this one, we will show you some before and afters, as this really shows what is possible when porting CSGO maps to a CS2 one. I think this is going to spark a lot of mappers' passion to go in and fully utilize these new tools and upgrade their older maps. The difference in the level of detail they can add in a much easier way is very, very apparent with this one. The map shows off nicely the use of the new metallic reflections you can achieve, turning these bland walkways into something that pops a lot more. This, along with the new lighting and vibrance, is really what we will see focused on going forward. Recognize this? It is of course FY Pool Day, a Counter-Strike classic. A small A map ideal for chaotic fights all based around a bright pool area. When talking to Lep Lul Boldeslappen, who is remaking this map, says he has been working hard and it thinks it can bring joy and nostalgia to many CS players. Joy is one word for it. Depends if you're on the right side of the chaos. A great map to hop in a server with some friends and an all-time classic.
Life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. This is the
Gamer Legion with Snacks at the head against BetBoom, who's a team that was doing really well overseas, and turning up here, they're doing really well as well, at least in the best of ones, but now we get to see them go into the best of threes and take on a team that is mostly tried and true. Of course, they've got that change in the leadership with Snacks coming in.
For Nealon?
Yeah, and that little change is interesting because, look, it said that there was some kind of clashes in the team. That's exactly why Nealon sort of went the different way to the rest of the team. And with Snacks coming in, I know Snacks is a funny guy. He has a fan base, but that's for a reason, because his personality is stellar. And if you have a man like that, you know, not only keeping the vibes real good, the mood great in the camp, but also calling successfully and making your way to the upper bracket here, that's positive. That's a great change.
Yeah, and not only that, on the back of an upset as well. So, like, those guys will be certainly very, very buoyed by that as well. As you can see, even getting off the team bus there as well, they were definitely confident. Sorry, that was BetBoom. But Gamer Legion, as far as they're concerned, they are super confident in the way that they play. Yeah. And I think that's, you know, translated into server. They're one of those teams that got onto the CS2 grind very early. And
they certainly are.
They've never looked back.
They got a lot of experience, like in the lineup, in specific individuals that have been around, doing a lot of heavy lifting. I think Kyron as well, you know, he was chilling with VP for a bit. You got Zorte, who, you know, used to play for Forza and did a lot of work there, but of course he's been a name that's been in the scene for a while. And then the man in the middle on your screen, Nafany. Of course, some people call him the phony, some people, you know, don't. But he's damn good. He's damn good at, you know, leading up a storm here, and he's leading BetBoom so far in a very successful manner. And if that trend continues, then we could see him making their way not only out of tomorrow, straight into Wednesday, but also potentially straight into a bloody Saturday game.
Absolutely. They're one of those teams that everybody's touted as a big dark horse here. People know they are really good at CS2, and I think it's already shown itself in server. Kyron is one of those players as well that we've seen on entry here. His match against Vitality was phenomenal. His entry pathing was on point, and it provided so many opportunities for them, hitting particularly this A site. And I think when you've got players like Zorte as well, who's got a whole heap of potential, and you know, obviously quite a bit of experience as well, having played on Forza as well for quite some time.
Yeah.
You've got a recipe for success, and when you've got a player like Nafany as well, who's looking for that redemption, I think also signs point to a very strong start to CS2 for these guys.
Yeah, there's been plenty going down in this camp, and I can't wait to see how they go up against Gamer Legion. They've already beat Vitality, but has Gamer Legion had a bit more to work with in terms of playing CS2? Either way, don't really matter. BetBoom, they are here. They're here to win, and they've already started their festivities in a very solid manner. But so far, as you saw in the highlight package there, they've only played Mirage. It feels like we did a lot of Mirage, a lot of Nuke for these first best of ones for most of the teams. A little bit of Inferno dropped in the mix there as well. So who knows where they're going to be feeling this one works out. But at the moment, of course, it doesn't matter, you know. So as long as they keep on playing their game, I feel like showing everyone else how it's done with their little head start, so to speak, in CS2, that's a great way to do it. Just go win yourself an IEM. That's a nice little way to make a statement.
That is definitely the best way to make a statement, but I mean, you can't really write off their opposition here. I think as far as, you know, the closeness of these matches, this particular match for me is kind of one of those matches where you're splitting differences between these two teams.
Yeah.
As you said, with Gamer Legion, they've made that leadership change. They brought in a phenomenal player in Snacks in terms of his experience at the helm. But, you know, whether or not it was, you know, the right change, we are already seeing some results from them. So I guess now with the best of threes coming through, we get to see whether or not there's that depth in calling for him.
Well, we shall see. Gamer Legion, of course, a majority, you know, I don't even know if it's that much of a majority anymore, but either way, the few of these players played at that major final and was part of that experience, of that journey. However, you know, a few shifts since then. You've got a few new names coming in, and the most recent new name, of course, is Snacks, which we already spoke about. But he is a player that has been around since before Go, and now he's even going into his, what, third title of CS, maybe even fourth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was at the tail end of like CS 1.6, which was huge in Poland. There wasn't really a source scene there, per se, at least not in terms of like an international source scene, but definitely one of those players that made a huge name for himself in CSGO. The man needs no introduction as far as that's concerned, but definitely got a good mix of young players here as well. Kioz, I love watching him. He's one of those players that definitely can light up the server if he's on.
Yeah, it's definitely an in with the new and in with the old, and let the old teach the young. Now, we got that head-to-head to have a quick look at. Let's see who it's going to be for this best of 3. Chiron up against Volt. These two individuals popping off in their best of 1s in that upper bracket, and that's why they're still here in the upper bracket. Almost 50% headshot for both, and almost dropping 30 in a best of 1. Man, that's a bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to remember too, both of these matches did go into OT as well, so they've been able to garner a few extra frags.
Had those stats.
Yeah, pad those stats a little bit, at least in terms of this screen here. But I mean, regardless, the ratings speak for themselves. Chiron, as I said, was lighting things up for BetBoom. His entry pathing, the way he was hitting the sights was fantastic, but he also backed it up on CT too.
He certainly did. Now let's see who's going to back up that first win of the day with a win here and where we're going to play out the series. That's it. It's time for the vetoes. Inferno, get it out of there. Don't need it. Anubis, gone. We saw what happened in that before. We don't want to replay another Anubis. Now, there goes the permabans. Keep that in the back of your head, because that's actually something that can be used for us all tomorrow. These teams will definitely make it to tomorrow, if not the next day. BetBoom going back to Mirage, and Gamer Legion going to Nuke again. Okay.
Interesting. Interesting that they've left Overpass to be floated here as well. We know that's a strong map for BetBoom.
True.
But let's just see how this plays out. I mean, Mirage is a bit of a comfort pick as well. They've already upset a team named Vitality on that map. But Overpass was floated and banned out by Gamer Legion onto Ancient for the 3rd. So this is going to be a fun map pool, I think.
Maybe the first time we're seeing it. I haven't kept up to date with what's going on that other best of 3 in the A stream right now, but if we get to see some Ancient, I'm going to be happy. It means we're going to have a bit of a later day, but we'll see if one team's going to reign supreme and do another 2-0 here on the B stream, or if we're going to 3. But it's all going to start again on Mirage, which has been very exciting so far.
Yeah, definitely very exciting so far. A lot of these teams are already, swaying towards it. Obviously, as I said before, BetBoom upset Vitality on Mirage. So for them, they've already shown that they've got what it takes. However, is that going to be enough data for Gamer Legion to go away with and, maybe plug some of those holes that Vitality couldn't actually do themselves? Now, both of these two teams in Vitality and BetBoom were missing a lot of utility on Mirage. Something as simple as a bread and butter smoke on mid-window was going awry round after round. Had they had time to go in and fix that? I would assume so. But if we're seeing a lot of missed utility, then that makes things certainly very interesting. But it does show that when play's a little bit broken, BetBoom definitely had a lot of versatility.
I wonder if it's because of, maybe they're playing with the aliases at home and then having to go for a bit of a shift up, maybe not coming with the configs ready. It's just one of those things where there's many things, many learnings all these teams are making today. You heard from Apex before. Don't hold lines. Even though we're here on LAN, it's still CS2, and it's just not written in the code to hold. So we're going to say swing to win, and let's see if that is what all these teams are going to be doing. Mirage is going to be the battlefield for map number 1 of the series, and it is time for yet another pistol. Is it going to be a fun one? Is it going to be T-slided? Who knows? But it's happening real quick, Jim.
Yeah. Pretty quick as well on the back of that util pinned. Make a flash straight on in. They've already got some action here on that A ramp. Isaac does a great job of finding 2. However, has he provided enough of an advantage here for Gamer Legion? They're going to be able to get that bomb plant in. And they've already got control of Ticket. But is that going to be enough? There's a late flank. Kioz is circumnavigating the globe to appear from Palace. Is it going to catch out BetBoom and Zorte? There's not a lot he can do from his position. So, patience rewarded there for Gamer Legion.
Yeah. A-Core, a dangerous individual with those pistols. But didn't have to do too much this round. Snacksy boy. Right in the middle. It's good to see him back, right at the, arguably at the top of the scene. He's in these teams performing, playing and entertaining us all here at IEM Sydney.
Yeah.
And that's a great way to start, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen him have stints in, other rosters before as well. Like Anonymo, which was a Polish project. But maybe this is a chance for him to recapture the vibe.
Live out the
of the
glory days.
CS:GO, yeah.
Yeah. Rise to the top once more. We are going to see this fourth buy come through for BetBoom in the second, but it's so far no good. Nafany hitting the ground real damn quick. Still 2 AKs to play with. And BetBoom just going to be going straight through that A main smoke, looking to deal with Volt here at triple. How's the timing of the swing? It ain't no good. Chiron ready for the swing there and finds even more value. Here's, this one coming. Snack's going to be able to react and still hold that stairs control, but playing a dangerous game. It's like ships in the night past one another in the smoke now. Things are getting real dangerous. Oh, and Siren's trying to figure out where has Snacks gone.
Yeah, and that smoke's just about to fade too. So they're going to find one another, and that's a perfect flash. Snacks, not a lot he can do from that position. However, Kiosk is out of Palace. And he's got to try and dissect this crossfire. And they're both just going to hold those deep angles. He's got a lot of work to do. That bomb plant is good for BetBoom.
Oh. More than good enough. Kiosk couldn't cross. And BetBoom straight on the board, putting Gamer Legion in the worst place to be with no money in that third round because you won the CT pistol. And then BetBoom got AKs because they planted the bomb. Valve, please look at the economy in this game. That's going to need to dust up at some point.
Maybe they're just forcing variety of weapons, as we hypothesized before.
It's fun, though. You know? Theory crafting as to where the game needs to go is and should go.
Or was. Can we learn from history's mistakes?
We can. Gamer Legion going to be forcing in the third and hoping that they can fend off the buy from BetBoom, who've got mid control, looking like they are positioned to try and split the B site. So Isaac's got a big job ahead of him, and that timing. I thought it didn't look good, but the flick looked good enough to slow down the push. But now with 4 alive and that force buy coming through, Gamer Legion, they're just going to take some guns away if they can and have a fighting chance into the fourth.
That's going to be pretty rudimentary from here on out. If they do stick together here, Gamer Legion, they'll be looking to take an AK or something like that. As we said, time and time again, it is gold for them to be able to have a gun for free, particularly coming into that first gun round on CT. Akor doesn't quite look the right direction. So actually lose a bit of armor with him too. Poor Volt. Nothing on offer for him. And so, BetBoom, they continue to put rounds on the board. They navigate that round relatively cleanly. Only Denise going down.
And now what are we going to see? The old site stack is one of the kills we saw Gamer Legion find. And BetBoom, their economy booming, living up to their name. Let's see where Nafany goes with this Mac 10. Recycling someone else's weapon here, but also looking to create some space at mid. Usually you wouldn't expect the Mac 10 to go here, but up against the pistols, he probably feels that little bit more safe. And we got a top con smoke coming through. Nafany probably going to win this fight at mid and over towards the A side of things. It is just easy as you like it. Snacks takes one in the meanwhile, but the CT's all but done in this round.
Yeah, Zorte did not deserve for wrecked. He copped it though. And this is exactly the same sort of play we saw out of Chiron in that upset against Vitality. So already starting strongly. Gamer Legion are going to have to find a way to deal with that. Maybe the scout is the answer.
Could be. I don't know about this round. But staying away from the Mac 10 would have been a good idea. 600 more dollary dues in that back pocket. And BetBoom making a couple of safe bets with where they've gone so far for the beginning of their journey on the T side of Mirage. Gamer Legion going into their first gun round in the next. But here's those entries again. Byron really feeling it with the rifle here in CS2.
Definitely one of those players to look out for. And as I said, Gamer Legion are going to find a way to try and deal with that aggressive rifling from him. And a change of pace now. Straight up short. Snacks called into action, but he didn't expect him to be up that close and personal. And that is the B site. Controlled. They're overrun. And almost immediately, Gamer Legion looking to save here on this A side.
Oh. A little bit of a messy spray, but it gets the job done for one, and also gets the info on Kioz's position. They know that Boys over towards short here, who's taken another name, and just when you thought that they were going to save, the bomb's taken too long. Now it's not going to be too safe on the cross, but they will make it past there. Azorde is still yet to get on the board himself, still 0-3. Either needs to rely on his teammate or start to make it happen here. Kioz, I thought he might have had a line there over towards the balcony. Oh, finds this one. Zordi needs to trade the nade. Knocks him down to 62, and he will be finished off. Found one himself, but it is Gamer Legion to find their second.
That looked like it was a sure thing Gamer Legion were going to save there. You could tell they were already looking to save on 8. They fought their way back in. And credit must certainly go here to the core. Gave them a window back in. So I definitely feel as though that maybe BetBoom fumbling the bag a little bit with that round. Shoot here towards B. Siren takes some damage, but he finds an opener. You've got Nafany chilling around mid. He's looking for something in the rotation. Presence already worked towards B. Bombs there, they're committed. Yeah, already. CT rotations cut in half. Still yet to get the bomb plant down, but that's only a moment away. Gamer Legion very much struggling with the openers here.
Not going to be gifted a chance at the retake this time, though. BetBoom. Not going too aggressive in the post plant, just locking down all the passageways back into B. And it looks like the MP9s we're going to get some action, unfortunately. It doesn't favour them. Snacks. Get an upgrade. He's at AK. No one around to stop him. Says thank you very much. I'll take that freebie. And BetBoom with a 2-round lead after the 6th concludes.
Oh, dear me. Certainly making it very difficult.
BetBoom look really sharp. Like,
yeah.
Off of watching that last best of 3 and how, messy some of the sprays were, we were seeing some, great individual performances from specific players, but here it feels like, that crosshair just looks sharper. It looks placed that little better. Maybe they've had, that little bit of extra time to really sit back, calm their nerves. Maybe just in general, both these teams' nerves are a bit more calm because they haven't had as many roster swaps coming into this.
Yeah.
But for the most part.
Well, for the most part, definitely looking very comfortable, BetBoom. I agree with you. They haven't necessarily looked too troubled either.
Yeah.
But even when things haven't gone, their way, they haven't looked panicked either, and I think that's probably the main thing to take away. But these early control smokes coming through. There you go.
Ooh. Snacks feigning the undersmoke, seeing if he can slow down the mid push. Puts that nade himself, and doesn't have to deal with the second man. Byron out of the equation makes things that much easier for Gamer Legion, but we're going to see the speed up over towards the B site, and that USP is not enough to deal with BetBoom. So you'll see Snacks trying to make the rotation happen quickly. And looking to be the man to make the magic happen for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he's the only one with magic in his hands. And I think they'll be looking to definitely save that AK of his.
Yeah.
But there's not really anything on offer, so they've decided the best thing to do is group up. They already knew where Nafany was. They were waiting for him. And so that's going to be 2 rifles potentially on offer for them if they can save them out. The search party is nowhere to be found. So that's going to be gold. All 3 players from Game Allegiant picking up weapons. It's going to really bolster the CT economy, have a nice ripple effect into future rounds.
That one-tap potential, man.
It's not even that. It's just that the economy's so much better for having free rifles. You get 3 free rifles in a round. That's the next best thing to winning the round.
It is that. In a game where spraying punishes you so hard, being able just to tap and kill people in one shot, I think that's gold.
Yeah, look, gold all round, baby. The Midas touch.
Stonks rising, but Game Allegiant, they need to rise into the game because 5 already on the T side for BetBoom. If they keep this trend continuing, we could see another 10-2 half on Mirage, which is what happened in the first best of 3 today. And Vertex paid for not showing up early enough.
Ultimate price they paid, and that is elimination.
Upper bracket here though, Jim. No one's getting sent home.
No.
We're just getting sent to the lower bracket or further in the upper bracket.
That's it. As we said, you win the group here. You book a place straight to that semi-final.
Kyron's a machine.
Nafany just escapes the wrath of the Molotov too.
Took a tick, which might have been heard, who knows? Got to ask Jacob about the sound.
Well, it's one of those things where it's sort of almost indistinguishable
Lovely movement.
from the sound of the smoke extinguishing the Molotov. But here we go, Nafany. He's been the real thorn in the side of the rotations for Game Allegiant, and again, they're going to struggle here to even hold on to their weapons.
You got a feel for Acor there. The jiggle was good, but the spacing was better.
Yeah.
BetBoom able to pounce off the back of that one missed shot. And there's so many good guns in this game that aren't the AWP, that don't cost 4,750 schmackers.
Yeah, the $do ratio of effectiveness is no longer a marker of the gun.
It's still like everything's getting figured out. And sometimes you'll see teams, keep those SMGs, keep those shotguns, which you didn't say too much in CSGO. But we're living in the new age, and it's adapt or die. It is at the moment.
Absolutely. Adapt, improvise, overcome.
I've heard theories from individuals around the area that say, look, I'm just going to keep playing like a CSGO because the game will eventually get changed back to be true to what the game was, right? But
that's wrong.
But
that's
it might
wrong
not.
approach. Let me tell you, my friend, I took that approach with CSGO thinking it would be like 1.6.
And it took years.
And it never was.
It never got there.
The 1.6 never came.
But some of the theories stay true. Some of the fundamentals definitely core to the game are there, except the fact that holding doesn't work on land. That's going to trigger me for the whole week.
Man, Kyron, again, on a tear. They have been so effective, BetBoom, exploiting the weakness at this B site. Well, that's going to expose them with that smoke being blown away, but they finally filter through into this A site.
Smoke gets donked. Boys go through. BetBoom. Get this bomb planted. Isaac with the smoke to play around. Isolated fight was there, but swinging was better for Kyron. And just like that, Game Allegiant get torn to shreds. Snacks looking to keep the AWP alive, but that's going to be difficult. You're looking at BetBoom's economy, and 5 alive, they are hunting every single day of the week.
It's definitely a hunt on. Snacks now revealed his position. Watch these little pieces, move around.
Where's he going?
Couldn't hold on to it.
Oh, there goes the AWP. There goes Snacks.
And, well, look at the economy come out of this for Game Allegiant. I don't think that is going to survive too well either. And so the pain just keeps on being heaped on.
What sense is Kyron playing on?
Sense, res, settings, give it.
Whipping around. The new GOAT?
Are you Myron?
The new Messiah?
Are you Myron Kyron?
Right now, yeah.
Or maybe you're Myron Siren.
How old's Kyron? He looks really young. 19. He is really young. There you go.
I love the way
he could be the new Messiah.
When he's taking some of these entries, he's so locked in right now. Like, he looks like he's got a force feedback chair.
The young goat. Huh? Modesty, step aside. Ooh, Donkin straight in. Look at this pace. BetBoom, they're going right through, and there's a main aggression here as well. Volt at least able to find himself that double, but they're not expecting Kyron. Trigger discipline lines him up. Zordi makes his way in as well. And now we're down to a 3v3 after Gamer Legion thought they had everything at A main.
Yeah, that is just a change of pace coming out of a tactical that has really caught Gamer Legion off guard. So their rounds are slipping through their fingers in the first 30 seconds. BetBoom have just been hitting them with such brutal pace. Isaac's got a window of opportunity here. And now Zorte's taken a whole heap of damage. And he kind of gets the jig where Nafany is. But beating him out, Nafany stands strong.
Yeah. Holds the line and wins the engagement. That's the
never
craziest
happens.
thing I've seen all day. How can BetBoom make it work, huh? Just built different. They're making me a fan real quick, Jim. That's all I'm saying. I haven't seen a lot of BetBoom, but they are explosive. They are playing CS2. They're not playing CSGO. And that gets me going.
Yeah. It's just
what the hell was that? Did you see Isaac? Is he doing the Shakira peek? Or running? With his hips swinging? With him swinging. All right.
I tell you what, Savage would be proud with his hips swinging.
Ugh. Take-up. Gets involved for 2. Doesn't expect this third man in Pal, that's for sure. And that's going to be the bomb. So he'll hold on and wait for Kyron to start firing up. Acor again. On for the ace. Haven't seen too many of those so far here at IEM Sydney. And Denist is going to go for a long rotation to try and group up with Siren. If Siren survives, who's managed to get good damage on the Snack. Spotted and dealt with. Acor still on for the ace. Picks up 1 with the secondary. But can he close out what he's looking for? He might have heard those footsteps. He seems to be aware here. Hasn't seen him. Drops, and that's heard.
That's been heard.
But could find it. Not quick enough. Denist in with a shot in the 1v3, and the CTs are extremely separate.
Yeah, and Snacks is also quite low too, so he's repositioned back up into the B halls and effectively has his pick of sights and will easily be able to isolate a 1v1. Time on his side.
Yeah. Full bell to util. Doesn't have time to clear everything, but that Molly's gone to the right location, and Snacks is going to be heard going through it. Beautifully played. Down to the 1-on-1 now. Isaac, what have you got to try to bring it back for GL here?
He knows. Oh! Commits the spray, doesn't quite let it come off.
It's enough.
That's an expensive round win, though, for Gamer Legion.
Just take that extra time to have a chat before moving into the next. And Gamer Legion aren't out of the half yet. 8-7. Oh, sorry. They could be out of the 8-4. Sorry.
It's hard, Mac. This is the first event.
That's how you know I just hit autopilot, all right? It's getting late in the evening.
Have another sip of your monster, son. That's actually mine, not yours.
Yeah, that's yours. Mate, we're not sharing monsters these days, all right? Last round of the half.
Smoke's so good, they did it twice.
But they hit them both.
That's true, but aggression out of Gamer Legion. Is this going to be the difference maker?
Ooh. I think it's just a team diff right now. At mid, BetBoom full control. Bomb's going to be left behind, so they will just slow things down, regain that. But again, Gamer Legion not playing together, just having both anchors on both extremities and trying to figure out what they need to do here. You got Snacks, who's lurking around there, tucked under Balk, waiting for a pop-up con. And Isaac is looking to be the info man. He's hunting, he's looking. Spotted Con quickly. Tried to play that one with Snacks. I think they timed that one perfectly, but cleared it. And now back away into corners. And hope that they can at least find one, maybe find two, give their teammate a chance at winning this final round of the half. They have to go for it.
Yeah, they've kind of maybe... Well, they have to potentially exercise some trigger discipline from their positions.
Time's ticking. And look at the util on BetBoom, Jim. There's a significant util diff right here.
Yeah, not only that, too, a 3v1 at whatever site they choose. Snacks is looking for some info, but, I mean, his position's surely not going to go unchecked.
Surely not.
There's no way, sure.
But there is a world, and there is a lineup, and there is a chance that Snacks is doing it. Big play. And hiding away with 10 on the clock. Siren's the one that needs to make the move, and Snacks knows it. Bombs on the ground at CT. There ain't no time other than going for the kills. And Snacksy boy jumps up over the top and might even take his way to the top. But we got a second half of games to play, and that's coming up just after the break. We'll see you in a minute.
.8-4 the score. BetBoom have pretty significant advantage in this match so far. They look so comfortable on CS2. Gamer Legion have shown plenty of grit here in the end. That 3v1 from Snacks gave them a glimmer of hope where felt as though it was going to be just another one of those 9-3 half score lines.
Yeah.
So, is it enough rope? As BetBoom now travel onto the CT side, and we know the troubles teams have had trying to control their economy, control the landslide that is the T side. But this is a bit of a fact-finding mission now for BetBoom. So they take territory up mid, they leave Nafany as they execute on this B site.
How's Kyron with this P2K, huh? He's been good with everything. This time couldn't see a thing. Flash game from Kiosk is damn good, and Gamer Legion, they're going to be able to take this B site, but can they hold it? Plenty of time to get the plant down, but the retake already set up. Look how escalated Nafany is here all the way through apartment. But now just waiting for the rest of the boys to take that contact. In comes the push. Gamer Legion, they know that swinging is good. So they're going to be doing that over towards the market side. Eyes on apps, and this needs to be where the prize starts to come through. You can see now that they know that Nafany was coming that direction. Danist able to find one, and just like that, it could be turned on its head. There is going to be that kit on Danist, but he isn't going to get an opportunity to use it. 8-5 as Gamer Legion find a T-pistol themselves.
Yeah, once again, just exploiting weaknesses over on this B site. Gamer Legion find their way in. Not a lot of utility to deal with T-side aggression. That short smoke locks that player in for that fight. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
So what we just saw quickly while those highlights were up, running with the Glock, it is so good right now.
Yeah.
It is so incredibly good. And a lot of the time today, I'm still seeing teams stop and counter-strafe and B-sit and ducks. And I feel like it's just, we need to see more movement, especially in those pistol rounds, just with where the game is.
Exactly. You got to get your skates on. You got to channel some Disney on ice.
It's scary because your mind is saying don't do it, because in CSGO, it wasn't as good as it is, or at least is what it feels like in CS2 right now.
Yeah, there's almost a decade of habits to unlearn. Happening. Gets checked. Ooh. His info becoming pretty clear now. Zorte.
Good damage.
Makes it expensive. Only 2 surviving there for Gamer Legion, but they press on. So where's the economy landing here? It's going to be a decent belt of utility for Gamer Legion.
Predator economy showing just how close it can be. Moving into the first gun round, and Gamer Legion, after losing 3 rifles, means things are expensive. Having a 7th here could steady the ship, but it's going to be harder because BetBoom are very good at the game, CS2, and they have guns. So that makes things even more scary. Swings like that from Denist, who's worried. He's just moving. He's just thinking everyone's through everything. Gamer Legion still here to fight, but we're down to a 2v2, 30 seconds in.
Man can bend bullets. That's a nice Molotov. It forces Kyron to take this duel. He wants it. He doesn't win it. And he leaves Siren in a 2v1. They haven't planted the bomb yet, but he's got a good idea of where they are now. Isaac and Acorp. This is definitely winnable for Siren. And they're going to move together. Reveals.
Oof, almost.
Almost.
NT's in the chat. But Gamer Legion happy with that. 2 alive at the end, which means the economy, yes, still in a terrible way. And BetBoom have worked up a bit of a round loss bonus. So bare minimum, you're going to see them buy up a couple of pistols, that half armor to give themselves a shot. And there is a world where they force. But the score's quite close here, and on their map pick, they should show some discipline. And there it is, the half buy.
Adren just getting aggressive here, the firing squad. Shape up in mid, but definitely not equal to that challenge. Nothing Siren can do either, so the pain will continue. Nafany out on an island. Kitchen hasn't changed much, I'll just say that. surely, if they've renovated the entire map, the kitchen gets a facelift.
It could. But it is dirty.
Yeah, it's tired.
Yeah, those textures could use an update. Everything else is updated.
That'll cost you $1 million in Sydney.
Why is it still $5.29? That's factually incorrect. Maybe in a different part of the world, but it's 8:05 p.m. currently here in Sydney, Australia.
And what you were looking at there was the kitchen of a $2 million apartment.
And what I'm looking at here, in the grander scheme of things, is, yes, Nafany's alive, but Gamer Legion only had 2 alive at the end of the last 2 rounds. This round, they have 5 alive, and they didn't want that to change. So they decided not to hunt, said, hey, he's on pistols. Best case, you know, he's got maybe a primary, some armor, util, whatever. Doesn't matter. We want the round, and we need to stabilize our economy to make sure that this game gets as close as possible, or we can, you know, continue to string in these rounds. So 8-8, the current scoreline, as we see a tactical called.
For BetBoom too. So, I mean, they had a pretty significant lead, and it's evaporated. So they need to get back to the drawing board, because they were looking confident. They were looking in control of this match.
Yeah.
But after half-time, things have taken a turn for the worse. They are at that full loss bonus. So it's now just about moving the pieces around the map to make things work. Gamer Legion have looked quite good in varying things up, but a change of pace out of the tactical, this is not unheard of.
Straight through the molly, and the sound is not good in this game. Has he heard a thing that this doesn't even get a chance to swing there? Dealt with. Zordy gonna be just smashing those shots straight through the con smoke. Oh, and a good timing on the flash allows a couple of picks to start to come through, just like that. Gamer Legion, it looked so good until it didn't. There you go. A what, 30, maybe even 40-second round, Jim?
Yeah.
Welcome to CS2.
Total change of pace. Total change of pace. Throw things out the window. That was great from Curran and Nafany, and Zordy got a little naughty through that smoke.
Even just shooting, you know, drawing that attention, making that noise can just shroud the rest of the sounds that are coming through. You know, those footsteps coming in. And that's another factor that has changed a little bit in this game. I feel like, you know that ring you get from HEs and flashes? That lasts a lot longer in CS2 than what it did in CSGO. Or at least the mixer in the game doesn't allow you to hear footsteps as quickly afterwards.
Yeah, it definitely feels as though you are muffled for so much longer.
Even if the nade's not even that close to you, it's just enough, you know. Thanks, Valve, for the realism.
Nothing like having your eardrums rocked.
Yep. Well, BetBoom at least able to find another round and keep themselves in the lead here. But Gamer Legion, with those 5 surviving a few rounds ago, means they're afforded another full buy here in round 18. It looks like they will start to work some late mid control. BetBoom showing some respect, just smoking off the bottom of con. Playing a 2-on-2 split.
Yeah, just some late control coming through. And that bomb filtering through. They do still have some options. Mostly skewed towards A at this point in time. Nafany's just going to chillin' in the corner. But they've still got to dissect this crossfire here on this A site. They've got to clear the sandwich. Zorte, though, opens up. So that's going to be problematic because Gamer Legion aren't using their utility just yet, but they are going to get onto this site nicely. That's a good set of entries now. They've done well. They've left. Oh, Vault is exposed.
And no one is holding, no one is covering the plant. Just like that, we're down to the 2v2, and BetBoom might be coming back from a man disadvantage. A 2-man disadvantage of all bloody things. Oh, Kyron falls, and now it's up to Siren to start making some noise, spamming through, but that time too, it's going right on down, and the swing is wide. The molly's damn good. Utility usage down to a T, and Gamer Legion burn as BetBoom move into the double digits.
It's wild. I'm literally just sitting here thinking, He could have used that molly to maybe prevent the plant and force the duels, but it actually works out really nicely for him. And he's able to round them up in the end. So BetBoom continue to put some rounds together, but their economy's on a string.
So even before this round, I'm going to find a stat for you, Jim. 12 rounds of the game, even before this round, Game of Legion had the opening kill without giving any away. But they only won 8 rounds. So that means there was 4 rounds where BetBoom are hitting back from man disadvantage, but hold that thought because we're out at A again. We're playing Counter-Strike 2, 15 seconds in, everyone's going to be dead in 7.
Yeah. You'd almost be convinced that there was a 40-second round time.
Kyron just slots it through the smoke. Timing, spray, manages to deal with A-Core, Isaac falling, and we're going to see another fast retake attempt to be happening, but this is Snacks. This is not a CT. He's in behind the enemy yet again. Here's that flash coming, and he is in full control until Siren is here to try and save the day. Snacks.
No way.
Making more plays and doing it from the middle. Oh, this game's got it all, Jim.
Yeah, Snacks is winding back the years. Trigger discipline. That is some vintage Snacks right there. Chooses his moment perfectly. Zorte never stood a chance. He does so well to avoid that grenade.
And also find him in the smoke as well. Great crosshair placement. Siren thinking that whole time, like, how the hell did you two die? What's going on there? Did someone push up, Con?
These are the kind of plays we're expecting coming out with a new game. Some same old faces.
Yeah. Another timeout going to be called here. I believe it was a BetBoom one to stabilize the ship after that catastrophe.
It's, yeah, take the wheel back from Jesus.
And this is looking pretty close to a swing round. Game of Legion going to be going all in after the win, as you'd expect. But BetBoom, their economy starting to hit some eggs, starting to hit some pineapples in the bank.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful. We see some smokes landed in the window. That's something that was missing in some of the opening matches. Utility seems to be tightened up. Teams have gone back and worked on that.
And while we have a moment, everyone's playing real slow. A pineapple, for all you international viewers, of course, is $50. In Australia, the $50 note is yellow. Pineapple. There you go. If I say it again, I don't need to explain it. Thank you very much. And now, it was a slower round. It's still a slower round. Game of Legion going to take some mid-control at that minute mark at the mid-round and then decide where they want to go.
Snacks has looked so good in the clutch, might I add too. That's his, what, second 3v1? Oh, that's a nice opener for A-Corp. He's looking for another as well. He knows that the second usually plays around ticket. Oh, he's got an MP9 to deal with. However, they've isolated this site. Kyron provides a glimmer of hope. And eventually they round out Nafany. They've still got to get past Kyron's watchful eye.
Ooh, he's gone for. He sees that util throw and he thinks he can make this work. The shift walk around the corner is not happening. That Pinker's advantage almost works for Kyron for 4. But now it's down to Siren, the other Iron. In a 1v2, one bullet on either of these Ts is going to send him to the grave. Siren's just trying to catch a timing, spots a knee. He knows. Is he in full control? Is he Snacks level on the clutch? Oh, just looking for the timing, waiting for the swing. Oh, the jump peak, and now he's hitting those dings. Volt's 8 points of health, wants to swing, wants it, but does not get it at all. Siren takes another for BetBoom, sending them to a 2-round lead and 2 rounds away from taking map 1 of the series.
Lick your lips every time for a round like that. Siren gets himself in a winning position. Volt makes the mistake of giving up his position. And he knew exactly where they both were from that point in time. Volt was just trying to find a better angle. All the information was there. And look at that. BetBoom know that they've given themselves a really good chance here now. The T economy is weak. But they're going to be looking to Volt with this AK to open things up.
He's been doing decent work. A-Core as well. and it's just going to be that creep in unders. There is a gaping hole at window right now, and if we see Gamer Legion manage to get the silent boost up here, which in CS2 it is much harder to silent boost because you just make a little bit more noise. Difference is there is no CTs here to hear it, so now it's that happening, which we haven't seen from Gamer Legion yet. There could be a lurk angle and a 4-1 split to B, and it might even be a good timing to push into market. We know that. Gamer Legion don't. No one watching it for BetBoom right now. They've cleared out A-ramp. They know that they are able to play some retake with this aggressive positioning, and Kyron now going to be able to spin around, try to trade this one out, but he's only got 12 in the clip. It's enough to bring it back. And Gamer Legion, just when they thought it was looking damn good, that bomb's down at short pillar, and they need to go on a retrieval mission. There's not much util to make that happen, Jim.
Yeah, and it's sort of Snacks just trying to find his way around. He's also picked up an AK in the meantime too. However, with that bomb being planted now, it's time for BetBoom to try and take some territory. We're going to trickle in what utility they've got left. But Isaac just trying to find a better position. Ooh. Gives up the game, and that is going to be BetBoom on match point here.
There are some really close rounds happening here, but each time Gamer Legion find an opening, there's just huge answers found by BetBoom. They somehow are finding 2-3 kills. Individuals absolutely slapping in the server right now. And they've got a lot of room to breathe here with good enough money. A couple of upgrades after that win, and 3 rounds to close us out. Gamer Legion playing for overtime now.
Certainly hasn't Kyron been a shining light for BetBoom?
Yeah.
Pretty sure, yeah. 28 and 15. Everyone was talking...
Sanity, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone was talking about how hard 30 bombs are to come by in regulation in MR12.
At IEM Sydney.
At
the
IEM
first
Sydney.
CS2 LAN. Intel Extreme Masters, and he certainly is a master, isn't he? Of those rifles, man's a fragger. Income Gamer Legion with an execute on the A site. What can Dennis do to at least slow them down? Oh, Tech9's in his face. Swinging like that. Oh, you thought it might have worked. Zorday going to be pushed in CT. But he lives and he's got a helping hand. It might be all over Red Rover.
Oh, commits that spray there. Got control. And Snacks has got position. However, Kyron's still alive, and Nafany's teamed up with him as well. Oh. Acor, the full stick.
The nade, the donk. Oh, can he see him just in time? And Gamer Legion swing on in. New mechanics out the wazoo and the UMP.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, hello.
In ages gone by, that was a full smoke defuse. In ages gone by, that was the round. But this new mechanic, donking the smoke, blowing the smoke, wiping the smoke, cleaning the smoke, whatever you're doing,
blasting the smoke.
It's gone. Nuking the smoke. The naming conventions are more entertaining sometimes.
How that particular one worked as well. You know, a little bit of cover on that front side, so he was still able to swing around and got him just in that final second too. Snack's able to find yet another opening for Gamer Legion, but it's all about the conversion rate. That's where Gamer Legion have been struggling. But can they make it happen here? Molly's gone to the right position, forcing him out into the open. Kioz, Isaac, both finding more kills here. And surely not BetBoom in a 2v5. They have no money. They need guns going into the final round of regulation. So they're calling that save straight away. And it's another quick round.
Gamer Legion aren't necessarily in a position to chase either. So it's just a save simulator from now. But pace, the T rounds.
Yeah.
Like,
bro, the
IEM swing knee. That's
post plant. The post plants are longer than the actual lead up to the plant. IEM swing knee, bro. IEM swing knee. Let it be known. Let it be named officially.
IEM swing knee.
Swingers are winners.
That's it. Everybody gets a go.
OT, a certain reality right now. Gamer Legion have all the momentum and BetBoom have no money. Nada. using their last timeout as well, moving into the final round of regulation, just to try to lock it in here. You know, don't have to want to worry about overtime, don't want to have to worry about all that and more. But they might have to. We'll see how this one goes.
They've certainly got a lot to try and consider here. But we know that the low buyers are the dangerous buyers. Hasn't Snacks recaptured the vibe?
I'm enjoying this series, and it's only the first map.
You've got Kyron on the verge of a 30 in regulation.
Kyron on the new meta.
On the Alligator.
On the Croc. Looking to snap. And playing at Van is a great place to be with that weapon. Unfortunately, it looks like Gamer Legion are going to go nowhere near him. They're walking into the stacked A side of the map instead, which could also go just as wrong. Nafany gets smoked off there, but not before he sees Kioz and deals with him with a nice old spam. And the rest of the troops are still yet to be seen. One underneath the balcony, one at Firebox and CT. Some already dealt with. But is Siren going to get cleared? Everyone's drawn the attention away. With that Pal player going down, there's no eyes on his position. He's still hidden. Gamer Legion, they need Snacks to dig them out from this hole yet again. And now it's just that M4 and the XM to try to make it happen. You can see they've swapped them. Kyron wants that range. Kyron wants to do it now. He doesn't want to have to deal with overtime. And that nade's just gone on the wrong member. But it's done sick damage onto Kyron. One flash. And time on Snacks' side, but he needs to get through a hard crossfire.
Oh, yeah.
And the missiles, the swing is there. Oh, it's not enough. Snacks, he had a chance, he had a shot, but Kyron comes through with a 30 bomb as well as a W on Mirage for BetBoom. Gamer Legion, they've at least got Nuke to hope for to try to tie it up one apiece. But what a map Mirage that one was, Jim. That was entertainment in CS2's finest.
Yeah, that was such a tasty map, and I think as far as Snacks is concerned as well, he's got to be happy with his performance. Didn't win out the clutch that we've seen him perform too many times before.
Right.
He was entering, he was clutching, and it still wasn't enough for Gamer Legion, but BetBoom, my Kyron, certainly one of those players that has delivered from start to finish. BetBoom looked like, oh dear me, Kioz is really feeling it.
Yeah, remember those names though. These individuals are farming and they're still young. They are the future of CS2 and the future of Counter-Strike as a whole. So it's great early signs. They just need to keep that form up. We've seen him on Mirage twice now. We've only seen BetBoom so far on Mirage, but we haven't tested that map pool. No one's tested that map pool in the veto so far. Still early days here in IEM Sydney, and we've got a nuke to get to, but Mirage was crazy. There was swings everywhere. I was loving BetBoom on the T side. They seem to struggle a little more on the CT side there.
Yeah.
But maybe that's expected with how the game plays right now.
I definitely feel as though, like you've got players that are just able to swing on that T side. As we said, IEM swing seems to be the meta at the moment, but definitely I was feeling the pinch of the economy. How many times did they have to just take a back seat or save things out?
Yeah.
Once they lost some of those entry kills. And look, it was just a matter of patience from BetBoom. How about that though? Core using some of those new mechanics to absolute maximum advantage. And in the end, that was probably one of the closer matches that we've seen not go into OT either. So 13-11, BetBoom come away with the victory and give themselves a foot up in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's one of those things where there was that announcement from ESL the other day, right? Saying we're going into MR12, so we're going to shorten the time for these matches as well. But today has really tested that schedule. 13-11s, OTs out the bloody wazoo, upsets happening left, right, and center, and every game just seeming to go a little longer than expected.
Yeah.
Even though, like, you're looking at games like this where the lead up to the plant is shorter than the actual post plant itself, and most of the time people are hunting depending on the economy. So the game is in a weird position, and we're all learning together. So thank you for joining us. I hope you're here for it too, guys at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's so much going on. You can see teams are testing the waters with some of the pace of these rounds.
Yep.
Obviously, everybody's old favorite is back as well with some of the tactical timeouts, a complete change of pace on the back of some of those tac timeouts. It's usually the CT aggression that you expect on the back of some of those timeouts, but like T's are just going full force, full send into some of these sites. And honestly, it's pandemonium.
Well, look,
I love it.
We have the Air Force Aim High player of the map, and I feel like there is no contest that it was Kyron doing so much work. 31 in regulation. I don't know if it's unheard of at IEM. It's probably unheard of. We need to go check the other stats, but I'm going to call it out right now. This man is doing work. He is the messiah of BetBoom, and he needs to keep this trend going.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only other player to achieve that is JL with his performance against Na'Vi earlier. That was probably the only, the only other notable performance. But let's just say this is going to be an explosive tournament if some of these performances continue. I've loved Kyron's performances. As I said, like, he looks like he's playing in a force feedback chair, the way he enters some of these sites, but he's getting the results. And I think, you know, a lot of teams are having trouble stopping him. It's not just D-sided performance either. He's putting it in on the CT side, his multi-fragging ability. As you saw there in the stats, 11 multi-kill rounds. That's insane.
It's one of those things as well where I don't know if demos have been fixed yet in CS2, but if they have been fixed, we're going to see some adaptation. We're going to see some people maybe playing a bit more like Kyron over the coming days as well, because everyone's downloading the demos, and if they're not downloaded the demos, they're watching the VODs. And they're going to have to see, hey, this is how BetBoom are playing, this is how BetBoom are doing really well right now. And everyone needs to adapt. So we're going to be not only on a learning curve, but the teams are also here on learning curves,
Absolutely.
just trying to win.
I think the other thing to note too is the fact that he's so well supported with some of that utility heading the sites. It's not as though he's doing it on his own. He's actually got so much support coming through, and BetBoom have all of that on point. They have built a lot of these rounds around him, and it's working for them. But not only that, on that CT side, he's valuing his life as well. He's not necessarily jumping in and taking some pretty risky duels, despite the fact that he's winning them. He's valuing his life, and that's just helping them control the rounds and look so much better. And in the end there, I think, you know, these two teams, Gamer Legion and BetBoom, split the difference between them. It's really evident as well with the 13-11 scoreline.
You're talking about, you know, valuing your life, and life is precious, but so is time, and we don't have much time to get into that second map. So we got to go to a break, ladies and gents. Stay with us. It is Nuke just after this.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market, door, one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek of what's to come. Taking a trip over to DE_assembly. This map features a plane undergoing construction in a large hangar. The map is built for Wingman and is overall quite a compact map. It makes up with this with some multi-level design, adding lots of paths weaving in and around the under construction plane. This map has a great sense of scale for how small it is. Standing next to the plane's engines, you can really feel this. Overall, a very visually pleasing map. When asked for a comment, the creator said the move to PBR materials in Source 2 has unlocked new opportunities to push the quality of the map's many reflective surfaces beyond what was possible in CSGO. They say Nuke is a good example of this, allowing for interiors to be clean and quite literally shine in CS2. The creators went one step ahead with this one, even creating a website for the map, featuring a fictional airline with many well-known locations. A nice touch for sure. Now let's take a gander at a map that was featured in CSGO back in February 2022. CS Climb, a hostage map focused around a climbing gym. Is that what you call it? Climb house? Anyway, the center point of this map are these beautiful climbing walls, with interlinking paths dotted around. Like many of the early maps for CS2, this map is also a port from CSGO, and the mappers say it's quite clear how much certain types of interiors can benefit from Source 2's overhauled lighting system. They say the lighting completely blows out anything you can make in CSGO out of the water. DE Boulder is a map still under construction, but some areas are really starting to come together. This wingman map is based on the Metora monasteries in Greece. Set on a giant rock formation, this map will have some great panorama views of the mountains around. This skybox is still a work in progress, but from what I've seen so far, I think when it's completed, it could be one of the prettiest ones out there. The creators say that this is a straightforward map, but offers a dynamic layout with quick rotations through an atmospheric wine cellar underneath mid. I tell you what, it's bloody beautiful as well.
a very close affair on map number 1, thanks to some nasty clutches from the man on your screen. Big ol' Snacks, the veteran, he's back, and he's bringing the A game here at IEM Sydney. But now we're moving into Nuke, which is, of course, the map choice of Gamer Legion. And a little birdie told me that Gamer Legion's old permaban was Nuke. But Snacks is here, and he said, no, we're playing it. Screw you if you guys want to do it or not. But they've been playing it and looking good.
Yeah.
Taking dubs.
Yeah. Look, man, this is like, again, another upset map pick for Gamer Legion. So, like, their particular upset already has been done and dusted and performed. They took out FaZe on Nuke.
That's
it's
a big head on the pole, Jim.
That's it. And they are more than happy to display that scalp.
Yes, sir. It's also going to be our first foray into Nuke here on the B stream in this best of 3, or at least for the Arvo shift.
I love it. You're making nice broad statements and then reeling it back gradually.
Yeah. Oh, it is, but we weren't here this morning.
That doesn't count.
For us.
Here we go. Doors open.
All them.
Yeah. It's a bit of a false alarm. They are checking the vent regardless anyway. These Julies are going to be problematic. Snacks has found a way out. And this is going to be round on a time. A Siren, he gets 2. The trades are good for Gamer Legion.
But they still got to find the round, and they might just do that in just a couple of seconds. Volt, he's got the Glock.
Oh, man. That's very decisive from BetBoom. As soon as that contact was taken, immediately they rotated on the back of it. That's why they were so quick and swift in those trades.
Swift on the whole round as well. So it's going to be another quick one to the look of it. So far, so good for BetBoom. I did bump into them as well just in the hallway and had a quick chat. Said, hey, how's your Nuke going? And they're like, oh, yeah, we play it.
Oh.
We play it, you know? I'm like, do you play it well? So, yeah, we play it. Okay. So my expectations were not set too high from the BetBoom boys, but who knows? We have Zorda playing with a P90. Word on the street was that he was, just throwing away the AWP for the most part and picking up a couple of SMGs, and we haven't seen too much P90 action from him. But now we get to. No skin on that thing. Come on.
I mean, Kyron's just had his bell run.
It's all right. Volt. Can he get some more work done with that dig? We're going to see a cheeky old upgrade as well in the Fanny. Able to swap across to the Org. Upgrade himself as well as clearing all of the yard. Jump going to be coming across from the top of Annex, but are they expecting more of a swing? They will, and the SMGs are just going to tear him a new one. Snacks, mate. A Glock, a Dream, and no Big Apple. It's going to be Siren to close. One casualty for BetBoom as they fend off the T's.
Yeah, relatively straightforward from there. I mean, Volt opened up the round nicely. But that's about as good as the news got for Gamer Legion. SMG's going to work. They were trying these wide swings. Wasn't necessarily going to be a recipe for success, but on to the AKs now. Belts of utility as well, going to be crucial for them. That squeaky door gets blown straight away. They want to try and take contact almost immediately, but BetBoom push players down the vent. Zortate is going to appear through. I do like the changes as well with, oh, that flash just a little bit too deep. But ready for that.
Swift with it. At first bullet accuracy on the MP9. Still disgusting. And Nafany, he is hanging around. He wants to make sure that that lower sight is impenetrable, and he's got a friend in the P90 in Zorte right around the corner, and there is 4 Ts coming. How's the trade game looking? That, Jiggle hasn't been seen! And Nafany going to be able to only get 1 there, but Zorte's got 50 in the magazine, and he's ready to keep on swinging, but he'll only find 1 as well. So Gamer Legion doing a very good job to get past that setup.
Yeah. We're seeing so much of this balled aggression coming out.
More of it.
Uh-oh. The T's are balling up, and it's working for them.
Flash across. Kyron's going to be heard pumping out that left side of the ramp. Isaac ready, and we'll find his head. And now it's Siren looking to Answer with a few over towards the Gamer Legion side of things, but like the timing, the Kios, at least on the info, not the shots. Siren gets himself an upgrade and thinks he can, you know, play around with his tongue there in the play cam. Also, you know, maybe get another. What is he doing? What is that his focus thing?
Must be. They did say the air tastes sweeter here in Sydney.
Yeah, maybe he's just, you know,
tasting the air.
Tasting the air. As you do. Whatever makes you play CS better, huh?
Everyone's got that, like, you know, you know, oh, it's a subconscious thing that they do.
That was something. I don't know why I looked at it, but I couldn't look away.
Like, some of the players from ours, I was overhearing them, like, one of them does this thing with their jersey every time.
Oh, like this? Like
yeah. Pot under the collar. Oh, dropping in. Siren.
Okay.
Can't get the work done. Gamer Legion have control of the top side now.
The trades brought him back, and then even a little better. Siren at this range with MP9 deadly. Won't be able to spray for the second. As Isaac hits back, Zorte going to be able to drop it down. It seems like Acorn knows. That gun readjusted, and that shot, the one opportunity, going to be pounced upon by Acor. Lovely. Gamer Legion on the board for a second.
Yeah, and the economy here on CT side for BetBoom is a little shaky. So they're just going to have to try and work out what they want to do if they're going to do anything in this round here. There's a slight tech pause here to just get things right. But for BetBoom, they're not going to have a whole heap to work with here, at least in terms of this round. How are you liking CS2 so far, Mac?
I'm loving it. I feel like I'm having fun with the game again. Just from the learning perspective, you know, it feels like
it's fresh.
Even though I get so angry at so many things in the game, for the most part, it's just like, you know, the old days of playing matchmaking with all your friends and you're just having a good time. It just feels like that right now. Unless you queue into cheaters, which happened last night, like in half of my games. But
yeah,
other than that, I'm loving it, man. You know, up until, you know, the cheats seem to be a bit more prominent in Oz at the moment. It was great.
Yeah, look. There was certainly some interesting some characters out last night. There was a player that claimed that they were good because they played CS1. They weren't cheating. They just played CS1.
Yeah.
They're old school.
Proceeded to get himself kicked by killing his teammate.
Yeah.
They told him that he was cheating and he said he wasn't. But look, that was
an eventful.
Oh, it's a tech pause. It was a tech pause. Yeah. How good.
They're on top of it, though.
We're back.
So we're going to get back into this. BetBoom. They need... Oh, we're going to make the... Oh, here we go. This is an IEM swing me round.
IEM swing me. Let's see it happen.
They got the MP9s. They had pretty low economy.
Well, Gamer Legion as well. Still bringing in the SMGs of their own. Love a bit of Mac 10 and action. And the CTs, they're going in through it. But they're ready. The Ts, they're on the opposite side. And they're going to do a little bit of swinging themselves. Kio's not going to be able to get away with that one. And just like that, BetBoom find 4.
What?
What's going on in the kill feed?
This is wild.
It's the lobby crunch off the back of that with the attention drawn towards the ramp side of things. And it's a mop-up. Another quick one.
Oh, they are the sultans of swing. Dear me. That is absolutely disgusting. That lobby crunch, MP9's just coming through. Everybody was focused on ramp. Yeah, we're going to get the job done. Doesn't mean that they forget about Siren and Kyron. Never tiring with these MP9s.
Well, into the 6th we go, and Gamer Legion worse for wear. Still a couple of rifles in the mix to give themselves a shot. But we'll see how much work they can get done here. Maybe there'll be a world where they can find an opening. And I love the approach from Nafany as well. You can see he is a Mac 10 fan, so upgrades from an MP9 to that Mac 10 going into this round. Or at least gets dropped it across from someone else and saved it. Only timing's good. and still allows some space for Nafany to do that. Peek across the top. Snacks caught sleeping.
Sorte not going to be caught sleeping though. Has control of elbow. That Molly really halts progression for Gamer Legion.
Is that wall bangable?
Why not give it a red hot crack? Regroup.
Yeah.
Play contact outside.
Kyron's up on Big Blue. A little bit of cover there.
He's about to have a Big Blue.
The locker. Oh. Going back down instead. Either way, has the advantage at range and sprays away for another. Gamer Legion getting torn apart and unable to do any damage until Kyron got too hungry for the AK.
Yeah, wanted something a little bit better, but Sorte should be, I was going to say, able to put the end on the round, but Dennis arrives on the scene. So BetBoom have recovered. That MP9 crunch into T lobby has just been the tip of the iceberg. Things you love to see.
Yeah, 1xBet impact player. Nafany, that one kill, a little bit of extra damage, but of course that opening over towards the ramp side made the rest of the round feel real damn easy. Lots of extra confidence. And Gamer Legion, let's see how confident they are feeling just with Glocks. Well, they're confident. They're jumping through smokes. But that Shakira peak ain't saving you a core. 5-2 in the CT side looking real strong.
Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, his hips lied.
Oh.
Under false pretense that they didn't.
I'm disgusted at you, Jim.
Ah, look, man, I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot me.
3 rounds the difference now. And Gamer Legion are back on the guns. A couple of AKs picked up. No AWP, no Galils.
We're seeing this double smoke outside take. A lot easier now to get that cover.
Wider smokes, learn them. Throw them in the mix.
But that's the problem.
Berdonked. McCronked. Blown. Those smokes disappear, and so do the members of Gamer Legion. BetBoom finding 2. Gamer Legion at least having some sort of control down towards the halls, finding something down in the corner there, and the timing is damn good. Volt going to be able to cut those rotations off with the vent control, and just like that, Gamer Legion hit back with a man disadvantage.
There's an opportunity here, though, for BetBoom to make things work. Sorte is looking pretty wild with this timing. He's still got more work to do, though. 2 to find. The bomb plant comes in. And that is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Smoke's just shielding Gamer Legion for now. They do have a crossfire established.
Oh. Unnecessary. Snacks on a nice line to deal with the initial push there out of control, and it's Gamer Legion finding a 3rd. So, good openings. Great use of that utility at outers for both sides. BetBoom, of course, exposing those smokes.
Exposing? Is that?
Well, exposing the weaknesses, which could also...
No, correct, yeah.
Also, more towards the point, exposing visually as well.
I was going to say, are we working a new descriptor in there?
Oh. Well, fast one. Snacks going aggressively onto Mini and looking for a timing to drop. There is a player underneath him that might not have heard this one, but we have Kyron at the back of Warehouse. Just waiting for that, spotting the shadow and spotting the drop, as well as dealing with everything. Kios, mate. How's your 1v5 angle? Oh, that was a world.
There was a world.
If this was CSGO, maybe that 2nd or 3rd kill rather comes through as well, but it's not Jim.
No, it's not. You got to move on, Matt.
It was a play. It was a 1v5 angle, and he almost made it look winnable.
Honestly, the cover here from Kyron is phenomenal because he quite literally saves a round from that point. It's one less for Kios to get, but BetBoom now have established their economy. They're in a much better place. There was a moment there where they were on the rocks. They're not out of the woods yet by any means, but Game Elysian have been running into brick walls. Yeah, that's the plus side of those smokes outside. You only need 2. And you can see how easily they get exposed. This round's kind of petered out a little for Gamer Region.
Yeah.
Legion. It could be a Gamer Region too, I guess. Okay. Zorte gets P250 across the map. Might be available, but unfortunately everybody's there waiting. So Gamer Legion, nothing else on the table for them to take. BetBoom continue to amass these rounds. Crisp little P250.
Game Legion have a bit of a chat spawn there. Some players late to get on out, and that is an issue when there's aggression happening at outers. No one stopping it, no one able to deal with Zorte at red. And the mollies look good, but this util is keeping him alive. And he just barely hasn't seen those elbows poking around the corner. But either way, Gamer Legion able to answer with at least 1 onto Kyron. So dealing with that monster from the previous map could be an in. But I love this as well. Zorte watching the left side of red and a slide off angle as well coming through from Nafany. So they can play here in secret together. But that molly's gone deep and forces the CTs to stay here. However, not ticking in it means it's going to be timing. The Nists as well. Just finding an angle from the back of warehouse, and things get even harder. Volt in a 1v4 with the bomb out on the open water. Not even an island.
This is
with
way too difficult.
Swirling around it, Jim.
You're painting a picture, Mac. You've been there with the bomb, have you?
I was there just 2 days ago.
Hyper aggression out of Zorte just puts Gamer Legion on the back foot almost immediately in the round, and they are just struggling to break apart this outside grip.
Yeah, well, final round and a half, and Gamer Legion want it, so they're going to take a quick tactical to have a discussion on what should they do to try to make at least 4 happen on the T side, which arguably, look, we don't know what's par. I keep trying to say what was or what should be par, but online and LAN slightly different.
Yeah, the problem is all the courses have been totally reworked, Mac. So we have no par. Perhaps
maybe a faux pas.
I was about to, yeah. No papa. Let's just see whether or not Gamer Legion can get a crucially needed round for them.
Back on the double P Nizzles.
Oh my goodness.
Zorte coming in, and the lobby crunch to try and stop any plans Gamer Legion brought in. Works to an extent. 2v2 now. Denist very lucky to be alive. And Kyron looks like he might have to be the clutch man, the clutch minister of the round. Bomb still alive, down on that lower side of the map, and Kioz dealing with Kyron means this is extremely difficult for Denist to clutch in a 1v2.
Yeah, 2 HP. There was a stiff breeze blowing around Sydney today that could knock you for 2 HP, I reckon.
I think Chad, big old sponge over on the A stream there, he got wet on the way to work. Decided to go for the scenic approach, went for the walk, and Mother Nature gave him a bad hand. Denist, though, a good hand in terms of the timing, and maybe a chance now on the 1v1 nade. Of course, you've got to remember that gives that information for that time it's ticking, and he needs to get on it. Looks like it's going to be that last second attempt, and that knife it's swinging. Volt wins it by making some noise. 8-4 will be the score right at the half, and BetBoom, they're leading by 4. Can they make this series happen 2-0, Jim? That's the question everyone is asking, everyone is wondering, and we all get to find out, of course, on the other side of this break. Beats to take us through the break there, and some heavy ones to bring us back.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of cat gems, rap gems, all the gems you need. Pepe D's in the chat, and we're going to be dancing all over Nuke for the second half, continuing on the fun here, of course. A chance for BetBoom to 2-0 Gamer Legion and send them to the lower bracket, but Gamer Legion, they are feeling it with 4 on the T side. But can they find more in the second half? A pistol's always a great place to start, Jim.
It certainly is. And it can either make you or break you at the moment. So just like that door is broken, let's just see if the Julies... Oh, from Kiosk! Give Gamer Legion a way back in. He finds 2. The train rolls on.
grouping up here and looking to try to play that ramp side together. The other two down towards the halls and just waiting for someone to maybe go a little bit too far forward. Nafany, getting that work done with the dualies of his own, but it is just going to favour Gamer Legion in the end. And swiftly after the plant, we've got that retake coming in for Gamer Legion. So they will find 5 and take the CT pistol, but with that bomb getting planted, you better believe BetBoom are straight on the by themselves.
Certainly are utilising that money to maximum effect now. So now we play that wild game, Mac, of who won the pistol, just based on their buys.
Now, Gamer Legion, did they win the first pistol?
Honestly, so much has happened.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun.
I have a feeling they did because there was that hero AK, right? Maybe. My memory's all over the place, ladies and gentlemen.
Gamer Legion did win the pistol.
Okay, which I believe means they have won every pistol this series. So, take it as you like it. Snack's going to be able to get the dink, but no follow through. It's Acor to do that. And, he's looking for more, but unfortunately that glass in the way just denied his vision onto Zorte, who tears him a new one and takes that hell control, which makes it a little bit awkward for the upper sight individual in Vault to hold on to 8. And so we are going to see him try to push into lobby, try to take any form of map control as we see the regravitation of a BetBoom back towards this A site. And in the meanwhile, the double halls push might find some fruits, might find a huge amount of info as the push comes into A, but it's a fast flank on Annex.
Here we go. Kios gets going, gets taken out. And the smoke means Isaac's path into this site is somewhat limited. Vault's trapped here by the vent.
And he's spotted and heard as well. All those bullets penetrating, making noise. Isaac a little too far away. And there you go. The power of a plant on the pistol is immense. Who was it last night that thought it was silly? I think it was Blair calling me silly for sticking a plant. Remember that?
Yeah, but you had a chance to win the round by fighting the guy, and you were just planting.
I was playing bad last night.
You had a 2v1 fight on Monster that you could have won if you both stepped in.
Why am I fighting Monster when I'm... You don't need to fight Monster.
It was a different map, different time. I'm just providing context. Either.
I was still setting up my auto-exec that game. My whole thing was like, it's all right. We'll just win the next game.
Oop. Scout for Snacks outside. Now he gets the chance to move a little, rock a little. Very mobile. Does give BetBoom away into this top side. Acor's got the Nova. And unfortunately had to dodge so much utility, had no time to use it whatsoever. Snacks. Can't even save that scout. And so Kyron is on a mission.
He's heard that reload. A chance and a gun. Maybe more of an opportunity. But with Kios falling, I don't think Isaac's sniffing this one out. He's still got that armor. A little bit of util. And the Galil means there is a chance to do more damage to BetBoom's economy, which long-term is great. And the other thing we need to mention, because we haven't touched on Nuke, I don't know if you guys have been playing the game or if you don't play Nuke, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, but the bomb radius on this thing is big now. You cannot stay close to the site. You got to go.
Yeah.
And on a map like Nuke, where you can hide in so many nooks and crannies and get towards those bombs real quick, I feel like that increases immensely the chances of ninjas happening.
The big bomb boom?
We just haven't seen a lot of ninja attempts yet, people.
Yeah. So the smoke diffuse is kind of out. You know what I mean?
If you're going to do it, just do it dry, man.
But it's interesting because are you really going to see players hold on to a HE grenade late into the round? That's not normally something, at least in CSGO, that was held on to late in the rounds. Mollies, yes. Smokes, yes. But HEs going to be more so held on to now.
I like this boost here. Has he seen someone? Went for the spray. Might have seen a little jump there. Either way, Isaac, they knew his position. He got domed. And now we are going to see the get a little recycle in the hands of Acor. The Deagle and Snack's able to find one before getting traded. And BetBoom still living with a slight man advantage. I say slight because Zorte might not last too much longer. Swift rotation from Gamer Legion down towards the lower side means that... Oh,
the door's closed.
Yeah, BetBoom slamming that one on their face and making the perfect call to go back up to A once there's some reconnaissance done.
Yeah, don't need to commit numbers into... Oh, could have been a failing cause. They eventually best a core and catch Kiosk as well.
That looked good. I like that one. But I think a bit too much noise made going up the ladder, revealing his position. And Volt, he's got an AK, he's got a chance. But there's an open door, which will work against him there with Squeaky. And, oh dear, awkward moment. A little too close to the corner, so he could not see what he's shooting, which seems to be pretty common in Counter-Strike 2. And that is, of course, going to be 11-5. Gamer Legion. Not much room left to play with here in this upper bracket series.
No surprise to see them take a tactical timeout here too on the back of this to just sort things out because, yeah, time is of the essence and they are running out of it.
Now while they took a timeout, let's take a timeout, Jim. We're talking about HEs and how they don't last to the end of the round, but how valuable are HEs now? Not only can they blow away smokes, they still do the damage that they used to do.
They do a little bit better
damage. But they also
damage.
give information now. They make a sound cue, no matter how far you are away from it, if you hit someone with it.
It's a squelch.
And even if they're like far enough away that it doesn't do damage, if they're in like a specific radius, it still makes the squelch. It still makes the squish.
Well, you can take armor off as well. Anyway.
But in terms of the value, what I'm saying is that thing should be worth 600.
Yeah.
It's better than a molly.
Here we go. A little bit longer than that. Kyron finds the next. Oh, dear me.
They're just going straight through.
Straight through. A gorilla through the mist.
Oh, Volt's in a very dangerous position. We'll have Kios here just in time to watch that back warehouse wrap. But he's gone too high, and it's worked out. Swings him, and look, you want to be swinging. Kyron out of the round means things get a little safer, and Volt as well, continuing to go forward. And with where Nafany was looking, they know that it's probably going to be that lower hit. But a noise made now. Siren starting to put some pressure on towards ramp. And in the 3v3, this is Gamer Legion's best chance at getting back in the game.
Certainly is now. Volt is going to potentially be spotted out here. The timing down the vet's superb. And Gamer Legion have a way back in if they can only find Siren. He's got himself a nice position, but too many numbers to deal with. I don't know, man. That could have been one of the wildest spray transfers of all time, but it wasn't.
Could have been.
Could have been.
But it wasn't. We've seen some great spray transfers lately internationally in the dying moments of CSGO. Crazy ones going on everywhere. Everyone's in a Pro League, everything else that's happening, or was happening. And now we're here in the new age, in the new era.
Siren was just like fighting for his life. He came out swinging.
Gamer Legion stopping this from ending too early. And with a couple of live, they've got some money to work with.
I was going to say, this is a pretty important round for Gamer Legion, though.
Oh!
Their economy could be forced off the edge.
Yeah.
If they don't win.
Nades and flashes going forward. Snacks. Whoa! Spots that one.
They're getting cleaned up.
Lovely timing there on the util. And there might have been a little gap in those smokes. You can see as well, Nafany just going to be spinning around, hitting everything. What was that?
How does he get 3 there? That's the round on its head.
I'll watch that again in 10% speed. Thank you. 2v2.
Man, mind blown, hey.
Nafany, the danger man. We're going to keep on pumping out damage. Oh, this timing Volt goes into pre-lobby. Going to have a quick look for the bomb there. But has given up a whole slice of this map. Real slow rotation. But BetBoom being relatively thorough with trying to figure out where Gamer Legion are. Mulling off Heaven. Opportunity to plant now. And there's a gap in this one. Maybe a world where Volt can just walk on forward. They think it's good enough and he spins. And he might be on for the ace. He might be on for a 12th. The nade, it hasn't given the info. They don't think he's here. He was around the corner just in time, but Zorte ready. Nafany aces it up to put a 12th on the board for BetBoom. Please, give me those replays. I need to see those first 3.
Yeah, that was honestly insane because Gamer Legion worked hard for this. They took the first 2.
No. I don't want to see here. No.
Oh,
it is
they
this.
line up.
Insanity. No one can do the spray transfer like that. That's unfair. Nafany, how do you get blessed by RNG?
Yeah, BetBoom now, series point. So they want to book themselves into the semi-finals. Finish top of this group. How good would that be for them?
It'd be a whole bunch of confidence. Nafany, of course, have to make this new project work after not being part of C9 for a while now. And it's going to be the bust out door. Volt not ready for what was coming at him. And that's a whole bunch of BetBoom members. Isaac trying to make it work. That was a 5-7 and he gets 2, which is probably a pretty good shout considering everything that's gone down this round. And again, a smoke is going to be going down. Acor looking to do the same damn thing as what the 5-7 could. He's got a famous, but 3 BetBoom members on the other side, and I do not think this is going to go well for him. Gives it a red-hot crack, and that might just be that. Still, like ships in the night, they're swapping positions, but the T's at least know that they are safe. The Famous ain't going to do a 1v3 there, and there you have it. BetBoom 13-6 on Nuke, 2-0 in the series, and they will skip tomorrow and go into Wednesday to try and play for a slot in the semi-finals. That's just one game away, Jim.
Yeah, this is just insanity for them. As I said, you know, they probably wouldn't have been fancied by too many people heading into this tournament, but they've had already a massive upset go their way. And against Gamer Legion, they booked themselves into a chance for the arena, straight into those semi-finals potentially. But dear me, Matt, that was a particularly fast game of Nuke. It didn't really, honestly, it didn't really feel as fast as some of those rounds on Mirage, which was a much closer match. But Gamer Legion, I think chalk and cheese between the 2 maps. They picked Nuke, but didn't necessarily have that same level of cohesion that they had on Mirage. So
I think
maybe
for me,
more of a comfort pick.
It was like on their T side, they just didn't really get off to a start. Like arguably with the way that the game's working should be enough, but then in that second half, they just weren't able to really do a lot there on the CT side. So with that happening, and with BetBoom playing like BetBoom's playing, look, you cannot fault them, to be honest. You know, Gamer Legion, of course, now down to that lower bracket, waiting to figure out, of course, after all these games are said and done, who their opponents are going to be. But for now, this game, CS2, IEM Sydney, it has been a long day, a very long day, and it's not done. It is not done. The A stream is still going. I don't know if they started that final best of 3 yet or if they're still on Ancient, because they were only starting the 3rd map of their first best of 3 when we jumped into this one. So B stream's been the best stream for anyone that wants to go to bed early, but I would not suggest that. Go and jump on over there if you want to keep on watching the action. But we are going to have a quick chat with one of the players shortly, of course, from BetBoom, from the winners team. And look, this one, it doesn't feel too bad for Gamer Legion. They showed what they're capable of, and they kept it real damn close there on Mirage to really push it to BetBoom, and should have a whole bunch of confidence going into their games tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely one of those teams that has excited me, that's for sure. Both of these 2 teams, to be honest, have actually already put in some pretty good performances. But yeah, BetBoom, they are looking very strong at the moment. One of those teams that have, you know, made that transition to CS2, maybe a little bit more so, a little bit earlier, some of the other teams in the competition, and definitely starting to show. They look comfortable, but not only are they comfortable, they're very organized. And I think that's probably the main difference for me, is the fact that they look like they have worked out a lot of that utility And they've even gone back and fixed some of their mistakes that were making in previous matches as well. Like that match against Vitality, they themselves were also missing a bit of utility. And they were able to go away and work on that. We saw that in Mirage. Everything was tightened up. Everything was a little bit better. But there are tougher opponents yet to come.
Are there? Are there, or are BetBoom just the ghost?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's what I want to know. Are they the toughest opponent? That's the big question on everyone's lips.
Exactly. Are they the big horse? No longer the dark horse.
True. I guess, look, they were the dark horse coming in, but showing everyone and all the haters wrong. You know, it's showing exactly why they are here and how it was, you know, they made it through the qual. They're the European qual team, so they had to take down a fair few names on the way here. I think there was it was Sprout? There was, I can't remember off the top
They
of my
had
head.
to play a lot of online CS.
CSGO.
Yeah.
CSGO to make it through here to play CS2, which is a whole different game to what a lot of teams qualled with, which, you know, may be prevalent in the results, but for the moment, I can't wait to get the thoughts of our winners, and I think we have Nafany on the line to have a quick chat to as well. I want to pick his brain. Mate, how are you feeling after that win? That was huge. That was great, especially on Nuke there. What happened in that second last round? You got 3 out of nowhere, picked up that ace. That's got to feel real good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good game by us, and I'm kind of happy that we managed to go to playoffs. It was our minimum goal for this tournament, so I'm just happy that we did it, and that's it.
You guys were missing a little bit of utility in that first match against Vitality. I don't know if you guys recall, but did you guys go away and work on some things and tweak things, because you looked a lot better in that second match?
Yeah, actually, I guess the problem with utility was because we was kind of nervous. Some players, it's for them like first tournament. For example, Denise, it's first LAN for him, so it's kind of okay if he will make some mistakes or lose some nades. It's fine. And in general, we are kind of new team, so it's fine if we will make a lot of mistakes, not even in game, but with utilities as well. We're trying to work with it, even when we have break. When we had break, we tried to fix it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Kyron, how you doing? There's the man of the hour. He was farming on Mirage. What did you feed him today? Have you eaten anything specific, some of the Australian cuisine, or have you just been giving him the sweet air?
I mean, the main recipe actually don't add garlic in his food, and that's it. That's how it works. And then he will be monster.
There you go. So no garlic, and you're a CS2 god. Now, on this note as well, you're looking at all these other teams. Have you had a chance to catch some of the other matches, or are you fully focused on what you guys are doing right now?
Actually, personally, I'm trying to not take any other I'm trying to not watch matches while we have game day, because it's kind of you will spend your energy for free. So it's kind of not really useful, in my opinion. I guess we have like free day tomorrow, so most likely I will review some demos, because it's really interesting to watch what people bring to this tournament.
Now, how does CS2 feel on LAN compared to online for you guys?
I don't know. I mean, we played only one qual, and it was kind of random, let's say. But while we're playing right now, this game right now more about like team play, but not about like individual play, because if you will look at Zaivu, obviously he's a great player, and I'm really sure that he will be beast in this game. But in general, for now, it's impossible to take a lot of duels, just because it's just random. Even if you like Zaivu, you will lose versus me. So it should not work like this.
Oh, there you go. Big words, big words. Now, one more from me before we wrap it up. Now, going into CS2, do you think that your calling's changed, knowing that the game is a slightly different game to CSGO? Have you changed most things up, or is it relatively the same as what you were already doing in CSGO?
I mean, maybe a few strategies that didn't work right now, and we have a few more new. But in general, it's the same game, but with one more concept that we have to play more like a team. And also, in my opinion, the reason why a lot of our things works is just because everyone believes in everyone, and that's how it should work.
There you go. So thank you very much for sharing the knowledge with everyone out there. Nafany, enjoy your day off, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Thank you. Bye.
And there you have it. So really just spitting some fire, saying, you know,
facts.
You got to beat the best to be the best. Oh, wait, that's me, essentially, if I'm paraphrasing. That's what I heard, Jim.
Look, I'm interested to hear that the game still feels a little bit random in some areas, but I mean, he's right in terms of team play. Definitely a focus on that. And
they showed up.
Exactly, but even swinging together as a team, it's far more effective. And I think they're definitely one of the rosters that have kind of got things a little bit more down pat than others. Even though there's not huge changes from the way they played CSGO, they found the right tweaks.
I really like that. He did mention that, and I think it's a point we need to highlight on a little more too, is trading and just having more people swinging together when you are swinging feels really, really strong from what we've seen, everything considered today. And the teams that are going to try to default do more individualistic play styles have not seen as much success. So let's have a quick look back at the bracket and see where we're sitting at the end of the day. Of course, we're getting home early compared to the A stream. Let's look at Group A quickly. You got BetBoom up there taking on Mouz. So it looks like their first best of 3 did finish. Na'Vi got sent to that lower bracket, and Mouz and BetBoom in the upper bracket final, who are playing on Wednesday for a semi-final and a quarter-final position, is something I don't know if many people would have believed if you told them yesterday, Jim. And then down was that lower bracket as well. Of course, you got Game Legion now taking on Apex after Game Legion took that loss, and Na'Vi waiting for their opponent after Vitality or FaZe Clan gets eliminated over on the A stream this evening.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot to take in here, and I think, you know, we're only in the early days of CS2 at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So as far as, you know, things are going, a lot of teams are testing the water or being tested. So Na'Vi, of course, dropping to Mouz, I think is probably, you know, another big upset.
Yeah.
Look,
So I guess
be honest,
both of them are missing their
that's true.
star
No, you're right.
players.
Yeah.
Yimpat, I'd call him the star player. Sorry, Zershin, I know you're farming, but Yimpat's a machine. Group B, let's have a quick look at the other side of things as well. Continuing this conversation, these are all the games we're probably going to be seeing early on tomorrow. You got Ence and Fnatic up there in the upper bracket. Complexity and G2 will be an interesting affair. See who's the CS2 champion from those 4 upper bracket individuals. And then the lower bracket. 2 of these teams are going to be sent home. Lynn Vision against Cloud9 and Monty against Greyhound. It's sad to see a little bit of Asian and OCS down there, but teams have to go, Jim. Teams have to go before we can get to the arena, which is what's on my mind.
What's on your mind? The arena? Okay. Look, Group B's a little bit less upset heavy. Safe to say things are playing out a little bit more as many would have expected. So it's Group A that's really been the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it? It's you know, results left, right, and center that have been upsetting. You've got teams like Gamer Legion and BetBoom playing off for a spot, you know, in the potentially for the playoffs. So as far as you know, the upsets are concerned, they are happening.
Yeah, out the wazoo. And we had plenty of those today, Jim. We're going to have plenty of those tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, let's look at our schedule, at least for the B stream. These are the games you're going to be seeing on your stream in the morning. It is both the ELIM matches. That's going to be crazy. 1:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Monty going head-to-head with Greyhound. And then at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, we have Lynn Vision going against Cloud9. And look, Lynn Vision didn't have the strongest affair in their first game. Greyhound almost beat G2. So who knows what that first game is going to provide. But Monty, they are here. And like I spoke to them yesterday in the lobby, they are ready. I think they've had a couple of things go wrong, but last time they went head-to-head, Greyhound wasn't able to take him out.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, will be a interesting matchup always. CIS teams versus OCE teams. It's just a mismatch. I feel as though in play styles, OCE teams often get crushed, but maybe Greyhound can buck that trend. Either way, tomorrow, I've checked the weather, Mac, 2 elimination games. It's going to be a cold day in Sydney.
Yeah, cold day. And then one game, of course, that we don't know yet. That's going to be probably one of those lower bracket games, but it's not fully decided just yet. So we'll see. We shall see what that third game is going to be. But that is it from the B stream for day 1 of IEM Sydney 2023. Jim, thanks for joining me. We can go have a chat about everything, have a chat about, I guess, the funerals we've got to put on for a couple of teams from today and for tomorrow. But thank you all very much for joining us. We will see you tomorrow for much more CS2 action. Have a good night.
Say
that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's me and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm when you can't find me. Not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always reason through. I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop spitting up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your shot, you'll wonder who shot you. Don't call me doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see you. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. Ence is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollins win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it. Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential Shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm.
It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.